Alright, so, I'm not going to do a recap this time. We are going to break
God.
from the norm. Brian, what's the last thing that you did last night?
The last thing I did was I went off with oh gosh, who was the teacher that was watching the duel between Maze and someone else?
Iger.
Tiger. Yeah, we went off to get some chips. I think he went off to get some sun chips. I went off to get Doritos.
You guys went back to the cabin to get chips.
Yes.
So, you went back to the cabin, and at the cabin, you ran into several other members of the party going about their business, just enjoying being back from the field. Lorenzo and Sophia, a little later in the evening, bring you back your Letterman jacket, fixed up.
Oh, thank you. I will not let it get that badly damaged again. I'm sorry.
You get a threatening look from both of them that you really probably shouldn't let it get damaged again.
There's Pridwin. I think his siblings might try to murder me in the near future.
You notice actually that you do not see Pridwin or Lunala anywhere.
Oh,
You
oh shit.
also haven't seen Katya. You haven't seen Liam or Minerva. You actually haven't seen Liam or Minerva since you guys got back from the mission, which is weird.
Well, okay, as far as Brian knows, Pridwin, Lunal, and Katya are going somewhere else on Academy grounds.
Yep.
So he
So it's been
probably
a
just like,
while.
oh, they went somewhere else.
Yeah. I mean, for you, it's pretty normal. These people had lives here before you showed up in the Russia arc.
Yeah.
They have places to be. You don't really know where these places are. You haven't explored campus that much. So you get your Letterman jacket and you go to crash in your room and find Amani chilling there, working on what
Hello.
you can only assume is some sort of studying. She has several books open and she looks up at you, pausing what she's doing.
And I'll just wait. Hello.
She smiles at you and notices the jacket now warming your shoulders again and nods and goes back to her studies. And by this
Brian's
point,
gonna peek over her shoulder and just look at what she's reading.
you peek over her
In
shoulder.
there.
You see that she is studying astrology.
Astrology. Cool.
Well, we're sailors.
Yeah.
Stars
I mean, that
are...
kind of makes sense for us to know the stars.
She nods. You've always noticed that your partner has a fascination with stars. You've found her out on the deck many times, watching well after people have gone down. She actually has volunteered for watch very often, which involves her dragging you out late into the evenings, just so she can look at the stars without having to worry about the light pollution that you guys see in ports.
Ah, my least favorite part of the night, and sometimes the coldest. 4 a.m. on watch with the morning. I think that to myself. I don't actually say that out loud.
Okay, yeah, you're having flashbacks to watch at 3 a.m. very often on the
Brian
many different boats.
Brian shudders and walks to, I guess, his bed and just, does he have any books or anything?
I don't know. Would you have tried to get any books in the short amount of time that you've been here?
I think Brian might have tried to find some books about different training techniques and combat styles just so he can become more varied and versatile.
Is there a specific thing that you're looking for in that? Or did you just ask for a broad spectrum?
I just would have asked for a broad spectrum so he could try a little bit of everything. So he can dip his toes into.
Roll a d20 for me.
Okay. A13.
13. With a 13. So Pridwin probably would have taught you, or somebody would have in the party, that on your PDA you can request books from the library directly from the school, one of the apps the school has, and the library will actually deliver them to your dorm. And so with the 13, you see that there's a couple varying books and manuals that have been piled on the end of your bed. With a little note. The writing on the note is very flowery cursive, and the note smells of an extremely pleasant, not too strong perfume. And it says, "Hope this helps." And it's signed Honey. I don't think you've met Honey yet.
I have not. The
It
name is not
has
ringing any bells.
the note is on an official DWMA letterhead. It has the death symbol on it. And beneath it are a stack of about 6 books, kind of varying. There's one on martial arts, hand-to-hand combat, specific more towards Americanized military. You see there's fighting techniques from the Roman era. You see a couple different types of books like that, spread out across several centuries.
Brian's gonna pick up the American hand-to-hand combat book, look over at Amani. Hey, how long have you been studying for?
What time is it?
With DM, what time is it?
It's probably about 7, 8 o'clock in the evening.
7, 8-ish o'clock in the evening.
Amani kind of leans over and glances out the window. Huh, so it is. Most of the day? I
Brian's
pause to
gonna
go get
hold up
lunch.
the book. Brian's gonna hold up the book and just go, "Want to take a break?"
She looks, kind of squints at the book cover and goes, "Alright," and gets up. What did you have
First,
in
I
mind?
say we go get food. Oh, okay. I wanted to try hand-to-hand training just in case we ever got separated and needed to like defend ourselves. And I thought it'd be helpful.
Well, that's fair, I suppose. Though I feel like you, being a sword, would have better luck learning some solo techniques from one of the solo fighters.
Probably a good idea, but I didn't think that far, and I'm already here. So you know what? I'll get to that later.
Learning to punch is good
Brian's
too,
good.
she says.
Yes, learning to punch is also fun.
The real issue, I think, that I've noticed for some of the solo fighters, she says, musing at the book cover, is that they don't really know how to move. Weapons, mostly. They get used to being in sync with their partner, letting their partner be in charge of the movements, and then when they're on their own, they're clumsier than they would like. Perhaps you should start there.
Alright. So what would you recommend for me starting to get ready for that? Just like going to the pit and trying that out, or just like solo
She
fighting?
smirks. You want me to teach you how to move?
When you say it like that, it sounds weird.
She
But
laughs.
I want to be able to, if for death's whatever reason we get separated, I can't turn into my weapon form. I want to not be completely useless.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, let me think. I learned how to move by fighting other people when we were at sea. Not a whole lot of places to maneuver. However, I have seen a lot of Meisters training on campus by doing what they call, what is it? She snaps her fingers. Um, Running free?
Free.
That's what they called it. I don't know. They run and climb and jump all over everything. They don't take a normal path, if that makes sense.
Does Brian know what parkour is? Is it kind of like
Brian
that?
does not know what parkour is, and
I
she
do
doesn't
not
know
know
the
what that.
proper term for it either. She's just heard
Hell!
them call it free running.
But the closest thing to what she would be describing be the rope course in the gym.
Yes. Which
All
you
right, I
have
think
seen.
I might.
Imani has
Yeah.
not been to the gym, but you have definitely
Imani.
seen it.
Bonnie, have you seen? There's Oh gosh, I went somewhere this afternoon. It was in the gym. There's like this giant rope course. Have you ever been there?
Rope, like.
Yeah, like it's oh gosh, like think 4 or 5-ish stories tall. Constructed mostly rope and bridges, and it's really cool.
That
kind of sounds like what you're describing to me.
Sounds interesting, she says. Sure,
I'm gonna check it out, Miss
let's go.
Study Brain. First, we're getting food. When was the last time you ate, you crazy person?
She looks at the half-eaten sandwich sitting on the desk next to where she's been. A couple hours ago.
We're getting a pizza. And this isn't just because I'm craving pizza.
Where do you propose you're gonna get a pizza from?
I don't know, but I'll figure it out, okay?
So you and Amani walk out of your room and into the main, living area of the cabin, and you see that Cody is hanging out in the kitchen where she almost always is, chit-chatting with Sophia. They both pause
Brian's
and
gonna...
look up at you.
Oh, hey guys, do you know where we might get a pizza at?
They make a face. I mean, you could probably order one. The academy kitchens are quite versed. And then Sophia holds up her hands and says, no, you cannot get good pizza around here. Not good Italian pizza. I will make it for you.
Okay, how long will that take? Because Amani and I were planning on going to the rope course in the gym and doing some training.
Do not rush good food, she says, and goes into the kitchen.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
Sophia goes into the kitchen, and Cody, laughing almost hysterically, begins to help her make some pizza.
Okay then, what do you say we go to the rope course?
Amani nods and follows after you. Amani hasn't explored campus too much. She doesn't really know where she's going.
Then Brian, do I have to roll a memory to see if Brian remembers where it is?
No, I will not make you. Because you've walked to the gym enough times since you guys have been here that you know where it is.
Gotcha.
Pretty simple. You walk past the big scary cathedral, you walk past the place where all the dead people are, and then there's the giant building with the ropes course sticking out the top of it.
Yeah, you see that? Brian says, pointing to the building with the giant rope course sticking out of it. Yeah, that's the rope course. Well, I mean, it's not all the rope course, but it has a rope course.
Amani nods, kind of impressed by the look of it even from a distance.
Yeah, no, I've been all the way up to the top of that. Granted, I just kind of floated up there.
Oh, so you cheated, is what she says.
Yes.
Well, there's not
any
cheating this time, she says, and you guys jog your way over to the gym. You were surprised to find that even after the sun has gone down, even especially after the sun has gone down, the gym is busy. There are a lot of students in here working out. People are lifting weights, people are doing cardio, people are sparring each other over in the rings, and you haven't even made it to the other half of the building where the ropes course begins.
Yeah, we just have to get all the way over there. Through that big-ass crowd of people. God, I would have thought there'd be less people here by now.
As you guys, take a few steps in, you notice that several of the people nearby are staring at you. But when you look at them, rather than grimacing or looking away, they actually smile and wave at you in a friendly manner. In fact, several of the girls sitting over by the smoothie bar are giggling and looking at you and then leaning away and whispering to each other.
Brian will smile and wave at a couple of them before making his way with Amani over to the rope course.
You guys make your way over there with little incident. And you're surprised to see that you don't see any of your team members in this gym. You don't see Katya training in the ring where she has been of late, or lifting weights. You don't see Iger. Maze isn't here. You imagine he's still probably in the crater causing problems. And you come to the bottom of the ropes course. You stand there and you stare up at it, and it begins in many different places. A rock wall start, several ropes that you can climb to try and get to the first story up. There's just a whole lot of options. Amani looks at it and shrugs out of her outer shirt. And you see her stretch very carefully and precisely. Something you've seen her do often. All right.
Brian will
No
take
cheating.
off his Letterman's jacket and stretch and say, "No cheating? Yeah, that goes for you too."
Me? I don't cheat, she says, glaring at you.
Yeah,
Besides,
yeah, you're
I
just
can't
chill.
cheat without you. And she turns and kind of studies the different directions that you can take. She looks at you and says, "Are we racing or are we just climbing?"
I'll make it interesting. It's a race, and I will bet you 5 gold marks I beat you to the top first.
She lifts a brow. Can you afford that?
Oh, I 1,000% can. Brian will pull Albert out from under his Letterman's jacket. This boy's full of coins, and he'll jingle him. Just
This
hear
bitch can hold
jinglings
so
of
many
coins.
coins, slaps his ass.
I
Alright,
set I
it's a
set
deal.
Albert back down and say, "No one fuck with the possum." Okay? Okay, cool, great. Where are we starting? Are we doing the rock wall or the ropes first?
Let's not limit it. Whatever route you want to take to get to, she points to a spot about 3 stories above you. That point right there.
That point up there? Alright. Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Brian's gonna take off towards the rock wall.
You hit
Actually, no, he's gonna
3.
take off towards the rope.
She bolts. Like,
Oh god, that 5
ridiculously
marks,
fast. I'm gonna need you to make a
not the good
dexterity
idea.
check and a speed check.
Hold on, let me pull up my character sheet.
And remember, it will be just you and not...
Yeah, not both of us.
Not combined, yes.
Brian, hello.
Speed.
Dex check. I'm just adding my speed modifier to that, right?
Yes.
That'll be a 15 for speed. For Dex, it'll be a 24.
She said 24?
Am I not adding the... Oh, wait.
You're
no,
adding the
11,
plus.
right?
Remember, the modifiers on the right side is the plus, so, like, if...
Oh, shit. Well, let me do that again. Sorry.
You're fine.
18, so 18 plus 2, that's a 20. And a 10 plus 1 is 11.
Okay. This one is 11. Okay, so what I'm hearing is you're really fast, but your dexterity is not the best.
I mean, yeah, because he's used to being in his weapon form, so he's not very dexterous and bendable, which makes sense. That's why he's here.
Perfect sense. You notice that Amani bolts, and she's not faster than you, but what she is lacking in the speed, she is making up for in the most ridiculous dexterity you have seen. She, in places, it's not just about her climbing in a straight path. She is leaping from rope to handholds to piece of cloth to webbing. She is climbing all over the place in this agile display that is actually, quite frankly, impressive to you. And she definitely has a lot more upper body strength than you, that's for sure.
I've never been more scared of my Meister in my life.
She, at one point, glances over her shoulder, noticing you're below her, and grins.
Brian's gonna see that and just keep going.
You are very fast. And so, even though you're not in a flashy display, you are still making a decent amount of progress climbing. And it gets super close. Neck and neck. I need you to roll me one more d20, because you guys almost tied out with the balance.
9. 13 and it was an 8 and a 13.
Okay. So you, even though yours is not as impressive a display, your hand touches the top of the wall that you're climbing first to get to the spot that she pointed at. And about 2 seconds later, she lurches, swinging in from the side, and lands beside you. You're breathing a little heavier than she is, but you did win.
Damn.
She laughs a little bit. Okay, okay, 5 marks it is. As she's
Here, I propose a second bet. We take 5 gold marks from you, 5 gold marks from me, and we give it to the lady who's making us pizza at the cabin.
She nods. That seems fair.
She deserves it.
Noticing where you guys are, she sees that it's a nice night tonight, and the tops are still open. It hasn't completely closed down yet. There's always a way for you to get out to the ropes course above the building. And she, with interest, as the clouds begin to part and the sky becomes visible, starts climbing without saying anything. Less crazy than she was, more determined, as she darts along a rope bridge, climbs up several other platforms, lurching towards the spot where you guys actually were earlier in the day with Katya and Pridwin.
Brian's gonna follow her up.
She manages to haul herself over the edge and rolls onto her back and stares up at the night sky, the clouds having parted completely. And you see, now that you're way up above the rest of the lights of the compound, you can see an array of stars that's almost akin to the same thing you saw on the boat. It's wild and beautiful, and it's spring, and you see a lot of the same star configurations that she has bored you to tears about from your night watches. Things that you never really necessarily cared about before.
Brian will just look up at this display of stars and just be like, not as good as the ship, in my opinion, but this is still pretty amazing, huh?
She smiles a little bit. You remember when we used to climb up the main mast?
Yeah, that was always a joy.
You have a flashing, fleeting memory of the two of you leaned in the area near the crow's nest, the top of one of the ships you were on, and staring up at the stars together.
Remember that time I almost fell off and almost busted my ass?
You mean every time? She says, looking at you.
It wasn't every time, it was every time but the last time.
Mm-hmm.
Almost every time.
The darkness around you swallows you up, and you hear laughter and the sounds of work and sparring low below you, and for a minute, everything is nice. Everything, it kind of feels right. And you get this feeling in your chest like maybe, just maybe, you might belong here. This place isn't so bad. There's so many things for you to explore and to do, and so much to learn. What could go wrong in a place like this? Amani looks over at you curiously, watching you look at everything around you. Everything.
You know,
okay.
for the longest time, even after it, over. You know, for the longest time, even after we arrived here with everyone, it never truly felt like I belonged here. Like I always felt like a fish out of water, to say. Now that I'm up here, just looking at everything like we used to do, it feels like maybe finally that I do belong here with everyone. Not on a ship out at sea.
You know, it's weird. We used to consider the crew a family. You had to, being that close quarters for that long, but I didn't really feel this way with them. Like I could actually rely on the person beside me.
Yeah, it was always. I think it was always more of a professional thing. Like to them, it was a job, and they weren't there to be friends or friendly. They were there to do a thing, accomplish a specific task, and they weren't there to be buddy. So, as much as we might consider them our family, I think we may have finally found a good group of people to call family.
Amani smiles. I didn't think you would agree with me.
Hey, not everything was great on that ship. I got my ass handed so many times, man.
That is fair. You two are
Plus,
sitting.
I didn't have an amazing possum.
Awesome. You're sitting in a, the nice, cool, crisp Colorado air. You're looking around and you notice something odd. It's pretty dark now, and there's lights that light up the campus, but there seems to be strange shapes moving down by the residential area. And by the time you guys have made it up here, it's getting pretty late.
Ryan's gonna point at those strange figures and say to Amani, do you see that? Brian's gonna point over in the direction of where the shadow figures are.
You hear something. It's almost like a fly buzzing in your ears. It's distant and it's odd, almost like a crisp static sound. And then, as you're trying to focus into it, there's a small explosion and a burst of light. It's in the distance. It's coming from the residential area. You don't know what's going on, but it doesn't look right. And Amani pushes herself up quickly, following your gaze as you see another explosion of light down between some of the residential cabins and people moving.
We have to go.
Go. You'll be faster without me.
We can teleport. Did you forget that? Brian grabs Amani's hand and immediately whirlwind steps all the way over there.
Are you leaving your jacket and your possum in?
I will be back for that.
For your possum?
Okay, no, Brian's gonna teleport down first. He says, 1 second, grab his jacket, Albert the possum, and Amani's overshirt, and teleport back up and be like, we gotta go. He's gonna grab Amani's hand, turn into his sword form, and teleport that way.
Amani quickly pulls her jacket on as you give it to her, and the two of you whirlwind step several times to get down to the ground. Very quickly you start clearing the space, and you can hear chaos in the distance. You hear scared and angry shouts. You see a lot of people running in the same direction as you, which is surprising, because you, knowing human nature, would think people would run away from the danger. But not here. You see people carrying weapons, all sprinting in the same direction. Determined looks on their faces.
And does Brian still see the suspicious figures?
You can't from where you're at now that you're on the ground. You can't see the ruckus. It's in between the cabins further into the residential district.
Did he see where they were going? Or which direction?
You saw where the initial light explosion was, and that seems to be where everybody's running towards.
But that doesn't mean that's exactly where the culprits are.
True.
Brian, is there any high-up places Brian could get?
You could get on the rooftops.
Brian's gonna... Am I allowed to whirlwind step onto the rooftop?
Yes.
Brian's gonna whirlwind step onto the rooftop. Do I have to roll perception to see if I see the figures?
Yes.
Okay. That is a 16.
With a 16, Amani lurches. The two of you land. She uses you to steady herself on the rooftop, catching her footing and looking around. You can see in the distance, in that awful white light going on, that there is some sort of combat going on. You see a figure lurch through the window, the back left window on one of the cabins. Would you like to roll memory to see if you can remember whose cabin that is?
Sure. I rolled 3.
You have no idea whose cabin this is. You don't fucking know. It's not yours. You haven't been in it.
That's fair. Hey, at least it's not mine. Now we go. Brian audibly says, "Oh, it's not right."
She starts running along the rooftops, holding you tight in her hands, using you for balance. You guys leap from one rooftop to another, and keep running. And by the time you lurch off of the rooftop and land on the ground, all you see are bodies littering the ground, not moving.
happened here?
As you look around, you notice all of the bodies look the same. They're all wearing black military gear. And all
Is
of
there
them
like a
have
symbol
guns.
or insignia on them?
Yes, there is.
Oh?
But you don't recognize it.
Can
And
Brian
as you
take a
lean
picture of it on
closer-
his PDA?
Yes, you can. As you lean closer, you notice that there's several other people standing outside, over these bodies. Weapons in
Is it
hand,
still-
looking
is-
around.
Is the building still on fire?
The building is not on fire, you just saw light.
Oh.
And you're noticing now that you're getting closer, the only damage that appears to be to the building is that back window that was broken into somebody's dorm room, and also the walls surrounding the area where the bodies are littered with bullet holes.
What happened here?
As you ask this, there is a burst of blue light that comes from the cabin next to you.
Brian's gonna duck low as to not get in the light.
You duck
Not be in the light.
down quickly while Amani ducks down and holds you in front of her defensively, looking. The blue light fades after a moment.
Can Brian look into the window to see if there's a person?
Which window? Because this is an entire cabin and the light seemed to come from all of them.
Can Brian roll perception to see if there's any person in a window?
You would not see anybody, like, standing in a window. The light seemed to come from further inside of the cabin.
Brian, is there a door that he can try to open?
There is the front door of the cabin, and there's the broken window.
Brian's gonna say, I think we should teleport up there and try to figure out what's happening.
Amani looks concerned. The people outside, they don't seem to be going into the cabin. They seem to be standing guard looking around.
Are they all students?
Yes.
Brian's
Meisters
gonna...
and weapons.
Brian is going to... Brian's gonna stay through his interlink. What do you think we should do? You're the smart one here.
I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on, she says. And turning, you see somebody actually walk out of the door of the cabin.
Who is it? Does Brian know them?
It is Isaac.
Does Brian know Isaac?
Isaac is the one that Maze was fighting in the crater.
Who was before?
Liam, are you alive? He has himself muted.
As alive as I can be.
So, at this point, this is when Isaac has stepped outside to go get his two people that he has. Isaac, you walk out and you see it's the way you left it. There are bodies everywhere, except now there are a lot of students, Meisters and weapons, looking around and standing guard. You see
Brian's gonna try
was,
not to be noticed.
The kid that was standing there watching earlier, watching you and Maze throw down, he and his partner are standing there looking around.
Oh, would Isaac know it's Brian and Amani?
Actually, I don't think
he's
Isaac
ever-
has seen...
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
so
hasn't.
you don't. You just see a whole bunch of students standing around outside, making a perimeter.
Oh, so chronologically, when exactly is this?
So
is
this would
when...
be the point where Pridwin is having a little fun inside, and you went to go get the other two guys that did not die, to take them inside for your partner.
So, Brian, you'll see Isaac walk over to a pair of bodies which are still probably rolling around on the floor. And just, like, pick them up before turning around and heading back towards the cabin.
Brian seeing this goes, wait, that's the guy that was fighting Maze in the crater earlier. What the fuck is he doing here? Did he cause this?
Do you follow
What?
him?
Brian, yeah, I think Brian will follow him.
You
We'll go, Amani, you stay down here. He doesn't know you.
Amani
I don't
releases you
think he would.
and joins with some of the other Meisters and weapons, looking around the area and forming a perimeter. And you start to follow Maze toward the cabin.
Before Brian heads towards the cabin, he's gonna
Not Maze,
look at
Isaac.
Amani and say, "Yeah, sorry." He's gonna look at Amani and go, "If I need you, the safe word will be pineapple." Okay?
You always
Okay?
think that is the safe word.
It's a good safe word. Who expects someone to yell pineapple?
You follow, trying not to be too conspicuous, as Maze carries these two people inside.
Isaac.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I keep saying Maze.
We both keep doing it. Ah,
Damn it. You follow the new kid inside.
Two mazes now.
The new kid is holding these people, and as you step inside, you see him kind of drop the two people in the background, and that's when you notice just how shredded this room is. The walls are riddled with bullet holes. There's broken glass and objects. To the left of you, in the seating area where the couches are, you see Minerva and Liam. Minerva is using a pair of forceps digging into Liam's side, where there is a fresh open wound.
Brian's gonna think to himself and just go, well, there are those still.
Your eyes move further, and that's when you see Pridwin. There's a man tied in a chair. And as you watch, trying to figure out just what's going on, looking at all the damage, looking at the other injured people in this cabin, Pridwin grabs the man by the throat. And doesn't
I have to roll
stop.
presence to stay hidden.
I don't even think you'd have to roll for it, because Pridwin's not paying attention to anything.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to be seen by anybody in this room. Not Liam, not Minerva, not Isaac.
If you'd like to roll presence, sure.
I would like to roll presence. That is a 17.
A good roll.
Do you want me to roll?
You wouldn't have rolled, you're too focused.
I mean, for Isaac.
For Isaac, yes, you can roll.
Because, yeah, Pridwin's definitely
He rolls
not
a fucking nat 20. This is what I get for not putting any points into presence.
Most
said
people
7.
don't. He rolled a 17.
Okay, yeah. Isaac did not roll much better, so...
Isaac, you, I believe, were standing next to Pridwin, writing things down.
Yeah, it was basically, writing notes for...
Does that mean I would roll with advantage? Because he would also be paying attention to what the guy is
already
saying
did
and not...
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so you are not noticed by anybody in this cabin. They're all too focused on what they're doing. Minerva and Liam focused on their situation. The woman laying in the corner with the bullet holes doesn't seem to be paying any attention to you. You do hear a soft crying sound. A small, small child. Not even a toddler yet. You look over and you see Lunala is in the hallway that goes back on the left side for all those dorm rooms, and there's a very little baby in her arms, and she's trying to sate the child, cooing to it, and holding some type of bandage to the child's ear.
And Brian hear what's being said in the other room with Pridwin and Isaac?
Yes.
Being said.
Pridwin, do you remember any of your quotes from that night?
How many times have you died?
Some of them were in favorite codes. Some of them were really good.
You hear bits and pieces of the conversation as it goes on. You can tell the man in the chair is not cooperating with Pridwin.
Question: Brian being a part of both it's Maeve, right? With Maeve's crew and the Archon for the Navy, would he be versed in any torture methods?
You yourself are not versed in torture methods, but you have seen several of the captains performing torture methods, and you yourself have been victim to some torture methods during your training.
Can Brian recall any of that?
You have never seen somebody torture like this, Brian. Because most of the time, torture is not recommended. Torture doesn't get answers. And in fact, Pridwin is talking about that as you're realizing this. Pridwin is actually saying that to this man. Because Pridwin's not just torturing him for information. Pridwin is torturing him because he fucked up. And you're realizing just how bad it is when you strafe to the side and you see a massive pool of blood coming out of the kitchen area.
Brian see into the kitchen?
You shift a little more, trying not to be noticed as you look over the island and into the space between the counters. And you see a body. You see red hair. And you hear a pained gasping that you recognize. It's Katya.
Gasping it. Oh no! Oh fuck.
Do you say this out loud?
No, Brian's just gonna look at her, eyes wide, literally paralyzed, not being able to say fucking anything.
As you look at her, she's rolled onto her back finally, leaned up against the wall, one of the counters. Her blood spilling out around her heavily. You see there is a wound directly in her torso that has gone all the way through her, which to you is interesting because you've seen how her body reacts to being pierced. It shouldn't work. The black blood seems to stop things from penetrating her. And yet, there is a wound that goes all the way through her body. You also notice there are burn marks on her shirt. Electrical burns. Anna is standing in the background with the two men that Isaac brought in. And you can see Anna is torturing the two of them. And then healing them as she does, and torturing them again.
Can Brian see into the window where he first entered?
You would be looking out. The whole, I don't know if you've looked, I don't know if I still have the picture in, hold on, maps? Let me see. I'm gonna have to draw
a map of Tokyo.
A better, so way up at the very beginning of maps and layouts, I drew a really rough outline, which kind of explains, so it's like you walk in through the doors and immediately there's this kitchen with this huge island. The living space stretches across the whole front of the cabin, and then there's two hallways, one on the left and one on the right. And the rooms are down each of the hallways. And then of course you've got the rec room directly behind the kitchen that you access from the hallways, and then the bathrooms are the entire back wall of the cabins. So you're standing to the right of the kitchen area. Pridwin, Liam, Minerva, all of the torturing that's happening is in the living area on the left by the left hallway. And Katya's in the kitchen. So that whole area is open in the front. So you have a pretty good view of what's going on from your spot, if that makes sense.
Brian, seeing what's happening, is gonna fucking get out of there. He's gonna just slowly back away towards where he entered, making sure no one's behind him. Well, he's gonna back up like a step or two, turn around, and just sneak back out.
You sneak back out, and as you do, the image of Pridwin, his hand around the man's throat, yet again, the man struggling in the chair, is the last thing you see in the room. You step outside, and there's a lot more Meisters and students standing around, holding their weapons at the ready.
Brian's gonna walk back over to Amadi and just go in his weapon form.
Amani looks confused, surprised. She wants to ask you questions, but the second you transform, she catches you. She doesn't. You see from you guys' cabin, which is just a short ways away from theirs, you can see Lorenzo and Sophia are peeking out their windows, and there's several other faces in windows of the cabins around you looking out, trying to see what's going on.
Brian's just gonna say to Amani in his inner link, "Let's go. We're not needed here.
Where?
Fucking anywhere."
Okay.
We can
Amani...
go back to. We can go back to our room at the cabin for Redacted. We can go up to the freaking rope course. We can go.
You say
literally
anywhere, and she immediately dashes for the cabin. You get inside without much issue, and you see a very worried-looking Cody and Sophia in the kitchen.
Brian's gonna stay in his weapon form because he doesn't want anyone else to hear this. The only reason he's sharing it with Amani is because she's his Meister, and he obviously would want to know. So what he's gonna tell her is basically all of what he saw at the cabin, including there being a giant hole in the middle of Katya, like straight ran through with something.
Imani becomes more and more upset with everything you say. And by this time, you're back in your rooms.
Are they in their room? I was
Yeah.
gonna say, are they in their room? I would hope so.
By this time, you're back in
He's
your
saying
rooms,
all
and
this
you
through their
have
inner
a
link.
freshly made pizza, and the door's closed, so you can have a conversation. She is pacing in your room, up and down, looking more and more irate. Was she alive?
As far as I know, she looked alive. She was gasping for air as one would be after having giant fucking hole in them. The only reason I'm not there helping Pridwin get information out of that fuck is because I don't trust myself not to fucking murder him.
Amani nods. I wouldn't be able to stop myself either.
So I'm just gonna stay in my sword form for a bit.
You're laying on your bed in your sword form. Amani's pacing, and you think in the distance you hear screams. Like, not scared screams, like being tortured screams. Coming from somewhere nearby.
More nearby.
In
Like,
the direction
how
of
close
the
was that? Okay, the cabin?
Yeah.
Well, sounds like that fucker's finally getting what he deserves. He deserves that and worse. Don't fucking... It hurts a child like that. The fuck is wrong with them?
You're in your room for a little bit. Until the door opens to the cabin, and you hear several voices. A group entering. You recognize Lunala's voice. You don't recognize a male and female that are with her, but you do hear the now cooing of the small child.
Would one of the male voices be Isaac?
Yes. At this
Okay, so then
point,
he's just
yes.
gonna assume it's he's gonna assume it's Isaac and whoever his weapon is.
Isaac, you have followed Lunala, Callan, Hana, Olive, and then Liam and Minerva back into Redacted's cabin. And there is conversation beginning to happen as Lunala begins to fill Cody, Sophia, and Lorenzo in on what's going on. Brian, you think you make out Lunala saying, Pridwin said we should stay together. We need to sleep in the same room. We cannot be separated. Nobody goes anywhere by themselves, okay? You hear a male and female murmur in agreement. You also hear Isaac chime in. Isaac, you're with the group now in a different cabin. If Liam is alive.
I am. Yippee! Think of what Isaac would say.
Lunala looks in your direction. She is... you've noticed very much after this incident that she seems different. She seems more animalistic to you. You think you can make out fangs in her mouth when she speaks, which you don't remember being there before. We need to wake the others. We need to make a plan.
Of course. I'm assuming that you will want to seek out the ones who did this. If it would make you feel better, me and my partner can remain here to look after the others.
After what you did to those two, I think I'd rather have you with us.
Of course. I would not be opposed to participating in justice.
Justice. You hear a female voice you don't recognize. I don't think what happened in there was justice. They shot you, Callan says. Yeah, they shot me, and they hurt Olive, and I would have done it myself. I'm not disagreeing. I'm simply saying I don't think it was justice. Where did Pridwin go? Cody asks, looking over the group.
He is gathering. I would advise of you go into that cabin until he's done.
By this point, Pridwin would have received, or no, so at this point, Pridwin, you would be walking to Redacted to meet back up with the group.
Mm-hmm.
This would be before you got the pager.
Hey.
Here, hang on. I need to transfer my stuff over now.
You're coming in and out again.
Oh, I know. I'm trying to transfer my microphone over so that I can talk without having to hold this fucking thing.
Fair
Fair
enough.
enough.
While that's happening, Maze, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Yeah.
Flash over to Maze for a second. So Maze, you and Isaac threw down. You threw down. And it was
Yes.
probably one of the most glorious moments of your life.
Uh-huh.
Where did you go afterwards to recover?
What would he do to recover?
So, the gym has been very busy, but they did
Mhm.
mention to you, now that you've been in the cabins, that there was a room for you. Anna was very upset to realize that you'd been sleeping in the gym.
Understandable.
I'm trying to think of what Maze would do because he's low-key schizophrenic.
What
do you mean he's schizophrenic?
What do you mean by low-key schizophrenic?
Oh,
Don't-
he's low.
He's just a little
He's
schizo.
straight up insane. The fuck do you mean?
What?
The voices in the wall only
my
whispered
lord.
instead of screaming.
Exactly.
Guys,
You
Graham,
hear the cat
lay
screaming
down.
outside? No, that's just you.
What?
Jesus
the
Christ.
fuck?
Fucking hell,
Um,
Maeve.
Um,
God.
so, quick question. Is there any parts of the mountain trail that are safe?
No. No.
Good
As of right
answer.
now, there have been advisories put out that you are welcome to walk the trails, encouraged to walk the trails, but you do not go out alone because of
Oh.
the fact that it seems academy members are being hunted.
Oh, okay. To recover, he would probably... Trying to think of what he would do. Because he's insane enough that he would just ignore that altogether and just go do something. So...
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I just need to know where the something is that you're doing. Like, I just
Yeah,
need
yeah.
to set up.
That's what I'm trying to think right now. Okay,
Oh,
so
can you
what
work
he
on
would...
that logo, by the way, babe?
Oh yeah.
While we're doing things.
He would probably be, since he can't go to the mountain, he would probably end up going to the very top of, like, at the highest point he could get at the academy and just sit there.
I would say the highest point you can get at the academy is the top of the ropes course.
BRB.
Like,
Yeah,
in
I
the
love
actual,
that
like,
rope course.
academy proper, like,
Can you bring
because
my
I could have
iPad down?
sworn...
Thanks. Sorry, continue.
Wouldn't there be, like a balcony point, like, on the actual, like, physical main building?
The main building is like 3 to 4 stories high,
Mm-hmm.
and the ropes course stretches like 5 or 6. So the highest point would be the top of the ropes course, but if you wanted to go the top area of the academy where all of the club buildings are, I would say
Yeah.
probably on top of the club buildings is about the highest point you can get.
He would do that then.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are on top of the club buildings, recovering, taking a little nap, enjoying watching the sunset and the stars come out.
Yeah.
Is there anything you're doing in particular while you're up there?
Honestly, he's probably just meditating. Just looking out at the valley, I guess. Or I guess if you can call it that. It's
Your
very rocky.
meditations
But...
are interrupted here and there by members of different clubs coming and going. Laughter and talk. It's late into the evening when you start to come out of it. The sun is set and it's dark. And that's when you hear this strange buzzing sound.
Huh.
You're
He's
from
gonna...
South America. You're quite used to bugs.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite... Yeah.
Like the sensation of a gnat buzzing in your ear? That's kind of what it's like, except there's no bug and it's consistent. It's not like gnats where it moves as the bug moves. This is a steady, consistent sound.
He would probably just ignore it. until it annoys him.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus. Don't get shot.
And then you feel a low rumble and hear the pop of a small explosion.
Oh. Oh shit.
Get shot.
He would probably try to look, like, he'd probably try to lock on to the location of that.
It's not difficult. There is a burst of light, white, searing light. As you look around, it's coming from the residential area. And the burst of light comes from between the cabins. And you see figures moving in the light.
He gets a smile on his face, and I want him to climb down the building.
You start climbing down the building, which makes me happy because that explains why you don't get there as fast as everybody else.
Yeah.
You climb down the side of the building and start running, and you notice as you hit the ground, there are other people running.
Mhm.
Meisters and weapons in their weapon form, and everybody seems agitated and on edge. You hear people murmuring, asking what's going on. Nobody seems to have an answer.
He doesn't ask any questions, and he's gonna head straight in that direction.
You start running, wishing Caden was with you, wishing Caden could back you up for this as you sprint through, leaping over several walls that other students are going around, climbing your way, and when you slide around the corner on the cobblestone, you see a perimeter set. Meisters and weapons forming it around an area and a specific cabin. And as you broach that perimeter, being a 3-star able to make your way through, you see bodies. And as you look, panning the area, you notice something about these bodies. They all look the same. All of them are wearing all black military gear.
What is the situation here?
Who are you asking? Are you looking for anybody
Anyone.
you recognize?
Yes.
You look around and you see, let's see, low roll. So you would see Cora and Ashton are standing there. Cora in weapon form and Ashton, or wait, is Cora the Meister? I always forget. One of them's in their weapon form, but you recognize Cora and Ashton because they were fighting Katya earlier today.
Yeah, it's Cora who's the Meister, yeah.
So you approach Cora and ask this question, and Cora, with ground teeth, never takes her eyes off of the area, scanning the cabins around you. You see her eyes settle as you recognize bullet holes in the sides of the cabins. I'm not sure. Some kind of attack. Shouldn't have happened. The crown should be active. This is news to you. You have no fucking idea what she's talking about.
Yeah, neither do I. Yeah, no, I do not have any clue what she's talking about. He just nods like he knows what's going on, and then I'm gonna look down at the bodies, try to like determine like origin.
The only symbol anywhere on them is a patch that all of them have on it. It's all the same symbol. It's a logo, and you don't recognize it. You do notice something though as you're peering down at them. They all have guns, and all the guns look normal. As you're piecing things together, you begin to realize these are a bunch of humans.
Strange. Is this the only attack that's happened so far?
Tonight? Yes. I hope it stays that way. I heard
I don't think it will. If they were brave enough to attack once, especially with the full force of humans, I don't think they're going to hold off again.
Pridwin, this is the point where you are exiting the cabin to go rejoin your wife.
Okay. Isaac's at the cabin?
Isaac is at the cabin. You are walking out of the teamless cabin, where you just did what you did, and you step outside to go rejoin, to try and meet back up with your wife and start waking the team up to tell them what happened, and you run face first into Maze.
Maze, Pridwin is currently completely crimson red. Like, his armor is completely red.
He still is, like, scorched and steaming, like his electricity has gone off also.
Maze?
Did Maze die?
I
He
think
said
Maze
he'll
died.
be right back.
Oh, I
Yeah,
missed the
Maze
BRB.
died.
Sorry,
Oh,
I
he
did.
died.
Nice.
Damn it, Dylan!
God dang it, Bobby.
We're waiting on him.
Oh.
Brian, you hear the group talking at the cabin. Do you join them? Brian died
Sorry,
too?
deputy walked in.
LOL.
He was
I'm here. I'm back.
I
What
was
was it?
harassing him.
I don't know if he was just
You
so
talked to the deputy.
embarrassed that he
Maze,
got outed for acting
Pridwin
like
is
a
covered in
fucking
blood and
pervert.
steaming like
Yeah.
his
that
electricity's gone off.
Wait, so what's going on?
So Pridwin just came out of the cabin that the perimeter is around, covered in blood.
Oh, looks like you had some fun.
Yeah, there's steam and electrical. There's still voltage coming off of him.
There's like a dark aura radiating around him that you can just sense.
I can tell I missed something.
Trust me, you wouldn't have had any fun.
Yeah, these all look very weak to me, to be honest.
Indeed, they were.
So, anything I should know regarding them?
As you're saying this, Maze, you see somebody else walk out of the cabin in the background. It is Gabriel, and he has a body in his arms that you recognize.
Oh,
You recognize the long red hair almost immediately. It's matted with blood, and there is blood almost literally, like, coming out of her as he carries her in his arms, and immediately moves towards the academy. He died again.
Good lord.
Maze, come back.
May, we miss you.
Jesus Christ. Brian, were you gonna join the group? I don't know if a deputy's still there. Brian, you step
He is.
outside and you see a huddle of people, including a woman and a man that you don't recognize. Holding, the woman is holding the infant.
Brian will. What'll he do? I guess he'll still be in his weapon form, so he'll just go wherever with Monty, I guess.
Amani steps out with you in your weapon form and joins the group. Maze,
yes.
you see Gabriel carrying a body moving in that way he does, where he's not running, but you can definitely tell he's using some sort of ability to activate his speed, and he's walking, but he's moving fast.
What the hell happened?
Do you want the long answer or the short answer?
Whichever one is easier for you, I should say.
To put it simply, the government tried to kidnap my sister, kill Katya, and get to my brother-in-law. And now, I'm going to kill everyone involved.
Wait, the government?
The American government.
Sorry, I'm in my mind. We were last session. We were all talking about how the American government's always involved. Maze looks to him and sorry. So, are we planning a trip, or are we just gonna go bust down their door?
It's not the entire government. They have some sort of branch that's responsible for this.
I would say by this point you guys have started walking towards Redacted's cabin. Not like you want to have this conversation
in public.
Everybody.
Yeah.
So you guys have been walking. It only takes you a few minutes to get to the door. You step inside, and Maze, you see a huddle of people. You see Liam and Minerva. Liam is leaning heavily on Minerva's shoulder, and he appears to be injured. You see, I don't think you've met a male and female you don't recognize, and one of them is holding an infant, and the infant has a bandage that's being held to their ear, which is blood-soaked. You see Amani standing there holding Brian in his weapon form, and his weapon form seems to be, like, trembling with rage. Of course, Lunala is there as well. Sophia and Lorenzo and Cody are in the kitchen, kind of in the background, listening to everything going on.
What happened to Katya?
This group, they're making synthetic demon weapons.
That's possible?
What? You hear from several members of the group.
It's not something I'm particularly familiar with. Pidge's parents were involved in...
You mean Anna?
No, I'm talking about Anna. Or not Anna, Pidge. I'm talking about Pidge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're okay, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I am talking about Pidge specifically.
Yeah.
Pidge's parents were involved in some research. I suppose that they succeeded, but we have their research under lock and key. Which means they've figured out a different way. Or perhaps simply caught up. And it seems that these weapons that they have made are able to subvert the Black Blood.
How is that even possible? You hear Minerva say from the side. Nothing can get through Katya's black blood. Nothing!
Wait.
Except for this.
They're attempting to create weapons that are immune to or are effective against black blood.
Effective against. The blade that this man used, it was crude. Like it had been forced into the shape of a machete. No actual embellishment or anything. And yet it cut through her like I did with the humans.
I see. That shouldn't normally be possible.
Precisely.
Maze is looking at like every injured in the group, and he goes on to say, "So, when are we gonna go bust that door open and give them an ass kicking?"
You say this, Pridwin, that's when your PDA activates. It's a pager tone, and you haven't gotten one of these in quite a while. Not since you joined the academy.
Pridwin's going to check his PDA.
You wipe the blood from your gauntlet enough to activate your PDA, and you see the message you received from Gabriel.
It's going to have to wait. Katya's in trouble.
Lead the way.
The injuries are worse than they thought. I'm going to have to perform a surgery. You should all remain here. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. Keep her alive.
I've stitched her together too many times to lose her now.
He nods.
Pridwin is going to nod and then leave.
Pridwin steps out of the cabin, and you all are left there, hanging in the suspense. You know that you've just been attacked. You know Katya probably took the worst damage and is somehow declining. Liam clears his throat and, without making eye contact with any of you, whispers, "I'm sorry. I should have brought this to you sooner."
What do you mean?
He grinds his teeth together. This is my fault.
How could any of this be yours?
He pulls out a piece of paper. wadded and creased from being crumbled up and reopened many times. 3 days ago, I found this in my dorm room. I've known about them for a while, but I didn't think they would be rash enough to just show up. He holds the piece of paper out. Isaac, you and Maze are kind of standing by each other. You both get a good look at this paper.
Isaac will read it.
It's the same piece of paper that I showed you guys in the session. There's the same matching logo at the top of it, and it has 2 lines of text on it.
Maze is peering over Isaac's shoulder, reading it as well.
Hold on, let me...
The first line of text says, "Where is Fuse?" The second line of text says, "Give him to us, or your fiancé is next."
Isaac will read that out loud.
There's murmurs that emerge from the rest of the room. Liam turns and looks at Callan. Callan, I'm so sorry. I didn't know they were gonna do this. Callan raises a hand. I'm not mad at you. But the fact that my daughter got hurt because of these fucks. You see him just trail off, seething with rage. This was coordinated, Lunala says from the side. Granted, they were human, but this wasn't some run-of-the-mill attack.
They had tools.
They planned.
Bullets don't do that, Callan says, pointing at Liam, at the bullet hole in his side that Minerva has roughly patched together. Human bullets don't hurt us like demon weapons do. So what the fuck is this?
Did they use some sort of magic bullets? Were either of you able to extricate the projectile?
Yeah, Minerva says, and reaches into her hoodie pocket, pulling out a small bag. It's a little baggy, and there's blood pooling beneath a metallic-looking object.
Isaac will look at it and say, I'm not particularly familiar with metallurgy. Would you know anyone who could examine it?
There's a blacksmith down in the area we're not allowed to go. He might be able to figure it out. Of course, I don't know how we'd get it down there. You hear Lunala add from the side.
Would there be anyone who could allow us passage, considering the importance of this situation?
Liam chimes in. Fredwin's gone down there a couple times. Maybe we should ask him when he gets back.
Understood.
So what are we doing now? Amani says from the side. You can see the sword in her hand rattling a bit. Are we seriously just gonna sit here and pretend like this is the only thing that's gonna happen tonight? Pridwood said we should stay together. And stay safe. And Pridwin is following those rules, she adds. By running off by himself. Granted, to go try and save a life, but still. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to just sit here and do nothing. Liam's gonna slowly look over to Isaac. Did you get anything from them?
Pridwin managed to encourage some information from them.
You're gonna
He
share with
knows
the
where-
class, Cody says from the background.
Isaac kind of shifts as if he's not entirely sure if he should be sharing this right now. He said he knows where they staged their attack.
You can feel the group almost leaning forward, waiting for the information.
However, I think we should probably wait to go kicking down doors until after he's back.
So what? We're just gonna sit here? We're just gonna sit here and wait. And do nothing?
Isaac shifts again.
What if she dies, huh? You hear Amani say from the side. What if she dies while Pridwin's working on her and the people that did this get away with it? Because we sat here and waited for Pridwin to come back.
I don't think he's going to be happy about this.
But can we at least do something productive while we're waiting then? Is there anything we can do?
The staging ground. It's in Death City. The man said that they staged it at a abandoned warehouse, not too far.
Oh, fuck. You hear Liam say under his breath.
Is it a familiar location?
Liam grinds his teeth. One of my
Wait.
old team leaders was murdered in a warehouse out there.
Oh, we're talking about that. Okay. Sorry, I missed a few things.
This is also the place the werewolves.
Yeah.
We're
Another.
tortured? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lunala
we
will
tortured
chime in
Jagger.
and say, it's also discreet enough for getting information out of people.
You can see that Maze's sword arm is very twitchy.
I doubt he will be happy about us going to search. But if they have even the slightest inclination that their cover might be blown, they're going to be trying to torch that place as soon as possible.
Agreed. This was definitely very calculated. I believe they were testing
So what
that
I'm
weapon they
hearing
created.
is, Callan says from the side, that we should go not investigate the warehouse, but maybe make a perimeter around it? And maybe knock a few heads in the process?
Maze is smiling at that prospect.
I suppose if we were to catch anybody who was attempting to cover up their tracks, we could engage in some citizens' arrest.
Citizens arrest this guy.
Maze is already gripping his sword.
Anna grabs Callan by the shoulder. I'm not comfortable with this. You left the cabin once last night, and we almost both died. You're not going out there with them. Callan makes a face. You can see his fingers digging, the nails digging into the flesh of his palm, his hand shaking.
With all due respect, sir, we need somebody here to make sure that they don't come back.
Oh, I just rolled mutations that are very fitting for Maze's current emotional state.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna send this to GM.
I gotta pull it up. Hold on. Which level were you rolling for?
1.
That checks out. That checks out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a whole lot of sense.
You guys begin to feel a very intense heat radiating off of Maze, and he's also has a ear-to-ear grin on his face.
We should not tarry long.
Agreed.
Don't have to tell me twice, Liam says, and moves off of Minerva's shoulder. You see him take a step and wince. I think you're gonna have to run this one. Minerva frowns and holds her hand out. He flashes into it in his weapon form, and you see his eyes appear in one of his blades. Let's fucking go.
Isaac will hold out his hand for Viv and say, the more things change, the more things stay the same.
Remind me again why we are helping them?
Would you not like to get involved with another corrupt government?
Oh, I would very much, but I get the feeling this transaction is going to be one-sided.
I'm sure that they'll repay us.
Most others don't. And she flashes into your palm.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Nothing, Minerva says, and walks outside.
Maze follows immediately after.
Isaac will follow as well.
Brian, are you and Amani going? Or is he being harassed?
Fuck yeah!
Brian, you and Amani follow after the small group. Lunala looks bothered, wanting to go with you, but she remains inside with Callan, Hana, and the others. I'll tell Predwin when he gets back, and we'll join you as soon as we can.
Understood.
He is gonna be very mad that we're going to do this.
We're not investigating, Amani says to Brian. We are simply making sure there's something to investigate. I think
We're
that's
cleaning
fair.
house.
That is fair.
We are securing the area, as it...
Cleaning up a mess.
You guys start jogging. The jogging turning into a run, fueled with rage.
Brian says to Monty in the inner link, I think anyone would be mad if we just firestormed the whole building and blew it to ash.
Yeah, I think they'd be pretty mad.
Okay. So no doing that. Gotcha.
Yeah. What if there's clues in there that tell us who the fuck is responsible for this? Or what they're planning to do next?
Okay, fair.
You guys are led by Liam and Minerva. Liam knowing exactly where to go. You make your way through Death City, jogging through the streets. A few minutes in, Minerva gets irritated with trying to navigate, instead ends up on the rooftops, lurching with an agileness that makes some of you jealous, and begins running along the rooftops, heading for the Woodhouse district. It takes you about 10 minutes.
Maze is just casually strolling. He's not mad. He's very excited. and he's gonna have his mask on, just casually strolling down the street.
Maze is iconic, so this checks out.
Yeah.
Alright.
You guys, like I said, it takes about 10 minutes to get out there, and you pause kind of on the edge of the warehouse district looking out. You see rows of warehouses, large, many of them with different companies' symbols painted on the outsides of them. Many that look old and forgotten. You don't
Trying to see
really-
any windows or anything?
I mean, all over the place. A lot of these warehouses have different builds and windows and things.
Can Brian use Blessing of the Storm to levitate to the roof of this warehouse to see if there's a window up there he can peep in?
Well, the issue again there is that there's a lot of warehouses. You're gonna have to figure out which one they might be in.
Damn, do you remember which warehouse it was?
I know which warehouse it is. You
What is it?
guys, oh, you're saying that to Liam. I thought you said DM. I was like, of course I know which warehouse it is. What the fuck do you mean?
I was like, Liam!
DM, do you know?
Liam! With an L!
Liam, you're saying this. You guys have kind of huddled together in the same area now, looking out on the warehouse grounds. And Liam, his eyes appear in the blade again, tense and narrowed. Well, if you're referring to the one that Jay was murdered in, it was closer to the edge. He nods down one of the rows. One of those over there.
So if I were a bunch of sadistic fucks who tried to murder a child, they're also planning to kill a bunch of other people, where would I be?
That's the thing, though. You hear, sorry, I'm forgetting who's here. You hear Amani say. Amani is studying the warehouses. That letter. It said that they were gonna take Minerva, right? Like, as in kidnap her? She looks towards Isaac, who still has the paper.
That
Wait a
is
second.
the implication, yes.
That means there had to have been an extraction team. They had to have had a plan to get her out.
So there might be a vehicle or something waiting,
And other people.
which means we might have an opportunity to get more information.
Or revenge.
Wait a second. Brian says in his interlink to Amani, is anyone else with Lunala?
Yes. Are you saying that
Okay.
to... Are you asking me, or are you saying that to Amani?
I'm saying that to Amani because I remember someone saying, "No, don't leave anyone alone. We have to stay together."
Yes.
You know.
So, Lunala is currently in the cabin with Cody, Sophia, Lorenzo, Solon and Xavier are in their rooms. There's a lot of people in that cabin. Cal and Hana, Oliver in there.
I don't want to see the kind of hell Pridman will wreak if something happens to her. Oh God.
Yeah.
God forbid.
Pridwin would become a villain if that happened.
It will be an in-game
Truly.
scenario for that character, I think, if Lunala goes down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
already have something I want to happen with Brian, but I haven't played up the DM first.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Hello.
I've-
I've heard
I've
nothing
already-
about this.
I'll
Hello.
message you them later. I'll message you them later.
I've already discussed with DM an in-game scenario that would happen with Maze if anything happened. There's some good quotes for that.
Oh yeah, so you guys are on the edge of the warehouses. We said we weren't going to go down there until Pridwin was here, right?
We simply want to make sure that they don't leave.
What I'm worried about is that they're gonna try and get rid of evidence.
Do you think we should try and subdue them? I'm sure that they probably have some sort of purge protocol if the team doesn't get back to them soon enough.
Well, that's the fine line we have to cross. If we go down there and try to subdue them, we risk activating the purge protocol itself. Of course, if we wait around, it could already be happening. I'm not gonna be the one to make the call.
I have an idea. I doubt they're going to just burn everything down if they think they can escape. They'll probably just try to drive away. So, I can make sure that they can't. I can lay hazards on the road, outside of their field of view. If they try to drive away, their tires will pop, and then we try to hit them before they get the chance to purge everything.
Ooh, you scare me, Amani says to the side.
Maze
You
would
make
probably be
me happy.
Maze would probably be a distance away from them. Does he have a specific way of like talking to them? Would he have like an earpiece or something?
I mean, you guys would be... The team duel resonates. You guys can talk through your interlinks, so that's what I'm imagining is happening.
Maze
has
can't
trouble
do that.
doing that. So, Maze, yeah, you just see them all standing, not talking to each other.
Maze just sort of waves at them.
Isaac will wave back.
So he's going to point at himself. He's gonna point at you guys, back at himself, at the warehouse, and then pull out his sword.
Uh-oh.
Isaac will cross his arms in an X motion.
Maze will give a thumbs up to that.
Point. He will point to the road.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like gesture. He's. You know the blood gang sign?
Yeah. Yes.
He does that, but it's more like, it's supposed to look like spikes.
Yeah.
And then he points to the road again, then he gestures like a hand moving over the spikes and then stopping. And then he gestures to you and the rest of the group and then does a diving motion.
Maze, roll insight!
Yes.
Should I roll something
That's an
for
18.
Isaac?
Yeah, counter.
I did an 18.
Let's see. 18. They're on the exact same page.
They're on the exact same page.
You could be flipping each other off and it would make perfect sense. Like, you guys are breathing at the same time.
Yeah.
You know exactly
The entire
what
party's
he just told you.
the entire party's watching them communicate perfectly through hand gestures.
I've never been more impressed.
Yeah, it's everybody
almost
on the
never been
outside.
more
It just
impressed
looks like
in
they're
my
doing
life.
gang signs at each other.
That they both nod in agreement.
Brian seeing this will just go, look at Maze, look at Isaac, look at Maze, look at Isaac, and look at Amani and go, what the fuck was that?
I have no fucking clue.
It's horrifying. Scare me.
I would like all of you present to make a perception check.
Ooh.
Oh joy. That is 17.
12.
Wait, do we have to put that in group roles?
Yeah, I'll put that in group
Oh,
roles.
yeah, good idea.
Dog.
What is that noise?
It's
Dog.
Scream, don't mind her.
Ah, yeah, Scream.
She's throwing a tantrum.
We have a bloodhound with us.
Alright. Oh, fun.
With 17.
I am all by myself.
Ah, yeah. Brian, you're hand gesturing going on between them. However, you notice that Amani isn't watching them. Amani's eyes are settled on something in the distance, and she has not looked away from that spot, not once in the last several minutes.
See?
She actually shifts you in her palm, using the line, the edge of your sword, to point towards something, as if she's trying to judge something based on the edge of your sword.
Ryan's gonna look at what she's pointing me at. As you say,
You look in the direction, and you don't really see anything at first. She's looking at the tops of the warehouses, and it's dark over there. The clouds that were once parted have started to cloud over again. You sense rain might be coming. You can smell it in the air. Always something you were familiar with at sea.
I love the smell of rain.
Isaac, you're plotting how to set these traps along the road. And as you follow the road's gaze, you notice out of the corner of your eye, since you guys got the same number, Amani is leveling the storm sword as if she's using it as a guide to look at something. And you kind of look towards the direction she's looking. And you notice the rooftops over there, and you don't see anything. And it's odd, but she is so very focused on this spot, and as you sit there for just a moment and watch with her, you see movement.
Oh?
You hear Amani under her breath go, "Are my eyes deceiving me? Or is there somebody over there watching us?"
How do we proceed?
I don't like this. Have we already been noticed? Or are they doing the same thing that we are right now and trying to figure out if that's actually a person?
They probably already noticed Maze. They probably only noticed Maze because he's just casually strolling down the road.
This is true. Maze is kind of walking down the road.
Yeah.
You hear Amani say under her breath,
If they're distracted, then we might be able to take them out.
"Moving from the side."
Speaking of Maze, does he see the threads?
As far as threads go, what are you focusing on right now?
He's just staring down the street.
You, with the threads, are being guided towards the back corner warehouses.
Oh.
Nothing's very tight, but they all lead in that general direction.
Mm-hmm. And he doesn't have his sword ready as if he's ready to fight. He just has it leaning on his shoulder.
Trying to find the person that's over here real quick. Is it you? No, it is not you. What did you say? Sorry.
Oh, Maze just has his sword resting on his shoulder. He's very carefree at the moment.
So you're just chilling down there?
Yeah.
That's fair, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Who is with them? Sorry, I'm trying to decide who is on the roof right now. Is it you? Ah, there it is. That's the person I was looking for. Sorry, I had to figure out what folder they were in. Yeah, so there is a person, you think, based on that roll, you think you see a person moving on the rooftops, but you can't get a good look at them. What is your plan of action, all of you there right now?
I'm not particularly stealthy, and I would like to try and get my traps laid out. I think someone with a bit more light stat might be best to go in.
You see, as you say this, Minerva is beside you holding the long, dual-bladed sword. She stands up, takes 2 steps backwards, and then disappears.
Excellent.
She rolled a 19.
God damn.
Damn.
Minerva, yeah, she's holding Liam, and you see, like, she doesn't have most of her armor on. She doesn't have her helmet on anyway, so you can see the look in her eyes. It's like a fucking cat with a mouse. Like, she is dead on focused, goes into a prowl, slinks into the shadows, and she's gone.
And remember, I'm lurking and stalking when you least expect it.
As you guys see that they've disappeared, Maze is standing down on the road. Isaac, how would you like to proceed trying to get these traps set up without being noticed?
So, how does this individual who is watching us, or watching the area, seem to be able to see the immediate road outside of the...
Based on
basically
where they're
the escape
standing
route?
on top of the warehouse, you would say yes.
Okay,
But
so
it also,
Could
from what
Brian
you can tell,
assist them?
you think they're watching Maze.
yeah.
He
So,
provides a good distraction. His presence is 2.
is there a portion of the... So, does the road go in both directions past this,
So, it's not really a road per se. The warehouse district is kind of walled in. And the warehouses, it's like rows. Giant warehouses that face each other. So there's a wide road kind of area that goes in between the warehouses that face each other, and there's several rows of warehouses that face each other. Does that make sense?
Kinda?
So it's like a compound,
Yeah.
kind of warehouses.
Yeah. So Isaac basically wants to try and see if there's a specific exit point, like if there's multiple or just one,
There
or...
are multiple exits, but most of them are behind where you guys came from.
Okay. And are all of the exits visible to this person?
No.
Okay. So he's going to try and set up Bed of Thorns in a couple of different... basically, he's going to try and set Bed of Thorns up in, like, any choke points or anywhere that would block off the most number of locations without being spotted.
Mm-hmm.
Would Brian be able to, like, assist, like, get in places faster so he can set them up quicker?
Yes, I will actually give you advantage, Isaac, on setting up all your shit if Brian is helping you.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
hell yeah, I'm gonna help him.
So the 2 of you are setting up traps. Maze, you've noticed that everybody has disappeared from the rooftop.
Yeah. He's chilling. He's just gonna continue slow strolling down the road. I should mention he would have his bell on his sword.
Jingling?
So,
Yeah.
yeah, a few aura points for him.
Yeah, so you guys, I won't even make you roll for it. You start setting up your traps and everything. Maze, you can't see any of them. You don't even see the person on the warehouse top anymore. You're just kind of strolling.
Yeah,
Making
he's
your way
waiting.
slowly down.
He's waiting for the fight to begin. He wants to bash some skulls.
Isaac, you're making progress. You're starting to get, a good layout of everything when all of the sudden there is a rumbling.
Oh.
It's like a burst of magic.
Does he see where this is coming from?
Yeah, it's coming in the direction of the warehouse.
He's gonna look over towards it. Can he see what's actually happening? Or
Yeah,
is it...
there's some shit going down on the rooftop.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Is it Minerva beating the fuck out of the guy?
There is a fight going on the rooftop.
Understandably.
Is it loud?
It ain't quiet.
Oh dear.
Understandable.
I believe we might have made some noise.
There's an almost vibration in the sorry, I'm getting faxes.
You're good.
I'm
You're
getting
good.
prayers. As you what? Say that one more time to me now that I'm processing.
So Isaac was just trying to determine if this might have blown our cover, or like if there seems to be any sort of like action occurring, or if it's just the fight on the rooftop.
There is just a fight on the rooftop going on. You haven't seen anything from actually down on ground level.
Well, considering they would probably want to fucking bail before they destroyed all their shit, he's going to just try and keep an eye on the exit points of the actual warehouse to see if they, suddenly try and fuck off.
Oh, this is gonna make me sad.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's just I don't think any of you are familiar with the people that are currently being fought right now, but several party members are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well.
Cat.
So yeah. This fight is occurring on the rooftop, and you hear through your inner link there's a vibration for a moment, and then a voice snaps in. Get out of here. You guys need to leave now.
That's not going to happen until you back off. What's going on?
These aren't humans, you hear Minerva say.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Then you need backup.
She doesn't
Brian
respond.
here. Can Brian see where Minerva is?
All you can hear is the combat going on the roof of the warehouse.
Brian teleport to a rooftop.
Isaac's going to try and wave Maze down.
Let's see if Maze sees him.
Yeah, does Maze see him?
That's a 4.
Oh my god.
Maze, you are twiddling your thumbs. You are bored as fuck.
Yeah, no, he's very bored. He wants the excitement to start.
Like, where the hose at? For real, though. Like.
Yeah. He's just like imposing himself in the middle of the road, waiting for someone to challenge him.
Maze?
Does he hear?
Yell this out loud? Yeah.
Would I
Maze,
be able
you
to-
hear Isaac yell your name.
Oh, because I rolled a 4. He looks around. Yeah?
You don't know where Isaac is, but you definitely heard him.
Yeah?
Conflict. Rooftop. Time to kill.
Oh, he's going to immediately sonic step to the nearby rooftop.
You sonic step and lurch yourself upward, getting onto the rooftops, and that's when you see it. There's Liam and Minerva. You can make out Minerva with the long dual blade, and you see 3 other figures moving around her, and it is taking everything she has not to get hit by them.
He's going to rush towards them.
I need to kill. I need to kill.
He's got a smile on his face.
You start running, your footsteps rumbling against the metal and stone of the roofs above you. As you charge in and see multiple figures. I gotta post some pictures here.
Yippee.
Yippee.
I'm gonna have you guys make some memory checks because again, I don't think any of you actually know who these people. Pridwin would.
Yeah, but
Pridwin
he's not
would
here right
know,
now.
and I think Liam knows who these people are because Liam was there.
Yeah.
So then wouldn't Minerva know since he's with
Minerva
he's with Leland?
was not with him at the time. They were not
But he
together
could
yet.
tell
This
her.
was before. This was right before Pridwin joined, I think.
Yeah.
The Greenbloods mission.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and Minerva wasn't a part of the
Yeah.
party even after Pridwin joined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, hold on, I gotta. Sorry, I'm getting my pictures. We're getting there eventually. Playing curse. Yeah, they're there. Here we go. So you see this person, who else is not dead? And this person.
Who else is not dead?
Who else is not dead?
These three people. And one of them is holding a weapon. All of them, though, most of them are wearing kind of their eccentric outfits, like in the pictures. All of them have a strange symbol on their person somewhere, though.
Oh boy.
And it's a symbol you've seen tonight.
I'm assuming it's the same one that was on the Army Boys.
Yeah.
Oh. Miz, once he gets there, would not hesitate and immediately go for a swing on one of them.
You immediately go down for a swing. I am not going to make you roll initiative. We are going to do this in the manner of rapid rolls, because fuck me, I don't want to deal with initiative right now.
That's fine.
So I'm just gonna make you guys do some
Theater of the
counter
mind.
rolls. Roll
All right.
counter to hit one of these people.
15.
You're gonna hit.
All right.
What are you aiming for?
He would be aiming for their shoulder.
And then which one are you aiming for?
Lilith.
Interesting. So you go to hit this person in all white on the shoulder. It kind of pisses you off because you've seen somebody else in all white recently, and this person's gonna have to suffice.
Yeah, he chose them because they looked the strongest.
Yeah. So you go arcing down to hit this person in the shoulder, and you are intercepted by a sword. The girl with the long blonde hair has thrusted her sword in between you and Lilith's shoulder, and she's glaring at you, and as the blow is deflected, you see eyes appear in the katana.
He grips his blade tighter in excitement.
Isaac, it doesn't take you and Brian and Amani and your partner too much time to catch up to the rest of them on the rooftop. And you see a large group forming on this rooftop.
Isaac is going to cry out, "Rejoice, you wretched souls! Your penance is coming."
Not the time for your words.
You see as the girl in the hood slowly turns to look at you, reaches up to her collar where there appears to be a radio set, clicks it, and you hear her whisper, "Burn it."
Soon as this is, could he try and make a speed check to stop her?
You can try, but I mean, it's literally right next to her jaw, so.
I mean, true, but she
Brian
does
make
still
a
have to
speed
press
check?
the button.
Try?
DM, can Brian make a speed check to punch her in the face?
Try?
Okay. Next one, bitches!
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Never mind. Isaac
You
is not even
even-
going to. He's like holding his arms up in this like preacher pose.
She
He's the fucking praise the sun pose from Dark Souls.
Yeah.
roll that she made. You manage to catch her as she keys up. So she doesn't get the word out, but she keys up and then unkeys as you crash into her. You hear static come through the radio as you knock her back. Agent Whisper, re-advise. You see her rub a hand under her nose and bring it back bloody, making eye contact with you. Her hand very close to the radio again. Don't make this difficult.
You tried to kill our friends.
I didn't try to do anything.
I think you did. You're wearing the same insignia that those people were wearing. So for that, you're gonna fucking die.
You say this, Maze, the girl with the katana, is already in combat with you.
Mm-hmm.
You two are fighting it out in the background. Isaac, that leaves the girl in white, who, as you watch, has twisted her hands, and you see it's like all of the air has left Minerva's chest. You see her buckle, gripping at the center of her armor over her heart as her nails suddenly dig into the ground beneath her. Her
Damn.
fingernails actually making an awful screeching sound.
And I have Brian Thundershock on her.
You would not notice because you were currently squaring off with Hooded Girl.
Gotcha.
You waste this suffering on those who do not seek it. He's going to try and attack the person who's locked in combat with Minerva.
There are those who seek it. She responds, not so much as moving. Her fingers are curled tight, and Minerva is gripping at her chest and gasping for air. She's actually dropped Liam at this point.
Isaac's specifically going to go for forced penance. He's going to try and entangle this person.
Roll?
Alright.
Oh my god, these dice are the dice tonight.
Oh. Natural 20?
Oh shit.
So you go to entangle her. You manage to get her ankle,
I've shocked it
but
myself.
you notice that she's not standing on the ground anymore. By
Oh.
some sheer luck, you manage to grab her, but she's hovering.
So entangle or forced penance doesn't. It's not the ground attack. It's the one where he swings his whip and wraps them in it.
Ah, okay. Then yeah, you notice the way that she dodges, she's not standing on the ground anymore. And she almost gets out of your grab, but she doesn't. You manage to get hold of her.
Do not resist. We have such sights to show you.
She smiles. This sounds like something that only two should enjoy.
Oh,
And she, you see her as you've got a hold of, like, probably her torso or her legs. She thrusts her hands, flipping them palms down, and then shoves them down, and there's a burst of air that pushes Brian, Whisper, Maze, Katana Girl, Slayer, all the way off in different directions, and just leaves you. So now you all are on your own rooftops.
All right.
Hell yeah.
yeah.
Brian, you're standing, you kind of get back to Amani really gets back to her feet. And the girl across from you in the hood does the same. Come on, kid. I just want to go home.
You shouldn't have come here.
I literally got paid to come here. I don't know what you want from me.
I want you to not take such shitty jobs that are gonna get you killed because you work with the people who tried to kill our friends.
Kill your friends. Your friends killed my friends.
Yes. Who are your friends?
My
Who are they?
friends. We're a group called Curse. And slowly she lowers the hood.
Ah, it's them.
My
Never
friends
heard of them before.
were minding their business, doing a little business, taking some kids, and getting them where they were supposed to go. And then your friends showed up. And they started killing everybody. And there
Yeah,
was this
because
little
Curse
girl
blew a
with the
fucking
long
baseball-sized
red hair.
hole.
You know what she did?
Yeah, they
She
blew a
fucking-
baseball-sized hole through her.
Nah, you wanna know what
Does that sound
she
like
did?
what you were supposed to do?
It was payback.
Payback is murdering a child. You
The
have some
child
shitty fucking
murdered
friends,
first.
buddy. It's a
Yeah.
child. You don't try to kill them.
So because she's little, she gets a free pass even though she's a monster.
No one should get a free pass for killing anyone.
Then
However,
maybe you should
killing
ask
isn't the
her.
only solution.
Maybe you should ask her what she did down there in that compound before you blew it to hell with everybody inside of it.
I wasn't even part of the team back then.
Exactly.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You and I, we don't have this, Coral. You and I, we don't have to do this, and I don't want to do this. You seem like a decent fucking set of kids. You don't belong here. But that one, she points to the other roof where Liam and Minerva are. That fucking double-edged sword over there, he's responsible. Him and that
Those people
shitty
over
little
there are
redhead.
my family, and I won't let you hurt them.
Oh. Ah, so it's loyalty then, is it? Fine.
We're all
You
loyal
wanna
to
throw
something.
down? Let's throw down, she says, and pulls her hoodie off and tosses it aside. She raises her fist, and you notice her knuckles are scarred. Her hands, her knuckles, everything is scarred, and the sides of her head, her ears, are in a very specific shape. She glares at you. You wanna fight? Let's fight. But fight me like a man, and not like a shitty little weapon.
I will fight you however I choose.
What a little bitch. Too afraid to go up against
Oh yeah,
a girl?
I'm the little bit. You see, everyone says that. Too afraid to go up against the little girl? I have gone up against some scary motherfuckers. There's been a bitch that's dragged someone to hell right in front of me. You ever see that shit? That was a woman. That was my adopted mother. That was horrifying.
Yeah?
Yes.
And what are you
Yes, I
afraid
am.
of? She says. She's standing there with her hands above her, lightly curled. What are you afraid of, kid?
I'm afraid of failing my friends. Which I won't let happen again. I've seen too many of them die in front of me to let it happen again.
Amani lowers you beside her. I'll fight her. You want a fair fight, right? Amani drops you, Brian. Fine.
Oh. And turns back in his human form.
Fine. You want to fight? Let's fight. Amani looks back at you, and you hear her say something to you in your inner link that only you can hear. You need to go down there and make sure they don't burn anything.
Brian's gonna look at this girl, squint his eyes, and then jump down the rooftop.
You kind of step backward off the side of the rooftop and disappear. Amani rolls her head, rolls her shoulders. You hear cracking as you drop, and she begins cracking her knuckles as she walks forward, approaching this girl. It's been a little while since I boxed on the deck of the shit. We got any rules to this? Yeah, don't disappoint me. Whisper and Amani, there's a sudden cracking, and then they are in a complete fist fight. Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
You and Homegirl are on the higher part of the roof. Minerva is on the ground, and you can see her fingers have stopped moving. Lilith smiles down at you. What are these sights you've promised me?
Is Minerva unconscious, or is she dying?
She's unconscious.
Okay.
You get the sense that whatever this person did, they were not trying to kill her.
Mm.
Which makes sense to you with the note that's still in your pocket.
Yeah, true. I will show you the light. The truest thing in this world. I will show you the error of your way.
And here I was hoping you weren't gonna be high and mighty.
In suffering, we find deliverance. Let me deliver you.
She raises a hand and flicks several fingers. Roll a dodge.
Alright. Well,
Yeah, you're not dodging that. You hear
for
a
flavor-
whistling.
for flavor, he doesn't even try. He just holds out his arms.
You hear a whistling sound as you do this. And suddenly from the side, debris, sharp pieces of metal that would have, rusted off of windows or come off of these warehouses. They seem to have been swirled up in a bit of air, and they are hurtling at you, and they penetrate your side.
Hmm.
She tilts her head curiously, watching you take this without so much as a movement.
How much does this hurt?
Let's see. She wasn't trying to hurt you that bad. I'd say probably like 34 points of damage.
34? Hold on.
She wasn't like trying that hard to hurt you. She was just impacting you to see what you'd do.
34 you said?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. As the shrapnel digs into his flesh, he simply looks down, grabs one of the pieces, pulls it out, and says, I fear you're holding back on me. Shame. I was hoping I could learn from you. Very well. I will show you no such mercy.
What are you gonna do?
He is going to his sheets. I need to finish his sheet. Let's go for an exsanguinate.
Okay.
Big bleed damage.
Describe to me what that looks like.
So, as is she grappled, or is did the grab technically not go off?
She's not grappled, but you have a hold of her.
Mm-hmm. So, flavor-wise, what happens is he pulls the whip back, and it just shreds the ankle that it was holding on to. And as it's shredding down, she can feel the blood being pulled, almost as if something within the whip caused it to not coagulate properly. And the leg begins to gush blood.
She, looking down at it, starts to laugh. Kind of starting as a giggle and then getting a little more and more frantic.
Is it not exquisite?
It's such a pretty color. And she is going to, the hand that was pointed towards Minerva, she's going to shift it for a moment, and you see Minerva starts breathing again. Though she's not moving. Show me more, she says, and she, lifting her palms in your directions, directs her fingertips at you, and from each of her fingertips, it's almost imperceptible to you, but you see almost like threads, tiny pieces of air, tiny little jet streams moving towards you. Roll to dodge.
Alright.
Oh, you're not dodging. Unless you crit too.
Oh. Oh boy. Let's see. Once again, he's not going to attempt to dodge.
This one is not gonna be pretty. She's using all 10 fingers, which means that it's gonna be the damage
I am ready.
times 10. Which is gonna be... Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, she critted again, Jesus fuck.
Oh.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this might not be okay.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so that's... Oh, that's... How much health does Isaac have?
Currently,
Uh-huh.
436. However, once he goes down to half health, he takes half damage.
So...
And if this is a multi-hit attack, then that would proc after a certain number of hits.
You're gonna take 250 points of damage.
Oh.
I told you it was a lot. This attack, it's unlike anything you've ever felt. It feels like you have been pierced in 10 different spots, but there's nothing there. It is, and it's not, it doesn't like stop. It's not like it hits and then stops. It's like constant, because it's like laser precision beams of air being fired into you in these locations. You feel your own blood beginning to spill, and the sensation as it continues to pierce in all of the spots that they have been is difficult for you to describe. You hear through your link, for just a moment, a hint of worry.
Isaac staggers back for a moment, almost like being hit with the force of a cannon. But he stops, standing still, and then he begins to chuckle. There it is. He looks up to her slowly, the blood dripping down his bronze mask. I have finally seen it. He takes a step forward, and then another step. The blood pooling beneath him with each movement. This is exquisite.
My turn, she whispers.
He's going to look this woman dead in the eyes and say, more. As he brings the whip up, and she thinks that he's going to strike her, but instead he brings the whip down on his own back. I need more.
It's not startled. It's more intrigued, the look that crosses her face. Hovering, she actually seems to almost lean in, watching with crazed interest. Quick pause on you, Maze. There's a lot of shit happening on the rooftop next to you, but you haven't noticed it too much because you're fighting a very fast swordswoman.
He is very excited.
You are reminded of your spars with Kaden. Because Kaden moves almost like lightning as fast as this. This chick is bouncing everywhere. Never staying in the same place, trying instead for little cuts here and there, taking as much blood as possible without standing still. What would you like to do?
Let me think. First, I'm going to probably... Hold on one sec. Let's see. Try to see what I could do.
While you're deciding real quick, Brian, you drop down to the ground.
Okay, I drop down to the ground.
You drop down to the ground, you can hear your partner fighting without you, and I'm sure it makes you feel a lot of different things in that moment.
It does not make me feel alright, that's for fucking sure.
You don't have time to think about that, because...
Oh.
Doing an hourly check.
He's doing radio checks, give him a second. Did you decide what you're doing, Mace?
Yeah, as a bonus action, first I want to accept a challenge, which I'm thinking I will probably do Adept, perform a task of the DM's choosing.
Oh. You want to know my task of choosing for you? I want you to take her sword from her.
Oh.
And I want you to break it.
Oh. Oh shit. Bet. He's going
What
to.
did he say?
He.
What did he do?
I'm just imagining Maze's grin grows wider.
Yeah. Since he's wearing the mask, they would see steam begin to emerge from the mask's mouth. Especially since they would also feel the heat from one of his mutations. He's going to. Ooh. I'm gonna try this one for now. Wait till my next turn. I'm gonna use Lasting Impression. I'm gonna roll to hit.
Okay. Oh, she rolled poorly.
That is a 15.
Well, she rolled a 5, so...
Alright. Time to roll 5d6. Okay. That's going to do... Wait, hold on. What was the total number? Okay. Oh, that was so close to triple sixes. If I had one more 6, it was a 5. Okay, so that is 48 points of damage as he's just sort of standing there eyeing them as they're moving, and he just goes for a straight punch in their direction where he thinks they're gonna be.
Yeah, I was
and
gonna
hits
say,
them.
I feel like it's one of those perfect things where he doesn't even aim, he just kind of thrusts his hand out to the side and catches them as they're moving. She staggers sideways, caught off guard, gripping at her ribs as the impact of your punch hits her fully unexpected, and she chokes out a breath.
Yeah. For extra aura points, he hasn't said a single word since this confrontation started.
I 100% believe that.
Yeah.
It's like a break.
She's
massively locked in.
She staggers trying to get herself back to her, back to her feet. She actually uses the sword, bracing herself You
Yeah.
hear a voice come from the sword. Don't touch my Meister.
He's going to, as he hears this, he's going to slowly turn and side-eye them.
You side-eye the blade. The blade is glaring back at you. You feel like a masculine rage radiating from the sword. I don't even know who you are, the sword says.
He fully turns to look at them, not saying a word. He doesn't even raise his blade.
Tell me something, the blade says as she regains her posture and brings it up in front of her defensively. Are those two traitorous bastards still down there at the academy with all of you?
He continues to say nothing. Another thing. So, because of his unnatural wavelength, what would be their reaction to that as he completely ignores the question?
It just makes him more mad, honestly.
Yeah. Because with his soul wavelength, they couldn't really tell if he was just a regular human or something else.
Yeah, no, they're just getting more and more frustrated at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just gonna flat out ignore the question. He doesn't even know the answer to that anyway.
You hear the Meister whisper, "What is he?" to the sword. The sword says, "Dead." And she comes at you again.
Right.
Roll to dodge.
Alright. Oh, whoops. I do not want to roll
Does a
5d20.
17 hit you?
That, in fact, does.
Okay. This time you have seriously pissed this Meister off. You're going to be taking 47 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
As,
It's pretty in character. I don't think he would dodge at this.
Yeah, as this Meister and weapon begin bouncing around you, and they actually go for your ankles this time.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically aiming to try and make things harder for you.
Uh-huh.
Brian, you dropped down. You're not happy about this situation, not at all.
Nope.
And
I
as
don't
you
got good
drop down,
vibes.
you realize you dropped down into a clusterfuck. Because slowly turning from their hiding place beneath between the buildings, you see 4 guys wearing all black military gear. And ever so slowly, they begin to point their rifles in your direction.
They're about to have
Brian's
a
gonna
bad
whirl his
time.
step and
They're
just
about to have a bad time.
stab him.
You just going for one?
Yeah.
Brian's just gonna fucking go for one's face.
Well, he rolled a nat 1. So you, seeing this, they turn slowly,
guy.
that comical, slow motion pause as they all turn to look at you, and then you just move. In a flash, you stab into, manifesting part of your sword in your arm, stab into this guy and throw him against the wall, and he dies instantly, and you realize, these are humans.
It's murdering time.
Humans.
I'm just imagining the Ultraman flying through a dude.
Okay, this is gonna be fun. I'm just gonna look at them, say, "Lay down your arms, and I will let you live.
You
I do
see
not have a problem with you."
2 of them glance at each other. Nervously. You see one of them's hand begins to rattle as the gun slowly begins to lower. You see the man beside him point the gun in this man's direction. Don't.
Can Brian go to stab the man that's holding the gun at the other guy?
Yes, you can. Roll.
That is a 19. Fuck you.
You're gonna hit, but he is going to get a reaction. You going to stab him?
I'm gonna try to cut off the arm that's holding the gun.
You lurch forward and swing down and sever this man's arm. No resistance. The gun does fire,
I
though.
said. Where does it hit?
You hear a grunt from behind you of pain. And the 3rd man drops to the ground. There is only
Can Brian
one
go
man
over
left
to him?
standing. Yeah, you can.
Brian's gonna look at the guy left standing. Leave or die. That is your choices.
The man is
Drop your gun.
pointing his gun at you.
God
And you,
fucking
like, he's not moving. He's just got it centered on you, like all of them did. And he doesn't do anything as you walk towards the third guy who just got shot.
Brian cast what is his killing ability? Shit.
Tears
Do
of
you
the
even have
Pacifist?
enough to cast that?
Do you?
I don't know. It doesn't even say the requirements, so I don't know. It doesn't say buy it, so I don't know.
Let me find it. Tears of the Pacifist requires 6.
6 AP? Oh yeah, I got enough to cast that. I'm good.
So you're casting Tears of the Pacifist?
I'll cast Tears of the Pacifist above the guy that's been injured.
For those above you, you guys, it starts to rain.
Can I try to cast it in a small enough area to just cover like me and this other guy?
Yes. So it starts to rain, but only in one spot. I will also add Pridwin. By this point, you finish up with Cat. You did what you did, and you have tiredly walked back to the cabin to find the only people there are Lunala and Cody right now. That you
Where's
see.
everyone else?
Lunala sighs.
Oh no.
I tried
Oh
to
no.
stop them.
Point the way. He's going to hold out his hand to her.
She holds her palm out and grabs yours. They went to the warehouse.
Of course they did.
In their defense, they were afraid that they were going to clean house before you were done, she says as she runs out the door.
And that's why I'm not angry.
You guys start running. And as Lunala wisely jumps to the rooftops, you know where you're running to, because there is combat happening in the distance. And a single cloud with rain coming down from it.
Oh.
Flashing back, let's go back to Isaac. Isaac, you and Homegirl are having a moment.
So, when he struck himself, he activated, Reign of Sorrow.
Okay.
So, as the, lash pulls itself from his back, the blood that rains down becomes like shards of glass and falls down upon this lady.
You see her tilting her head back and smiling a bit as the glass slices at her skin, making more and more red bleed through the white of her outfit.
Tell me, what is it that you hope to achieve?
She, still with her eyes closed, smiling, whispers, "Justice."
He shakes his head. Then you have failed in that goal.
Have I? He's right here. Were I but to stop him and the child responsible for this, balance would be restored.
You have tipped the scales the other direction. You have harmed those who were not involved.
Have I? I have not done anything of the sort. I've been waiting here. I knew they would come.
Those you stand beside have. And now we cannot allow you to proceed.
You could. What
He shakes his head. An innocent infant was caught in the crossfire.
You see the woman's eye twitch. How?
Struck by the man you sent to kill the child as she tried to save it.
You see the woman in white, her fingertips twitch more. She lets out a shaky breath.
This is not just. This is retaliation. Blind and filled with fury.
You see she slowly lowers to the ground. Let's go of you. With the lasers of air that she had struck you with. And she's staring at the blood on the rooftop beneath her. And she shakes her head. All I wanted was to pay them back for what they've done to us.
Let me know your suffering. Let me know what you have faced to bring you so far astray.
What did he ask?
He said, let me know. Basically, he said, let me know what happened.
She, for a moment, is looking down at Liam and Minerva, Liam in his human form now. You see her lift a finger and curl it, and a wisp of air catches the edge of Liam's mask and pulls it off of his face. The boy. He was there when they attacked. They came for the child. They tricked us.
Tricked you.
The child. She wasn't like the others. She was a trap.
What about these others?
Which others are
Why?
you referring to?
The other children. He wants to know what was even going on in that regard.
They were lost.
And you were seeking to help them find what they were lost from?
Oh, give it up already, you hear from the other roof yelling in your direction. We were fucking selling them to the highest bidder, the lady with the sword shouts. Quit acting all fucking self-righteous, Lilith.
You see Isaac has kind of got his arms out almost in this, like, empathetic pose, and then he hears that, and you can see one of his free hand tightens, telling them.
I didn't see it that way. I saw it as getting them to a place that could raise them and train them to be better.
And they were kind to these children. They nurtured them. Or did they raise them as soldiers?
Her eye twitches again. I don't know. How am I supposed to know that? We only transported them. We only held them.
You were blinded by profit. Those who came to stop you were enraged by what you'd done. Perhaps they overstepped. Perhaps they did more damage than they needed to.
Isaac, you see movement out of the corner of your eye from behind her. Liam slowly getting to his feet, his eyes on her.
Isaac's going to hold up a hand to try and stay him for a moment.
He's hovering almost like a cat ready to pounce.
Suffering leaves, suffering. The cycle has begun, but it can be broken. Make your choice.
You see her pause for just a moment. I'm sorry. That choice was made for me a long time ago. And she's gonna raise your hand in your direction.
You need not do this.
I've enjoyed playing with you. She's gonna angle her fingers towards you. Maze,
Mm-hmm.
you've been fighting this pair, and you have been privy to them interjecting, yelling at the people on the other roof.
Uh-huh.
What would you like to do?
He doesn't like when, they're not paying attention to him. He's an attention seeker. He is going to... Yeah, you know what? I think he would probably end up doing this. He's going to raise his hands and begin unclipping his restraints.
As
And
they
then...
start hitting the roof, both of their eyes return to you.
And they are heavy, and since we're on a roof, it's probably cracking the concrete roof. And he's going to... Let's see. Ooh. I haven't done that yet. I'm gonna use weaponized terrain. Which is the increase for stomp. As he shoves his hand into the concrete roof, and he's going to pull a massive chunk out of it and throw it at them. Uh-huh.
So you had that challenge, right?
Yeah. What did they roll? If there is a way,
horrors are they about to face?
if the weapon is separated from them, Maze will take it. But I rolled a 18 on the dexterity check, so. So he takes a massive, like, he has high strength, so he probably takes a big ass chunk of rock from the roof, and he's just going to throw it at them.
It's one of those things, like you did when you struck her earlier, where you're not throwing it at them, you're throwing it where they're gonna be, and it once again catches her off guard, actually strikes her directly in her center of mass, and sends her off the roof. There's a yelp of a screech as she drops, and there's a thud and a crash from somewhere below her.
Is the weapon still in her hands?
No.
He looks for the weapon.
It's laying on it's rapid speed that I'll include with your 20. That as it hits her and it separates from her hand, it goes to transform, and you catch it before it does. It begins to sizzle and burn at your hands.
Every time it hurts more, he's going to squeeze harder, and he's going to walk off, and he's going to jump off the roof to where the girl is.
You do so. The sword is desperately trying to get out of your hands. She is caught beneath the debris that you've thrown at her, trying to get up, and it's not going well.
I have a really funny quote that I've been saving for a moment like this. As he hits the ground, he's sort of eyeing the sword. He looks to the girl. Is she still conscious?
Yeah.
Okay. He looks to the he looks to the girl, and he says, Tonight on Epic Mealtime, I'm the sauce boss, and tonight
Fucking
we're eating this
Christ.
blonde little wannabe Meister bitch.
Oh my fucking god!
It is a good
He
day.
just is like, he goes from pain to horror as she's staring
Yeah.
up at you holding her sword.
Oh my god!
Jesus, Dylan.
She whispers to the sword, trying to get up, and she can't move.
Jesus
And-
Christ, Dylan.
He's going to, with the handle of the blade in one hand, he stabs with his main blade hand. He's going to stab it into the ground, his main sword into the ground. Take her blade, take the blade of it in his other hand, and I'm going to roll strength to just like, he's not trying to snap it. He's trying to grip it so hard that the blade shatters.
Jesus. Alright, man.
Oh my
I'm gonna-
fucking god!
That's a 25.
With that strength, demon weapons don't break like that normally.
Mhm.
However, you are putting so much pressure, and the burning and the steam searing, that it does shatter him back into his human form.
Mm-hmm.
The boy collapses.
Would I say that he still has a grip on his wrist?
Oh yeah, you still have a hold of him.
I'm gonna roll strength to throw him into a nearby building as hard as I can.
This is fucking horrifying.
That's a 27 for strength.
Yeah, you rolled another nat one to try and get out of your grip. Yeah, you
Yeah.
just turn full strength, and as you like arching back to throw, you hear him murmur to the side, "I told you not to let go of me, you stupid bitch." And then you throw her. You throw him as hard as you can, and he just disappears.
Hello, I'm back.
And slams into a building. Brian, there's a thunderous crash off to the side of you as a body is thrown through the brick wall.
Oh my
Oh, must be
god.
mazed.
Oh, hold on, I have a quote for the next thing I'm gonna do. Yeah, hold on.
I don't think there's enough flex seal to undo that.
Oh, 100% not. I don't think there's enough flex tape either.
Hold on.
The Meister is like, she's just frozen. You see there's tears in her eyes, disbelief,
Mhm.
pain, everything. She
Mhm.
just
Yeah, what you gonna
looks
do
up
about
at
that?
you.
He's going to slowly turn towards them. Where is it?
Also, Pridwin, while you're running,
Mhm.
you hear this really loud crash, and then you see in the distance the side of a warehouse caves in.
That's not good.
So much for discreet, Lunala says under her breath.
I have a good quote. Hold on.
Brian's just trying to heal this guy over here so he doesn't die. He's like, fuck, 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 fuck,
Brian's
fuck.
like healing this dude. The other dude with the gun is standing there, still pointing the gun at you, and he like hears the crash, and you see him like bolt.
Good choice. Shit, 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 shit.
Maze is gonna look slowly down at the girl. There's some he's gonna do some fucked up shit. Is she in any condition to fight at the moment?
No, she's stuck underneath the debris you threw at her.
Is her leg sticking out?
Yeah.
Sucks to be her.
He's going to take his blade.
Oh.
What were you gonna say?
30 grams of protein.
It's bulking season,
fuck.
baby.
No.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, bet you weren't expecting this shit.
Maze is psychotic. So
I'm
he's gonna
aware
do
of
some
that.
he's gonna do something even more fucked up. He's
I
going
know.
to I want to slice through her leg.
Oh my god.
I want to keep her conscious, but I want to slice through her leg.
She's not in a position to stop you.
He's gonna cut off her leg.
You do so. There is, for the rest of you, a scream, an ear-splitting scream. It's so loud that that, like, I'm sure Isaac's reveling in it, but most people nearby have to cover their ears.
Actually, Isaac might not be reveling in it.
It is one of the most agonized sounds you have heard in a long time, Isaac.
And he will grab the rubble and just toss it to the side and look at her.
She is, like, scream-sobbing, trying to crawl backwards from you.
He looks to her and he says, "What's wrong? Just grow back your legs. Summon up your demons. Hit me. Fight me." He breathes and regains his calm for a moment. "Give me a hug." And he's going to pick her up and squeeze her as tight as his strength allows. That's a natural 20.
How small and thin she is. You start to hear bones snapping.
He's squeezing her hard, but does he want to kill her? No, he's not going to kill her. He's just going to squeeze her to the point where she's essentially crippled.
She
Fucking god.
just, like, loses consciousness at this point. She can't handle this anymore. You have literally taken everything out of her. She crumples like a rag doll in your grasp.
And he is going to sort of carry her, like, by her scruff on his side, and he's going to walk to try to find the sword.
You start walking, looking in the direction. You see the side of the warehouse has crumbled down. Brian, are you still... Oh, he BRB'd again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my replacement's here, so it might be a minute.
Oh, you're good. So, you're looking for this. Isaac, on the rooftop, you definitely heard the scream. You heard the side of the building crumble. And you see the girl having, like, an existential crisis in front of you. And she's got her fingers angled in your direction. You see Liam poised and crouched behind her, ready to strike. And you see movements in your peripheral to the side. It is a glint of metal.
Mm-hmm.
What are you prioritizing looking at?
At this point, she's kind of fucking screwed, so he's going to look at her, and he's going to say, "You cannot kill me. I have met your suffering and found it lacking." And he's going to turn and look over in the direction of the thing.
There is a man wearing all black, like you've seen before. He's got his assault rifle aimed for Liam and Minerva. You're not sure which one he's aiming at because they're right beside each other. And his finger is resting on the trigger. You see the glint of the sights. Liam isn't looking at him. He's looking at the girl, and he's getting ready to strike.
Isaac's going to get in the way of this guy's fight picture, basically. And he's going to begin walking towards him.
You move in the same moment Liam does, and the guy fires. You feel the impact, and you are surprised to feel the impact hurt. You've just been shot, and you're taking 39 points of damage.
Oh boy.
As he shoots you in the shoulder.
How far away is he?
He's at the edge of the building, so probably a good 30, 40 feet.
Okay, so he could walk to him in his turn.
Yeah, probably.
Um,
Behind you, you hear a wet gasping sound from the woman.
Isaac's not worried about that right now. As he gets hit in the shoulder by this guy, he doesn't even seem to react to it. The crimson pouring from his body is glistening in the moonlight, and he is
I'm
just
free!
walking towards the man. Do you not understand? Suffering is divine, and he holds out his hand almost as if to embrace the man as he gets closer. I am divine.
The man's eyes widen. As you get closer to him, he fires again.
Once again, Isaac isn't going to try to dodge.
You take another 26 points of damage. The man slowly lowers the rifle as you get extremely close to him and tries to scramble. He was laying on his stomach to get better aim, and he tries to scramble to his feet.
As he's trying to scramble to his feet, Isaac gets down on his knee in front of him.
I'm imagining it's one of those things where, like, he bends just slightly to try and get up, and then he slowly looks up, and Isaac's just, like, right there.
Yeah.
Like a fucking horror movie.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
You want to talk about horror movie?
He's got this emotionless bronze mask that's drenched in blood,
Yeah.
too.
This man is staring up into your mask, his eyes wide, his hands begin to shake.
You and your friends have heard the wrong. But that's all right. Penance is not beyond you. He brings a hand down and grabs the gun, slowly shifting it to the side.
The guy doesn't move. It's like a fucking wild animal is right in front of him, and if he moves too fast, he might startle it.
Now the question is, will you find salvation through information or blood?
You see him hearing these words in terror, looking behind him. The edge of the warehouse just inches away. You see his muscles tensing like he's going to move.
Isaac's literally kneeling on him, on his leg.
So you've got him pinned.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This man, then he tenses to try and move, but you've got him pinned, so he can't roll towards the edge.
There's a fucking cat in the middle of the road.
Hey, yo.
Apollyon?
Apollyon?
He's out?
Apollyon?
He's escaped
He's
his
not
containment.
The
He
alarms
has
start
escaped
blaring at the academy.
containment, and I am currently approaching your location.
Apollyon has breached containment,
Apollyon
I
hearing
repeat.
Kachi has been hurt. That's
But
just Apollyon hearing that
How
Kachi
the
has been
fuck
hurt.
did that
It's like, oh
happen?
God.
no one
Jesus
can
Christ.
keep him in chains.
Become
Yeah, that
ungovernable.
sounds about right. Fucking hell. Can't really see out my front
I will also
windshield.
add, at this point, Fridwin, you and Lunala have made it to the warehouse district. And you see several things happening. You see on the left, Maze is walking towards the warehouse wall that has collapsed, looking like himself. You can see on a warehouse to the right, there is a woman standing. You can't tell from here who it is, and there's another woman on the ground. In the center, you can see multiple people and things happening at the same time, and you can make out what you think is Isaac leaning on a guy that's like right at the edge of the roof, and there's a ruckus going on the other side of the roof.
Maze, what's going on?
I'm gonna roll to see if he hears this. He's too locked in.
Okay.
He's so locked in. Let's go.
You rolled a 10.
You did not hear it. Bro is so locked in.
Roll for attempting to get attention.
Okay, let's see.
Shouldn't he see Brian kind of where Maze is walking to?
No, Brian, you're between the buildings, so like you can see Maze from where you're at. Pridwin cannot see you.
Ah, okay.
11?
Maze, you
I
hear
rolled it.
faintly in the background Pridwin's voice.
Huh.
But it's not
yeah.
not enough to distract you from what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, he's heading into the building, holding the girl.
Mace! Mace, why is that woman missing her leg? Mace!
Lunalis starts running. Pridwin, the center rooftop.
Right.
You see, as she gets closer, lurching from rooftop to rooftop, running, full tilt. Liam is crouched on the rooftop, cradling someone in his arms.
Liam.
Pridwin!
Are you and Minerva okay?
He's holding Minerva and she's bleeding and she's not moving.
Oh, no.
Oh no. He's gonna run over and he's immediately going to try and medicine.
They were waiting for us, he says, holding her, kind of almost rocking like a child. They were waiting for us. They were waiting for us. They knew who we were.
Who were they?
They're members of Curse. They were on the mission where Katia disguised herself as one of the kids, and then Fredwin, you remember this mission because Katia showed you through her link exactly what happened. The people beating her near to the point of death. The agony, the pain, everything that they went through to try and rescue those kids from that compound. The explosion.
Is he able to determine if Minerva's still alive?
Minerva is in fact alive. She's unconscious. And it appears she's been pierced with several small holes. Almost like laser pinpoints.
He's going to try and heal her up with his ability and then look over to Liam and say, "She's alive."
I'm sorry we didn't wait.
It's okay. I understand why you went. I wish I could have been here sooner.
To the side of you, Isaac has a man pinned. Isaac, what are you doing?
He's just staring into this guy's soul. He's going to call over, "Is everyone else alright?"
You hear a crackle come from the body of a woman in white to your left, Pridwin. There's a radio on it, and you hear a woman's voice.
No.
Burn it.
He's going to pick
Brian's
up...
gonna start climbing up to the rooftop where Amani is.
Brian, you hearing this woman's voice, you turn and you start lurching up the side of the building, trying to get up there. And you grab the edge and throw yourself over it, and you see a body laying on the rooftop. And a woman
Brian's gonna run over to
standing
this
there.
body.
But you try, and the woman in the hoodie is standing there. She's just pulled the hoodie back on. She's keyed up and said this. She looks at you, and then she turns and takes off jogging in the opposite direction.
Brian's gonna chase her.
You start chasing her as she.
In fact, Brian's gonna use whirlwind step to try to stab her. Hold on, I'm driving, so I have to get my dice out of my pocket.
You want me to roll for you?
Nah, I'll just do it real fast. Okay, that is a 20, haha!
He just
Ooh.
fuck, bro.
Holy shit.
The car
Nobody's
gives
burning
me
shit
luck.
tonight, bro.
Let's go, bitches. Gives me luck.
She should have jumped off the edge of the building. What happened was, you stopped her.
Teleports
So
in front of you.
Literally, instead of her body dropping down the side, it just stops. As your arm with your sword form has gone clean through her, and you are holding her suspended midair.
Can I make a strength check to try to rip my sword straight up through her?
Oh god.
Since you rolled that 20, I'll allow it.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So much for having witnesses.
We saw that one guy.
We
He's
still
a
have
normal
Guys,
dude.
We still
The
have
people
that
who know
one
what's
guy?
happening.
We still have that one guy. Hey,
I
DM,
didn't kill mine.
what's my strength modifier again?
Your strength modifier is...
Oh, that's a 19. I rolled a 19.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian, you just...
Can I say something first?
Oh yeah.
I said I wasn't gonna fail them again, and Brian's just gonna rip his fucking sword up,
You,
splitting her in half.
utilizing gravity and your rage and your strength, you just move your arm straight up, and it actually comes clean out of her shoulder. And her body just, like, plummets, and as it does, it turns, and you see her eyes for just a minute looking over her shoulder at you, like, in horror.
And then Brian, still not done with this, he's gonna hop down there and just sever her limb from limb.
Fredwin, you, like, you just hear violence going on somewhere below you.
Pridwin, as soon as he's done patching Minerva up, he's going to try and see where the important shit is.
You mean, like, the staging area?
Like if there's... Yeah, he's trying to
So-
find the staging area.
You stabilize Minerva, and then you walk over and make your way down to the ground. You look around. The warehouse that all of this was taking place on, the main one in the center. You see there's several bodies laying in the shadows to the side of it.
He's gonna try and find a way in.
There's a door that is cracked open on the front of it, as if somebody was in the process of coming out of it when all of this happened.
He's sprinting through it.
You sprint through it and you see a man moving by himself. He's got a gas can in his hand and he's like dumping it rapidly, and he just kind of does that slow turn to look at you.
Pridwin's not gonna say anything or, like, waste any time. He is running into this guy and he's going to try and shoulder check him through the wall.
Jesus fucking.
Like a fucking bull. 19?
Brian, you're in the process of absolutely destroying this person when a second hole in the wall
That was a deer.
appears. As, like, the body goes flying through the wall past you.
Brian's too busy hacking up this woman.
Pridwin, you shoulder check this guy and he, like, disappears out the wall, and you see outside, Brian is literally shredding somebody.
Brian.
I genuinely don't think Brian would be able to hear him with just how pissed he is.
Pridwin's going to grab Brian and, like, pull him to him.
Can Brian make a opposing strength check to just knock him off and just keep fucking shredding?
I would say at this point, because you're so focused, you're just still trying to swing, and Pridwin's just got you pulled back against his chest and is just holding you.
Brian!
Brian will blink and shake his head and just go, Fridwin?
What
Brian,
happened?
where-
Amani! And he's just
Where is
gonna
Amani?
teleport up. He's just gonna teleport up. Just
Pridwin's gonna look back and try and see if there was anyone else in the room with the gas.
You turn around and look back. It doesn't appear that anybody else is in the building.
I need someone to get down here and make sure nobody gets to this.
Isaac, you're probably the closest one to hear this.
Isaac will pick the poor motherfucker up that he caught and say, I hope that you don't care about anyone else in this organization.
The man swallows very hard and says nothing.
You're coming with me. And then he's just going to pick him up and hop down off the roof.
Disappointing. You hear through your link with your weapon. I wanted to taste the blonde woman's. I think she would have been sweet.
If she's been spared, perhaps you will have the opportunity.
I doubt it. You hop down and enter into this warehouse that Pridwin's calling from. Definitely looks like a staging area.
As soon as Isaac's there, Pridwin's going to get on top of he's going to head up to the roof to try and help Brian with Amani.
You, utilizing Lunala's assistance, make your way very quickly back up to the roof. Brian, you hit the rooftop and you see Amani just laying, not moving, on the rooftop.
Brian's gonna sprint over to Amani and just like pick her up and like cradle her, just like, Amani, please wake up, say something. Come on. Brian's gonna check for a pulse. Does he even know where that would be?
I don't think Brian knows where pulses are.
Okay, well, he's still just gonna be sitting there holding her, just like, come on, you want it? The stars are right there, and he points up. He's like, they're right there. Just open your eyes, please.
You're cradling her. You can see her nose is definitely broken. Her face is bloodied. She's taken a lot of hits. But the way the woman was before you started shredding her, you could tell she took a lot of hits too.
Amani, please wake up.
Bridwin, you hear Brian whispering this as you make it to the rooftop with Lunala and she lets you go. You see him knelt, cradling Amani.
Pridwin's gonna do the paramedic slide and try and discern her state.
You look her over. Roll a medicine check.
Alright, advantage, double 18s.
With an 18. Her nose is definitely broken. You imagine she has, at the very minimum, a concussion. And you think there's a chance that maybe one of her arms is broken as well. This woman lost a fist fight. Very badly.
He's, going to reset her nose.
You do so, and she doesn't wake up.
Brian, she's alive. I need you to hold her arm straight so that I can try and heal it.
Brian's gonna hold her arm straight as best as he can without how fucked up he is.
Brian, you go to straighten her arm out, trying to realign the bone with Pridwin's help, and her eyes flash open and she screams.
Brian's just gonna look down at her and just cup the side of her face. It's okay. You're okay. I mean, your arm's broken, but you're alive.
She, like, coughs up a mouthful of blood trying to get air as you're holding this broken arm of hers.
I need you to drink this. Pridwin shoves a red solo cup in front of her.
You're, like, shoving the red solo cup in her face.
He's always had
love
him.
it here.
Yeah, that's how Pridwin administers his healing water.
That's always how he does it.
Oh my god, it is?
Yeah, in his
Fuck.
medicine bag, there's a whole section of stacked red solo cups.
I love this game.
He's great at parties.
It's the most cheap and effective way to administer healing water.
Probably the most cheap and effective
Yep.
way to get sober.
Probably.
Oh my god. Yeah, you,
I mean-
she's like barely, she's conscious but only swimming in pain. She's not really there. You can see like her pupils are different sizes.
I really need to start bringing painkillers with me.
I feel like you would have some in your medicine bag.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel like something a doctor would have something like that.
Some really strong opioids.
Does he have morphine?
God.
Just literally like the
Oh,
little
no.
the trauma morphine syrups.
Yeah.
God.
That's what I imagine you would carry as a trauma surgeon.
Yeah.
Like a combat surgeon, like would have those with him.
Yeah, if he does actually have those on him, he is going to administer morphine.
Honestly, a team-up ability with Maze and Pridwin would be fucking him just stabbing Maze with an adrenaline syringe and making him go berserk.
Oh, Jesus.
Just fucking stabbing you with a fucking, like, drug cocktail.
Yeah.
God.
That would go hard.
Ugh.
That would go hard.
So yeah, you're holding, you've reset this arm, and Amani's like in and out of consciousness at this point.
She's okay. Hopefully, the bones should reset. She may have a concussion. However, fortunately, as long as it heals before any permanent damage, she should be okay.
Ryan's just gonna look at him, fucking teary-eyed, fucking ugly sniffing and all that shit. Just say thank you.
He's gonna look over to you and say, "Would you like some morphine as well?"
I think I need a drink to forget this whole day.
Fredwin is a bartender. He's going to
get-
pull.
Brian will stop him there after I get Amani to a hospital. And he's just gonna pick her up and I'm gonna head back and bring her to the DWMA hospital.
Pridwin is going
I'm
to stop
assuming
you
you have
before
things
you.
from here.
Pridwin's going to stop you before you get up, and he's going to try and hand you a red solo cup as well. If you're going to carry
Brian's
her
gonna-
all that way,
Brian's gonna take the red solo cup and just shot it all down. Just fucking long.
Shotguns the red solo cup.
she's stable. We can't let ourselves get separated. I know it's not that far away, or that far of a walk from the academy, but I don't want you getting jumped if there's any more of these ghouls around.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, Maze is running that fade.
You walked into the building holding the girl.
Mm-hmm.
The guy is gone.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Can I see the threads?
Oh no.
Utilizing the threads, most of the threads are directing you back towards the warehouse you came from, but there is a thread that goes away from here.
Oh, he's gonna follow that. Also, did he complete his challenge?
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Ooh.
Can Brian see Maeve, whatever his name is, walk away? Or start walking towards where the thread is?
Probably.
Brian's gonna look to Pridwin, look at him, look back to Pridwin. Can you watch her? Maze is doing something dumb.
I'll make sure.
He might
I'll
need
get
help.
I'll get her down from here. Just
Thank you.
don't.
Brian's gonna fling himself off the roof and head after Maze.
Don't let him drag you into whatever he's getting into.
I make no
Better
promises
than
of being
that.
able to stop him. I make no promises of being able to stop him. I make no promises of being able to stop him. He threw a person through a fucking wall.
The fucking TikTok where it's like, I promise someone else I would be inappropriate. So.
I rolled 17, the Great Stance Augment.
Oh god.
I have to carry a bunch of stuff inside. Do. Send help.
Level 2.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. You have this girl who is not conscious anymore.
Uh-huh.
And
Does he see Brian walking up?
it's not really a walk. It's more of a flying at you rapidly like a missile type of situation.
Oh, okay. Speaking of missiles, I'm gonna start sonic stepping in the direction of the thread.
You start sonic stepping. And it's like, it's kind of like a slideshow where it's like, boom, you appear and you go again, boom, you appear and you go again. And on the third one, when you appear, you see the guy. You only got a brief look at him when you threw him after he broke out a sword form, but it's him. His long black hair, he's got debris and dust caking his outfit.
Uh-huh.
And he's standing there in a group of about 6 dudes, all wearing the same military clothing, and they all slowly look from him to you and back to him.
Oh, I know what I'm...
You hear one of them
It's
say,
bulking season.
It's bulking season. You're killing your gains by not eating soldiers.
I'm just imagining he points to one of the soldiers, says 1,000 grams of protein. Then to the other, 2,000 grams of protein.
He does exactly that.
By this point, after hearing all the things that have come over this radio, the 6 dudes, they're pointing their guns at you, and they all look very concerned.
Do I have an opportunity to make an attack?
Yes.
I'm gonna use power stance. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna use power stance.
In there?
Brian, you're having to
GM,
chase
question.
after him with the sonic steps that he just
God.
made. So you get there about
Damn
like
it, Mazikeen.
a half second after Maze has a chance to strike.
Mm-hmm.
Brian's gonna lock eyes with Mazikeen, turn his hand into a weapon form, and just nod understandingly.
And it's power stance time.
Brian's gonna... Can Brian whirlwind step and just immediately hurricane slash a motherfucker?
Do you have the energy for it?
Oh, I 1,000% do. Dude, I used like fucking 4 energy that whole thing.
Okay.
If we're not counting all the whirlwind steps I took to get to Mazikeen.
I was gonna say, you've used Whirlwind quite a bit.
Is true. But are we counting?
Oh, there it is.
Dexterity saving
But
throw.
are
Connor.
we counting the ones I took to get to Mazikeen? Because I should have at least enough for, I think, a level 2.
I mean, like I said, you're gonna get there about a half second after Mazikeen makes his move. So you said a dex saving throw?
Yes.
What's the score? The challenge score?
18.
That's rough.
Oh.
None of the humans made it. The guy did.
Oh no.
Okay, so he takes half as much damage. Okay, I'm gonna roll damage. That is 35 points of damage.
Yeah, so these humans are all, like, knocked the fuck back.
And because of...
Does the devil may cry unsheathed?
Yeah.
Fucking Virgil thing. He's playing fucking Virgil, dude!
So because of his augment now, his mutation, he does an overhead strike downwards, and the clouds in the sky are parted from the force of this attack. Which I guarantee some people back at the warehouses would see.
Yeah, Pridwin, as you're cradling Amani, trying to get her down off the roof, you just see the sky part for a moment in the distance.
With a thunderclap.
Fucking Mazakin.
And does he see the boy?
Afterwards, yes.
Yeah.
He's withstood the damage, and he is trying to run from you at this point.
Oh, he's chasing. He's giving chase.
You start chasing him, and the kid, he's having a bad day. He's hurt. He's not great.
Yeah,
You
Brian
Bro
got there a
is
half
not the
second after
story.
this. Brian wants to stab him. Damn, let Brian do the funny.
You know what? I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yes, I'm having fun.
Don't obliterate him. Maze needs him for something. But definitely stab him.
I make no promises of this. Brian, I think he has enough left for either a cat 2 or 3. 3 hits like a motherfucker. I don't even have a dice to roll damage with this one. Hold on.
Ask you this once.
Go, run!
Choose wisely which one you do. Do you want him alive or not?
As far as he knows, fucking these motherfuckers tried to murder Katya by shooting a hole through her chest. Liam and Minerva beat the fuck out of Amani. So he kinda just wants to obliterate shit.
I will say, Pridwin said that he wanted one of the important people alive.
Fine. Brian remembering what... Actually, I'll roll a memory check to see if Brian remembers this, because he sees this guy and he sees Radigan.
It would be funnier.
I don't think he would know. I don't think he would know that's a weapon form, would he?
He would... what is it? It would be funnier to torture.
Brian has... Okay, so in the half second Brian has to, like, decide if he's gonna murder this guy or not, he decides he's gonna keep him alive because he wants him to feel pain. So he's gonna do his best to hit him with as little damage,
This is
well,
how
with
I'm
as much damage,
imagining,
but keep him alive.
like, you go in for the strike with all the force ready, and then realizing, having that flicker of memory of Pridwin telling you this, the blade in your hand transforms back to your hand, and you just slug the shit out of this guy.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
He staggers and then just drops at your feet.
Maze catches up, and then he puts his hand up in a fist bump motion next to you.
Brian is gonna look at Maze with the fist bump him, and then kick this guy in the fucking head.
Yeah.
Kick this guy. He is unconscious.
I'm not gonna kick him hard. I'm just gonna like.
No,
Yeah,
he,
well, he's
he
unconscious.
was
Slightly
unconscious
kick tap him.
already.
Yeah.
I know, but fuck that guy.
Maze, the girl in your hands is dead.
Oh, okay. He's just gonna throw her.
She, yeah, at this
I need to buy
point,
you
she's
more Tabasco.
completely bled out.
Well,
He's like, oh, damn. And then he's just gonna throw.
oh, you're gonna smite me, are you?
She gets
Right.
5 big booms.
She gets 5 big booms.
Let me do it.
You toss her aside, and the two of you are left standing over this unconscious weapon.
Should we take him back?
We're so sorry that your Meister died. He gets
You get
5
5
big
I
big
booms.
mean, I saw what you guys did to that one person in the house where Katya was. I think it'd be fun to get Pridwin in on this torturing. Plus, I remember some shit from back when I was on Maeve's ship.
Huh,
Brian
sounds like
says
fun.
with a malicious grin, like a
Maze will-
glint in his eye. That
Maze
promises
will-
Maze
only
just
pain.
grabs him by like
Yeah.
the boot and just starts
Yeah.
dragging him
Yeah.
back by the boot.
Yeah, he's gonna do that.
Brian's also gonna grab his other foot and drag him by the boots as well.
Yeah, so Pridwin, you've gotten down and you're kind of like, everybody has managed to get off the roof, and you hear a dragging sound, and you see Mazakine and Brian walking, dragging something between the two of them.
Also, Maze would have probably grabbed the radio that the boy had, and he's going to speak into it, and he's going to say, "You better run, because we will find you."
And
You
we
hear
promise you only death.
static buzzing on the radio, and then it goes
And then he's gonna just
Oh,
step
they're
on the
fucking
radio.
scared.
Yeah. No, oh, he would have also said to look to the skies where he parted them. And then step on the radio.
You crush the radio.
Just
Yeah.
You all are now standing together in whatever condition you may be in front of this warehouse.
He's gonna hold the boy up like a fish, and he's gonna say, "Caught him."
I was thinking the exact same shit, just like holding him up. Got him.
It's like a fucking fish
Fisherman
trophy.
with a big catch.
Fucking fish trophy. They've got the dude slung between them.
Fredwin, look what we caught.
Like a world record catch.
Easily about 20 kilograms.
20 kilograms protein.
Lunala.
I'm just imagining Mace is salivating.
God. You guys you're all together again, and Liam, holding the gunshot wound in his side, looks at the rest of you. Is it over?
Looks like it.
As far as we can tell.
Great. And he turns and walks into the warehouse without saying anything.
Mace follows.
You guys
Brian's
step
gonna
into-
hold. Wait, before that, Brian's gonna see them walking into the building. Just be like, I forgot something. He's gonna nonchalantly walk back to where he shredded that person. Would he be able to set her on fire without the things exploding?
No, because
Pretty sure
it
it's a
has
forest.
started to rain.
Ah.
Oh.
After
Brian
Mazikeen
is going
blew
to.
the sky open, it was enough to start the rain.
Brian is just gonna give her one more complimentary stab with whatever solid part of her is left, and then spit on her, and then walk inside with everyone else.
I mean, she's very dead, so...
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care. I want to add insult to injury. Fuck that bitch.
Yeah, she's dead. So you guys walk into the warehouse, and you see... It smells heavily of gas in here. Like, they were seconds from lighting this whole place on fire. There's supplies all over the place. You
Oh wait,
definitely
DM, what
see,
happened
like-
with that guy? Sorry for interrupting, by the way. What happened with that guy Brian was trying to not murder?
I think Isaac has him.
he's- Isaac has the one guy.
The other guy,
The guy
yeah.
that you tried to save is still unconscious outside. Nobody else knew
So
about
Brian's gonna go over there, pick him up, plop him down. Hey guys, I saved one.
it. So officially, you have two men in military gear that are still alive. One is not conscious and the other is. And you've got the katana. And that is all that is left
Anyways.
of the carnage of this place. But yeah, you guys are looking around this warehouse, and it's definitely a staging ground. You see that symbol, that logo, all over the place. Would you like to post it?
I gotta
Yeah.
go. See you later. I gotta go.
Oh, see you.
Later.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Ah!
Me too, man.
As
Yeah.
you guys,
I'll post it in important documents.
Yeah.
probably wise.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh.
And there's a inscription at the bottom if you tap on it.
Yeah.
As you guys look around, you see all of these things. Definitely, this was the staging grounds. You can see a vehicle actually in the building that they probably would have used to try and escape in. Militaristic Humvee styled, all blacked out. You notice munitions on the table spread out as if people were prepping their magazines here. And Liam, near the back, is standing in front of what looks to be a corkboard or a whiteboard that has things attached to it.
Fridlin's gonna join him over at the corkboard.
You can hear him breathing from where you're standing. He's letting out heavy, shaky breaths. You can't tell if he's angry or scared. On the board are pictures of you guys. Different angles, different pictures of you, and you can see several of them have been circled in red. Liam and Minerva are both circled in red, and there's a kind of star symbol on Minerva's main picture. You can see Katya is circled in red with a big X on her image. And at the top, there's, as if everything leads to one point, a picture of a person you don't recognize. Liam is staring at it.
There doesn't happen to be a familial resemblance between him and this image, right?
There does.
Pridwin's going to put a hand on Liam's shoulder.
Liam, he doesn't move, he just stares. You can see a world of emotion that he has always tried to suppress.
Is there a picture of Maze?
No.
Hmm.
You are new enough that there is not a picture of Maze.
Huh. Looks like I'm not
Yeah,
famous
Maze-
enough.
Maze and Isaac are kind of wild cards.
Yeah.
Isaac's not up there either.
Mm-hmm. Somehow I feel insulted that there's no image.
Suppose they weren't accounting for you joining our group.
Perhaps.
Viviana is taking it as an insult.
Yeah, so is Maze.
This is now personal.
They are brooding in the background.
Yeah.
Liam is just staring at the board. What do you guys want to do?
Isaac just pats Viv's shoulder and says, "Don't worry, we'll become enemies of the state one day."
Be an enemy of the state now, though.
I want to fight everything the government has to offer.
Pridwin's going to look through, specifically, he's going to try and sift through all the shit that they were pouring gasoline on.
They were pouring gasoline on everything. They were trying to send this entire warehouse up in flames.
Fair enough.
You can see there's a whole lot of, like, supplies in here, but it's not like there's, like, plans laid out. The best thing, the closest thing you have to the plans, is that board with all the pictures on it.
How much information does it seem like they have on all of us?
They only have pictures.
Only pictures?
They only have pictures of you guys.
You would have thought that they would have tried to get better backgrounds of us if they decided to take on academy students.
Perhaps they thought you were children and did not need them.
Possibly. It's also possible that they believed that, or that they were desperate enough that they didn't really care.
Well, I guess we could ask, he says, holding up the boy.
You hold up the unconscious katana.
Let's gather what we can from around and then suppose we can wake him up.
With the group of you that are still in somewhat okay shape, you manage to bundle up the pictures from the board and grab a couple of the things of supplies around. Like I said, there's not a whole lot to take besides, you know, military supplies.
Maze will take his handcuffs that he got from the last mission and he's going to handcuff himself to the boy.
You do so. Liam is still, he's kind of just at this point sitting. Minerva's kind of laid out on one of the tables beside him, and he's just sitting there on the floor with his back leaned up against the table, and he's just staring. Like, 1,000-yard staring.
Fridwin's going to walk up to him. We're going to find him before they do.
How do you know?
Because I'm not going to let them touch someone who's a member of my...
Wanna know the worst part? He looks down at the picture that he's taken from the board, staring at it. I don't even recognize him. I haven't seen him since he was 6.
Been a long time. But it's not too late.
You can see the biggest resemblance in this picture isn't a feature at all that's natural. There's a forced smile scarred on this boy's jawline. You see Liam reach up and trace at the mask that hides his own scars, staring at it. I know where our best lead is. But goddamn, do I not want to go back there.
Where do we need to go?
He slowly looks up at you. Home. I need to go home.
We will be with you every step of the way.
He takes a shaky breath and then slowly looks over to the 3 that you've gathered as prisoners. You see a rage building behind his eyes as they settle onto the katana. He was there. When they beat Cat, he was there.
He was with...
I've seen her memories, Bridwin. I know him.
I have too.
He looks up at you. Torture's more your forte, but you see him clench a fist, shaking. I want a piece of him.
You can talk to him first.
Oh, I don't want to talk. You can do all the talking. He stands up beside you and you can feel that darkness radiating from him.
Of course.
Oh, slight interruption. If May's got his hands on the girl's soul, what color was it?
It was red.
Oh.
Yippee!
Protein.
All of the souls from all of the humans have all been red. Tinged red, mind you. The human souls aren't as strong as any other.
Mm-hmm.
But most of them
It's
are
protein. It's bulking season.
Collectively, if we divvied it up, how many souls would each of us get?
red. Let me count. So,
Pridwin will not partake because he was not here for the actual fighting.
if I'm remembering correctly, Liam got Lilith's soul because he killed her. Brian got Whisper's soul. The girl Maze has Slayer. You have her soul. And then there have been, I said 6 plus 2. So there are 8 human souls here, and then there were 6 human souls where they got katana.
Alright.
So that's your total.
Isaac will request to take 3.
Oh yeah, yeah. May as well toss over a few.
Oh yeah, how many souls would Isaac have starting off?
Oh, that's a good question for
I
Maze
need
too.
to figure that for both of you. Maze, I would say you probably starting have about 60.
Okay.
Somewhere in the 60s for you. Isaac, between you and Viviana, I would say you have over 100.
Okay. I mean,
Considering
Pridwin has
that's
like.
all you do to stay alive, yeah, over 100.
Yeah. Okay, Pridwin's got like 94, so I'll say like 102 maybe.
Yeah, that's fair.
So plus 3. 105. Isaac will hand over the souls and say, I'm sorry that you could not drink from the girl, but we do have more here.
I suppose it will have to do. Pridwin, this is concerning to you.
Also, by the way, Pridwin looks over to Isaac, who is like on the verge of death, and he says, do you need any help? And Isaac says, I have never been better.
Everybody in the room's just like staring at him, eyes twitching, like, what?
He's like beaming. There's an a disquieting amount of calm and relaxation radiating from him.
I mean, Maze is elated. He got to fight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's not perturbed by this at all. In fact, he gladly hands you the souls. And that he'll have his 1 from the girl.
Lunala is sitting on the table, cradling Minerva's head in her lap, watching the two of you.
Oh, sorry, you said there was how many souls from the guys that I blasted away?
So, all of the humans together is 14 souls in total that you guys
Okay.
have.
Okay.
Minus the 2 that are still alive.
How many would you say he killed from the guys he blasted away and part of this guys?
There were 6.
Wasn't there? Yeah, there were 6 of
Okay.
those dudes.
Okay.
So, you all are standing there in this warehouse with these people. What do you want to do?
Yeah. Maze is going to find a chair to set the katana boy in.
Is there like an office chair? The fucking.
There's actually an office room in these warehouses, which is where the last guy got tortured when you were here.
Yep.
Yippee.
Yippee. We're doing that.
If there wasn't
Actually,
a chair, I was
actually,
just. Oh.
This is the same warehouse.
Oh my god.
So, the very chair that Katya tortured that guy in is still upstairs.
There's just a chair that's still like stained with dried blood.
Maze is gonna take the boy up there and place him down in the chair. He'll probably use his weight to like tie him down using his restraints.
Is the empty Kittle still sitting in the corner?
You're damn right it is. It's not even in the corner, it's in the center of the room facing the chair.
Holy shit.
What about the cage? The animal cage?
That was the kennel.
Yeah, the kettle. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I thought you said kettle for some reason.
No.
Yeah, no, it's sitting on the floor facing the chair. Lunala, keeping Minerva close to her. They're all like watching now from the side room, just like they were when Kat was interrogating, and Lunala goes, "Here we go again."
And Maze will just sit down in the chair and just wait for the boy to wake up and give him a nice surprise.
He doesn't seem to be waking up. Pridwin, you're standing beside Maze over this guy. You hear a whimpering coming from one of the two humans.
Oh, we might have someone. Maze, like, leans back in a chair on the other side of the table and puts his legs up.
Does there appear to be a differentiation in rank between the dude who had the special gun and the other guy? Or are they both, like, regular soldiers?
You mean the two guys that are the two humans that are alive?
Yeah, because I know we took one who was just a standard dude, and then the other one was the one that tried to shoot Maze.
Both of the
Or not
humans,
Maze, Isaac.
both
Yeah.
of the humans that are still alive are the same rank, from what you can tell.
Okay,
The Katana kid is not.
obviously.
Yeah.
Fridwin will look over to them and say, "So, how about we make a deal? You like living, right? With all of your body parts intact?"
They just glance at each other. The one that has been shot whispers, the pirate said if I put my arms down I could go.
Of course. We're reasonable people. All we want is information. Now, I'm sure you're thinking to yourself that surely what they would do to you is far worse than anything we could.
He looks down at the bullet wound in his chest and looks back up at you.
You're wrong. And even if you were correct, well, there's not going to be anyone left to torture you when we get what we want. So, tell us what you know. Give us all the information you have, and we will let you walk out of here free men. Of course, you will want to lay low for a while, but by the time we're done with our mission, there isn't going to be anyone left to report to.
And do make it snappy. It's
The
bulking
kid-
season, and I'm hungry.
The kid opens his mouth and the other one says, "You're fucking dead. You are a dead man walking. Your body just doesn't know it yet.
Who does he say it
So
to?
say whatever the fuck you want." The two humans are talking to each other.
Ah.
The kid slowly closes his mouth again.
The boy he knocked out?
The guy who, is he trying to talk
So
this kid out of...
we'll give them names. So the one that Brian saved that was going to leave and lower his weapon, we will say his name is Sid.
Alright.
The human that tried to shoot Maze, his name is David.
So David's trying to talk Sid out of giving information?
Correct. Well, he isn't even trying to talk him out of it. David just basically said, "You've got a mark on your back, so do whatever the fuck you want. You're a dead man. Like you already made your choice." And then, of course, you've got Katana.
Is Katana still passed out?
Yep,
Okay.
you fucked him up.
Yeah.
It's just a
There
lot
are
of drama.
worse There are worse things than death, my friends. You see, the last man who decided he did not want to tell me what I wanted to know, I got him to tell me because I allowed him to die. So, here's the deal. You may choose to give us our answers, walk out of these doors, or you can decide not to talk, or decide to withhold information. In that case, I will kill you over and over and over again until you do talk. And perhaps even after that.
Please, the kid whispers. Please, I just needed the money. That's all. I just needed the money. I don't even want to be here.
The door's right over there. Tell us what we need to know, and you can walk.
What do you even want? They don't give us information. They keep it that way for a reason.
What did they tell you? What did they tell you to do? What did they give you?
We were supposed to wait here. We were part of the extraction team. We were supposed to get the girl from the team that went in and take her back
Back to where?
to the place we met up.
And do you know where that location is?
I was in the back of the Humvee. I don't remember exactly. It was
Ooh.
a compound. It had concrete walls, and I don't know.
Ooh. You may not know anything.
Can
But
Pridwin
you-
insight this kid?
Yes.
That's a natural 20.
This is an
Ooh.
19-year-old, and he has not lied once to you. He is terrified.
Ooh. You know, you may not know anything, but I'm sure one of your superiors do. Names.
I don't know. We just call the people above us by their ranks.
And what rank was this man? He points over to the katana.
He didn't have a rank. He was a special case. You hear him whisper the words with an almost jealous envy.
I see. And the man next to you, what was his rank?
Sid slowly looks over at David. David is sneering at him. He's a sergeant.
And you?
I'm just a grunt.
He's going to look over to the other dude and say, is he being honest?
David rolls his eyes up to look at you, unamused. Hey, the kid said he'd cooperate. I didn't say shit.
Right.
Wait. One moment, Pridwin. I think I have something. This usually gets them. It's really fun. He's going to get up in the face of David. He's going to say, how many scary movies have you seen?
None. I think they're boring.
This'll be a trip. He's going to take off his mask, and then he's going to grip the top of his face. Can I just tear the flesh from his face off?
Excuse me?
Of your own face?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In my own face.
Can you handle doing that?
He's handled getting his arm chopped off. I think he can handle a face being missing temporarily.
Skin being
Oh my
removed from the
fucking
body is
God.
very different from a limb being removed. It's a whole different pain center.
Yeah,
Yeah, you are literally ripping the nervous system off of your body.
he's a psychopath.
I feel like that would be like something that you couldn't withstand easily and keep a straight face.
Maybe a con check
Con check.
if the DM is okay with that.
You would have to crit on a con check for me to allow that shit. Because it's insane. Like, that's insane. What you're trying to do is insane.
I mean, you could regrow it.
I understand that, however...
One small problem.
I'm just saying, I think that's a small thing. You know what? How about this? How about I just tear out my own eyes?
Jesus fucking Christ.
He wants to terrify this guy.
I mean, you could rip your own arm off. That would definitely still fuck with him.
I want to give him an image that'll be burned into his brain.
I mean, to be honest, ripping your own arm off and slapping somebody with it would probably be enough to do that.
True.
You could reenact fucking Terminator and deglove your arm.
True. I'm gonna do that.
I'll allow that. So
Yeah.
you do this in front of him, and the guy, he's keeping a straight face. He's keeping his composure, but dear God, is it hard to watch.
As he does that to his arm, he'll take his skeletal fingers and just slowly caress his face.
David leans back a bit in the chair. You can see he's fighting a grimace.
And then he will regenerate his arm flesh.
He just stares as you start regenerating. You hear Sid, like, gagging in the background.
And then he's gonna toss the used flesh at his face.
Cridwin's going to look over to Sid and he's going to say, "This is about to get grisly. So I'm going to give you a choice. I'm assuming that you don't have anywhere to go.
He looks at you, terrified.
So, I'm going to let you go. You can stay with us. The Academy will protect you, considering that you have understood the error of your way. Or, we're not going to keep you here. The choice is, when I unbind you, you can leave, go wherever it is you want to go, or, if you would prefer to cooperate with the Academy further, you can wait out there. Once we're done, we will take you back, and you will not be our prisoner. We will not do anything to you. And we will do what we can to assist you in not being harmed by these.
Sid looks at you, glances toward David and Katana, swallows hard. Is it true that some of their old members are there at the Academy now?
Were. It's those who've gone back on their... There's somebody actually that you might get along with well. He was a guard for their operation. Similar to you, he just needed the money. He had a family to feed.
Wait, he He was the one with the girl. She was pregnant, right?
Precisely.
They've been talking nonstop about them. He shudders, remembering.
They're with us now. As a matter of fact, the reason that we are as upset as we are is because this group, he gestures over to Katana and over to the other guy, hurt their child.
You see Sid's eye begin to twitch. AF doesn't like kids. They don't give a fuck about kids. Done so many transport jobs now, I'm sick of it.
They found a new life, and you can too.
I'm not like you guys, though. Why would you protect me? I don't fit in at your little school.
Do you know what our school's job is? It's to make sure people like you don't wind up like this, or as food to monsters. Even if you can't swing a weapon around or fight against people like us, there's always room for other people.
Nervously, he nods. Okay. Okay.
Fredwin is... Fredwin's going to cut the bindings and say, I encourage that you wait outside.
You don't have to tell him twice. He is scrambling out of the room.
He looks over to the other guy slowly. So, are you interested in the same second chance, or are we going to have to show you what comes to those who deserve it?
You know, that's the thing about them grunts. They flip so easy like. Don't know a damn thing about loyalty.
Loyalty? Do you feel that you owe loyalty to these people who are willing to put children's lives at stake, who are willing to attack innocent people for the sake of leverage? That doesn't sound like loyalty to me.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm just that fucked up.
Well, first question. The man on the retrieval team, the special sword, you wouldn't happen to remember what his rank was, would you?
That bitch.
Ballpark it for me. Higher or lower than you?
He glares up at you. Higher.
Ah. Then you'll crack easier.
You see his eye twitch.
This is boring. I want to break his legs.
Just a moment. You see, I'll tell you exactly what I told him. We're going to talk. You're going to give me all the information you have, or we're going to keep talking until all you wish for is death.
You hear a coughing sound from across the room.
Fredwin looks over.
Katana shifts in the chair.
Ah,
Someone else is awake.
do the weights fit you well?
He groans and tries to shift, unable to move against the absolute sheer weight attached to him. He slowly forces his eyes open and looks up in your general direction.
Maze is just like giving a grin and waving at him.
Sergeant, he says, making eye contact with David. David gives him a weak nod.
Oh, plotting, are we?
Not plotting, David says. Just two men who've been in this position before.
Ah, so you know how it goes. That'll make this easier.
Katana and David both slowly look at you, Pridwin. You see a cold stare. One that doesn't look like it's easily going to crack.
Which one should we start?
Liam, there's a sound as Liam steps into the room and leans against the doorframe. His arms crossed. You see tension in his jawline even with the mask.
Liam, you wanted your pound of flesh?
Is it time? He says, looking at you.
Fredwin nods.
Liam steps up next to you, looking from one man to the other. Who do you need less?
Maze is pointing at the random at David.
Yeah, Fredwin juts his head at David.
Excuse me then, he says, and before he's done, he takes a wide step forward and grips him by the face, throwing his head back, exposing his neck as his head's like forced backwards against the back of the chair. And you just hear an awful screaming sound muffled against Liam's palm, and then a sizzling. Sorry about the smell, Liam says, deadpan, emotionless, as an awful burning sensation begins to fill the room.
All fine.
You actually hear Katana gag a bit in the corner. The screaming dies down after only a short amount of time, and Liam lets go of the man's face and murmurs, disappointing. Katya could have lasted twice as long as that. Easily. He turns back to you, Pridwin. You see that the man's eyes have been burned out of his skull. There's a hint of green liquid dripping down the sides of his face that's burning the skin. Liam's hand is hissing with corrosion.
You might still have an opportunity to do that yet.
It's fine. He wasn't really the one I wanted to play with, he says, slowly turning to look at the man. I promised Katya I'd pay them back. I don't like to break promises.
Fredwin nods.
Ooh. Oh.
How many times have you died?
Katana glares at you, doesn't answer.
It took about 5 before we got through the other man. How many times have you died?
He's looking at you like he doesn't believe you. Like, he's more equating it to you having killed 5 guys before somebody talked.
You see, I'm a surgeon. A very, very good one.
I am a surgeon.
I am a surgeon. Mace,
Yes.
make sure he's intact enough. I think
Aye,
it's
aye,
time
Captain.
for a demonstration.
Maze is saluting. Hmm. Let me see. Oh, are you giving me the floor?
Yep.
Ooh.
Basically, what he's telling you is kill him, but just make sure that he can be brought back.
Yeah. Maze gets up and begins, like, stretching his muscles.
As
Hmm.
Maze is stretching, Isaac, you're standing in the doorway. You were just kind of making sure nobody escaped, and you hear Viviana, who's leaning against the wall outside, murmuring to you, "Why did they get to have all their fun?"
We did get to have the other two, but perhaps we can ask for an opportunity. I doubt he's going to die. I doubt that one death is going to be enough.
The kid looked like a nice snack, but apparently he's off limits now.
He realized the error of his ways. I would not deny a man his deliverance.
Nobody realizes the error of their ways. People don't change like that.
Hmm.
We'll see.
Let's see. Oh, and as Maze gets closer, the boy would feel the heat radiating off of his body. What would he do? I have an idea for one of his final deaths, something to do that'll really get to him. But for now... Ooh, I have a fun one if you would oblige me, Pridwin.
Go ahead. Like I said, long as he can be put back together.
Oh, he can be. Do you have a cloth?
Pridwin will pull out his handkerchief.
He will take it and he's going to grab the boy by the hair, pull it back, similar way to how Liam did the other guy, and he's gonna place the cloth on the boy's face.
You hear him murmuring through the cloth, "Waterboarding? God, you guys are lame."
Pridwin, you have healing water, don't you?
Pridwin's going to produce healing water.
He's going to take it. This water is a little bit different. He's going to begin pouring it over his face.
You're pouring the healing water over his face. You're effectively waterboarding this kid, but it seems like he's been prepared for this.
Mm-hmm.
He knows just when to breathe.
I'm gonna need a constant stream of something. Ooh, I have an idea. Maze is going to slice his own wrists and begin pouring blood all over him.
Oh,
Oh my god.
okay.
Bloodboarding!
God, this is a whole new level of freaky we just hit. Okay. Yeah, so not only are you pouring, like, the water over him, but you're now pouring blood. He chokes a little bit, startled at the sudden liquid change, but again, this is not his first rodeo.
Waterboarding can kill you. I'm just gonna keep going.
And you see as you keep going, as it gets longer and longer and he gets more and more tired, he starts to have trouble breathing.
Then he's going to keep going and probably regenerating himself, but also using Pridwin's water to maintain the steady flow of blood.
That's fucked up. Yeah, so the kid is choking, and then it lasts a lot longer than you would like before he stops moving.
All right, I think we got him. He's gonna regenerate the wound.
So now that this guy is no longer breathing, Pridwin is going to walk over and he's going to perform his resurrection.
You defibrillate the kid, and he jolts, spitting out a mouthful of blood, coughing violently.
So, I take it you haven't died before.
Oh, what the fuck? He says, choking on the blood.
It's an interesting sensation, isn't it?
He's just coughing and gagging and trying to regain normal breathing.
I'll let you think for a moment before we continue. Remember,
Does Maze...
it took...
What were you saying?
It took 5 times to break the other man. You, on the other hand, I hoped would be a little bit more sturdy.
You leave him there for a minute, and this kid is... You can see he is hiding it well, but internally he is screaming. Like, there is panic that it is taking his entire body to control.
You seem...
Oh,
I'll let
no, you can go. You can go.
Okay.
I'll wait.
You seem smart enough. Clearly not intelligent enough to realize where this would have went before you decided to go through with the gestures around. But I would hope that despite your lack of foresight in the past, this experience might bring some illumination.
He spits out a mouthful of blood, hearing you say this, and his eyes narrow in your direction.
How many times is it going to take?
Tell me something, he says. Is that little red-headed bitch still alive?
Didn't even come close to killing.
Good. Because there's plenty more things that I'd love to try on her.
Really? You want to share?
The cool thing about experimental weapons is you always need targets for them.
Unfortunately, I'm sure that costs quite a bit of money. And I'm curious just how much money they're willing to throw at the wall until they get tired of losing soldiers.
Money? Who gives a fuck about money? There's over 7 billion people on this planet. Having more and more kids every day. Plenty for the taking, wouldn't you say?
Fredwin leans forward and he says, "You know, you keep saying things that hurt my feelings oh so much. I was in a charitable mood. I was willing to consider letting you off lightly. But the more that comes out of your mouth, the more I want to show you just how truly doomed you and everyone else in this little organization of yours truly is." Fredwin looks over to Maze and says, "Are you okay with taking turns?"
Oh, by all means.
Isaac, do you believe that you can teach him a lesson? Isaac looks over to Viviana.
There is a slow smile crawling onto her face. This one will last longer than the
he holds out his hand and says, I'll let you take the lead.
You guys watch as the weapon flashes into Isaac's hand. Pridwin, I don't think you've really gotten a good look at this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So you're seeing it for the first time. As the two approach him and he's grinning up at them. What? You're gonna leave and let a girl take over? How stupid are you? Viviana's eyes appear in some of the ends of the weapon. She just stares at him for a moment. I'm worried his blood will taste sour. And she directs Isaac to coil the ends of the weapon around his throat.
He will do so.
You do so, and immediately they tighten and begin to constrict as Viviana and Isaac begin choking this man. The thorn points digging into the flesh of his neck, and not only is he choking on the lack of air, he's choking on the blood that starts dripping down his throat from the inside.
Also,
Isaac
hi
will-
Cyrus. Yup. Goodbye. He's missing out on the Black Air Force energy that's going on right now.
I don't think you liked what he heard.
He came in and heard that and said, nah.
He came in and heard fucking Apollyon's fucking fan fictions.
Isaac leans in towards this guy, the blood still dripping down his mask, and he says, I truly wish I was in your position. To know what it is like to die. Truly, it must be a transcendent experience.
As he's choking Isaac, you're looking at him and you see him mouth, "Want to trade?" playfully at you.
Oh no. No, unfortunately my time will. But I would love to know what you see on the other side of eternity.
He is becoming more and more pale as Viviana is doing her best to resist just completely draining him at this point. It doesn't take as long for him to stop moving this time. Pity. I wish I could have drained him. But alas, you boys have to have your fun, don't you? She flashes out of her weapon form, licking her lips as she walks by you, Pridwin, giving you a glance.
Pridwin will walk over and once again defibrillate.
It takes longer for him to come back this time. He's not holding up well. His eyes settle on you as he comes back, his breathing short and choppy.
How many more times? I can keep doing this hypothetically forever.
What do you want? He chokes out to you.
I want a lot of things, but the only thing that you can give me is information. For starters, I'd like to know where this base camp of yours is.
He laughs. Actually, genuinely laughs. The wounds in his throat dripping with blood as he does. It's so obvious. So obvious it's painful. You're too stupid to figure it out.
place where it all began.
Just one of many.
I had a hunch. Simply wanted to see if you were in a cooperative mood. Start with the easy questions, especially right after you come back from dying. Gotta make sure there's no permanent brain damage. Yet. You know, I haven't killed a person enough to know exactly what the long-lasting side effects are. Honestly, I'm not sure which is worse. If you remain like this every single time, or if you lose a part of yourself, little by little.
He's glaring up at you. But there's a small part in his eyes that he's wondering the same thing.
So, are you in a sharing mood, or are we going to have to find out together?
You see his, for a moment, there's a tremble to his jaw. He opens his mouth like he's gonna say something, and then he spits a mouthful of blood directly into your eyes.
Fridwin doesn't even flinch, and he says, Do you want to know what I would do in that instant? If you were so far gone that we couldn't recover any information from you. I'd leave you alive. It'd be a much worse fate than just letting you die. You seem familiar with torture. I'm sure you understand that it isn't a very effective means of extracting information. I'm asking you questions because I want to give you the opportunity to die peacefully.
How fucking noble of you.
Maze, I believe it's your turn again.
You know, there happens to be a very, very large concentration of nerves centered directly on your fingertips.
So I don't get a piece of him? You hear Liam say, pouting from the corner of the room.
Actually, I could use you. He gestures to Liam.
Liam steps forward, one hand still resting over the wound in his side.
Now, I don't quite know what your powers are, but I saw a hint of poison or corrosion in them. I could use a bit of that.
You ever play with acid? Liam says, twitching his fingers.
This will be fun. He grabs the boy's fingers and holds them up at Liam. Now, other than specified areas, the largest concentration of nerves in the body happens to be the fingertips.
He says the fingertips in unison with you, and then moves his hand to grab, interlacing and putting their fingertips together. How cute. You hear the boy say, "Been a while since I held hands with such a pretty face." You see him struggle to keep a straight face as the burning, the flesh, awful rotting smell begins to emerge again. And you watch as the fingers pressed against Liam's hand begin to burn away down to bone.
Now, I didn't research that information. That was personal experience. Trial and error.
He gets maybe like a minute into this before he starts screaming.
Here's where it begins.
He grimaces just a bit, but doesn't stop until the whole first segment of this kid's fingers and down towards his palm is bone. and then he lets him go. The kid is sobbing, gasping for air through an already horribly damaged throat.
Do you think this is almost over? Do you think there's only so much that we can take from you before we have to kill you?
Something like that.
Pridwin's going to make some more healing water, and he's just going to dunk it on the guy.
You watch as some of his wounds begin to regenerate, some of the skin crawling back up the bones of the fingers. You see, for just a moment, a hint of relief on the kid's face, which quickly devolves.
You see, like I said, I'm not a torturer. I'm a surgeon. And a very, very good one. Now, let's use that foresight of yours. Let's say, hypothetically, you choose not to talk. I could kill you over and over again. Of course, that might cause you to eventually stop being you. That might be terrifying, or maybe you think it'll be relieving. And of course, we don't have to do that. We could tear every last part of you down to the bone, and then put you back together. Over and over and over.
And you won't even like the finale.
The kid at this point just lets out a angry, scared scream, closing his eyes tightly.
No.
Maze is gonna punch him in the gut to shut him up.
You do so, and it does.
And slightly.
Now, I'm going to give you the same offer that I gave the man who stabbed Kati.
You see his eyes open. He stabbed her.
He did.
And it went through.
He leans forward. It was worthless.
It worked. He grunts up at you through bloody teeth. That means we can kill her.
You won't make it. Think about it. Every last person with their little trinkets throwing themselves at us. Do you really think it's going to work? Do you really think any of them are capable of succeeding where you have failed? You're not going to reach her again. You've already played your hand and you have it.
I don't have to reach her. I don't have to reach her at all. She won't see it coming. And neither will you.
Redwin shakes his head. We caught it. We already know where to look. We will burn down your organization. We will destroy every last one of those trinkets. And we will gut everyone responsible. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to keep you alive to see it. To see your revenge burn down in front.
That doesn't sound like a half bad idea. let him get stronger and maybe have any hope of facing us again.
Oh, I'm not thinking about letting him go. I'm thinking about dragging him through that compound, watching him lose every last one of his colleagues. That is why you wanted to kill her, isn't it? Because she ruined your little operation, because she killed the people who were making you so successful.
Yeah, she killed a lot of people. She killed a lot of my friends. And she ruined my fucking life, okay? Is that what you want to hear?
Oh, your life is far from ruin. You have not lost everything that you can lose.
I ain't got shit left. Alright.
Maze,
Yes?
that girl. What did you do to her?
Well, after I threw him, I chopped off her leg and squeezed her so tight that every bone in her body broke.
You see his eye twitch.
And let her promptly bleed out and die. Oh, that was the boys' fault. I was gonna give them one last reunion before she bled out.
She hasn't been gone for too long. Perhaps I could bring her back.
Perhaps.
How does that sound?
Leave her alone.
You don't get to make demands. You wanted to hunt Katia down, make her pay for ruining your life. Like I said, your life is far from ruin. Besides, he probably knows about as much as you do, and I'm sure she would be much more willing to share. Of course, I might be willing to let her rest in peace if you're willing to give me what I want.
Leave her alone. He seethes at you, fighting against the restraints. He has nothing left to give, though.
Then choose. You or her.
His eye twitches again, and he grinds his teeth together.
Isaac, on the count of 3, you go find the girl and bring her here. 1, 2, 3. Isaac's going to head out and try and look for where Maze left the girl.
Katana lets out a shaky breath, his eyes wide as he stares at the ground.
You know, maybe we could give her life back in exchange for yours. If you just tell us what we want to know, she may be unharmed.
He smiles a little to himself. You think I'm crazy? You think I'm a problem? You haven't seen Slayer when she's tweaked out.
Well, now she's dead. So, I don't think we ever will.
It didn't sound like it took you too much effort to tear her apart.
Just throwing a rock at her. Albeit a large rock, but a rock.
If she hadn't let go of me, we might have been fine.
And do you really think that she's going to ever have the chance to hold you again?
No. I say it's been about... He tries to look around at the windows, judging by the darkness. At least 20 minutes. your
Can-
threat is invalid.
Can Pridwin make a deception check?
Try.
Have you ever heard the saying, "You're not dead until you're cold and dead"?
He looks up at you with recognition.
You see, in the medical field, we know that that's not actually true. You're not dead until you're warm and dead.
He squints at you.
You see, the core under colder temperatures doesn't begin to break down for quite a while. It's that which prevents a person from coming back. So long as they have their soul and an intact enough body, they can be brought back theoretically any time. It's why when a person loses a limb, we put it on ice to try and reattach it. It's why when a person dies or falls, you try and keep them in a cool environment until you can try and restart their heart. From the sounds of it, her death was caused by blood loss. All we'd really need is a good transfusion, and she'd be back, for the most part. I'm sure her brain will still be functioning. Suffocation isn't that damaging, especially under lower temperatures like a cold night such as tonight.
By the time you're done saying this, Isaac, it was not difficult for you to find the girl.
He's going to just kind of drag the body behind him and slap it down in the middle of the room.
Katana's eyes flicker from Isaac to the body.
I'm getting quite tired of taking turns. I have a proposal. Perhaps me and Viv take care of her while you interrogate him. I can make sure he sees it.
Katana's... You can see from the back his hands have started to tremble.
I have no objections.
Pridwin is going to get down on the floor next to the body and look up at him one last time and say, "So, I think that I'm going to give you an order. The second she gets back up, there is no going back for her. She's going to suffer greatly. And it's going to be because of your big mouth. Or I can let her rest in peace."
You see his jaw trembles as he opens his mouth. Liam steps up beside you. He doesn't get that relief. Hit her.
Pridwin is going to begin charging with electricity. Final chance.
Wait.
The energy dissipates.
Just leave her alone.
You better tell me what you want to tell me fast, because if I think that she's going to get too warm, she's getting back up.
I don't. God, you stupid bitch. Let go of me, he says, staring at her. You're the worst fucking partner. And then he closes his eyes tight and turns his head away from you. You just saw his emotions crack for the first time.
Clock is ticking.
You know what? Fuck you. I still don't think you can do it. And even if you could, you're never getting anything out of me. So waste your time here with me as long as you want. Just gives everybody else time to move their pieces. Liam glances over at you, Pridwin, his jaw set.
There is one more thing we can try. If you don't want to give us what we want to know, we could just take it.
Viviana looking confused in the corner.
May's also looking confused.
Tell me, friend, have you ever seen
Oh my god.
Soulception?
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god. Just fucking kill me, he says tiredly.
Pridwin shakes his head. You lost that liberty a long. If you want to die, you're going to have to sing. But you really don't want to do that. So, I think we'll just take what we want, and then we'll bring you back home with us. We don't have to do this here. Hell, we don't even have to do this as we siege your friends. I could leave you with Isaac while we deal with the rest. Isaac tilts his head slowly.
You know, I just realized every time I introduce a new character, they always end up in an interrogation scene.
Yeah.
It's kind of the party's forte at this point.
Yeah. And the same spot that the last one happened.
Yep.
Pridwin's gonna look over to Liam and say, do you think a brain dive would be viable?
No. To be honest, I don't think it's even worth the effort. This kid doesn't know anything.
Oh. Oh shit. I know
What's that?
somebody who could fucking steal his memories from him, but Maze doesn't know that.
I mean, I'm assuming Apollyon could.
Yeah.
Think he'd even be worth taking back?
No.
Hmm.
Then I think we should give our friends an opportunity to vent their frustration. Pridwin's gonna look over to Isaac. And also to Maze, to see if
Yeah.
how eager he is to get the final.
Yeah. There's one thing that Maze wants to do to him, but he doesn't need to deal the final blow.
Isaac will look over to Maze and say, we can make him sing if you wish to play him out.
I would very much oblige. And I'd like to see what you can do. Maze will step in front of the boy, and he will say, "Show me your sword arm."
Oh my
I
god.
just read Cyrus's fucking note in
No.
the chat. I'm dead.
What did he say?
Just from like the 2 minutes I hear from y'all, like goddamn, Douglas is over here, you know, being a dad, showing emotions, and then there's what I imagine Apollyon fucking melting off the hand of Liam. Like, nice, but goddamn.
Not what happening, but I appreciate the
It
thought.
still cracks me up.
God.
Isaac is going to say, "Let my partner have her fun, and then you can grant him mercy."
Mercy, Liam whispers from behind.
You have seen so much pain. Surely it has illuminated the path. Now all you need is one.
Fine, Liam says. Enjoy. And he turns and, letting out a shaky breath, walks out of the room.
Isaac will look over to Viviana and say, "Now that we're done having fun, it is only fair that you have yours."
Viviana, licking her lips, starts walking forward. Good. I'm starving. And without even getting into weapon form, she walks towards the boy in the chair and almost lurches onto him, coiling herself into him, her nails digging into his flesh, the blood not dripping out but instead seeming to move into her through different places. He just screams until he doesn't. Ferdinand, are you watching all of this?
I think Pridwin would look for a moment.
You're definitely, from the short moment you watch, understanding why they might have called her here to deal with blood stuff. She scares you.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Is the boy dead?
Not quite.
Alright. I think I have a little plan for you, and also to test my own strength. He looks down at the boy.
Not sure he can hear you, Viviana adds from the side. He doesn't have much left to give.
Pridwin. He puts out his hand. A little water.
Pridwin will give you a solo cup.
He's going to force the boy to drink it.
You practically force it down his throat. You see the most minuscule of regeneration on his entirely damaged body.
Mm-hmm. Now, where was I? Show me your blade.
His eyes flicker from Maze toward Pridwin. And for the first time, you just see he's just pleading with you. With that look.
You had no mercy for my family. you will get none in return.
His eyes drift toward Isaac.
Such exquisite pain.
Yeah,
He got
between all
tortured.
of you edgelords in the room, he just closes his eyes and gives up.
Yeah, no, he got the he got the worst trio of people to terrorize him.
Look, man, they chose the wrong group of people to fuck with.
He really
We're-
did!
we got a psychopath, a masochist, and probably a mix of both with Pridwin.
Gotta be a little
Pridwin just doesn't-
masochistic to enjoy what he enjoys.
Yeah, yeah, it's fair. Yeah,
Pridwin doesn't enjoy this. He's just really fucking angry.
yeah. And Maze will stick out his hand, waiting for the boy.
He's not gonna manifest his weapon. He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna give you that satisfaction. Even if he wanted to give you that satisfaction, I'm not sure he has the energy to at this point.
Yeah, that's fair. Fine. I guess I'll wait. He turns around, and then he looks to the party and he says, "If you don't mind, unless someone else wants to take the wheel."
I feel like the metal man should have the honor. After all, it is your child, so to speak, that was wronged, was it not? And the way you hung over her, I only expect she's yours.
Not by blood, no. And not mine, either.
She's more of a rescue, you hear Liam say from the hallway.
Where I'm from, family is family. Doesn't matter if they're related to you by blood or by bond. If you care about someone, they're your family. And you will do anything for them.
Well, still, I think the closest person to her here should be the one that does it. If that is not you, then who? She says, looking around at everybody in the warehouse.
Maze steps back. The floors, whoever's wants it.
Liam, from the hallway, glances at you, Pridwin. Liam doesn't know the answer to that question. Which person here in the warehouse is the closest to Katya?
He looks over to Liam and says, "You've watched over her for a very, very long time. Protected her.
I mean, you did too. Hell, Lunala's probably got me beaten hours spent with the kid. Right? You don't think that's true?
No. I mean, you've looked after her every mission we've gone on. Anytime we weren't around. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure you've been on Katya duty more than any of us.
You see, for just a moment, a flicker of a sad smile on the corner of his mouth.
There's two options, the way that I see it. Either you do it, or we both do.
He nods solemnly. Kinda like the second option.
Pridwin will nod.
I just wish she was here to do it herself.
She'll be ready to get her revenge in a few days. Probably less. I doubt she'll listen to my doctor's order.
She doesn't like to listen, he agrees.
He's actually going to hold out his hand to Liam.
Liam looks at him confused and approaches.
Your family.
In law,
Thank you.
he says, sort of playfully.
In Italy, that doesn't make any difference. You are a rhizostoma.
You see the stern, cold expression on his face grow.
And as such, you bear every right to wield the others.
He stares at you, unsurely.
He's still offering his hand.
Liam holds his hand out shakily. Roll a d4.
Alright. Really hoping this works. 3?
Are you fucking serious?
Huh.
Yeah? I can send you the picture.
Fredwin, you touch Liam's hand. And you feel a pull.
Oh.
He will lean into it.
You lean into it, and you're suddenly being gripped by a strong, rough hand. And you're not in your shield form.
Oh.
Liam is standing there, and there's a darkness that's come over his face as he holds you up and looks at you in his palm. You look a lot like your sister. Redwin, you're not feeling a burning sensation.
Mm-hmm.
You're not feeling any differentiation in the resonance. You're matching wavelengths with him perfectly in this moment, because he also rolled a 3.
Ooh.
Holy shit.
And without warning, he walks forward and puts you straight through this kid's chest. There's an awful sound that happens in the moment. And then the next thing you know, you're standing beside him again. And there's a soul hovering above the body. And it's a deep, deep red. Liam stares at your hands that are side by side for a moment. Silent. And then he turns for the door. You go ahead. I'm not hungry.
Redwin will take the soul.
And he walks out.
Say, didn't your horned friend say something about having to absorb shadows?
That's correct.
Huh. Do you think he can still do that if they're dead?
If I recall correctly, Definitely not after the amount of time it would take us to drag his corpse back.
Above game, Pridwin might not know this, but he can. Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Pridwin's seen him do it immediately after death, but
Yeah.
You've
he
actually
would
seen
assume that it
happen
would take too
when they're
long.
alive.
Yeah.
I
He's
don't-
definitely seen it while they're alive. I think he's seen it while they were dead, but
Yeah.
literally only once, like immediately
Yeah.
after.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he would assume that it's probably a thing that only happen or only works.
You telling Maze no would it make sense for the character?
Yeah,
Yeah.
as far as I'm aware. Besides, I doubt that the Academy would be happy about us dragging a corpse all the way up to the death room.
Viviana starts to walk out of the room. We already covered the place in gas, no? I say we just burn it with them all inside of it.
Fuck.
An
I was saying
excellent-
that. I was saying that in character. Above game. Apollyon can glean memories from shadows. Fuck.
Isaac will turn to Viv and say, I think it would be a fitting message. As a matter of fact, he's going to hold out his hand for Viv.
She, feeling the pull, flashes into it.
I think we should give them a very important message. And he's going to use Bed of Thorns specifically to write out in big letters out in the courtyard in front of the building.
Mm-hmm.
We know.
Nice. Such a waste. She says under her breath. And you guys, as you begin to clear the building, Liam holding Minerva in his arms, Lunala helping with, well, I imagine by this point Brian probably took Amani back. He
Yeah.
was pretty worried about that. All of you guys start making your way back, and Liam, cradling Minerva against his chest, looks at you and says, "Wanna do the honors?"
Fredwin will nod and he's going to create a spark.
You create a spark, and immediately it catches, and the entire warehouse goes up. And luckily, it's raining outside, so the rain keeps it from spreading to any of the other buildings, but that building and everything in it, it burns.
Wait. What about the boy's weapon form?
It shattered.
Would Maze be able to take one of the shards?
Yes.
He would do that.
You can add that to your inventory. You have a shard, a black katana shard.
I wonder how many grams of protein are in this.
I do not recommend eating it. I do not recommend eating it at all.
It's bulking season.
It's bulking season.
You start making your way back to campus as you actually see like campus, like Death City firefighters moving past you, not paying you much mind because you're far enough away at this point. And the walk back to campus is pretty quiet. And you get back. What do you want to do?
I think Pridwin's going to try and heal everybody up. Probably fight with Isaac in order to get him to let him heal him.
You will also notice trailing you about 20 feet back or so, not more like yards, is a kid in military fatigues who looks a lot like a lost puppy. Looking
Pridwin will-
over his shoulder constantly with every step.
Pridwin will look over to him and say, "Nothing's going to touch you."
He shakily nods to you. Doesn't keep him from looking over his shoulder.
That's fair.
Oh, you guys are awake.
You guys get back to the cabin. You see a look of relief on Cody's face as she's been waiting up for you. You see, asleep on the couches, you see Callan and Hana. Olive, actually, when you walk in, is awake and she gives you the grabby hands and starts to giggle. You see, Hana starts to shift a bit in her sleep, hearing her daughter.
Pridwin will smile and greet Olive. Probably not actually.
Covered in blood, and she's like,
Yeah.
grabby hands.
He'll like pull his gauntlet off and let her pull on his finger since that's not drenched in blood.
You do so, and she holds your fingers, and you can see the little cut on her ears already starting to heal.
He'll smile.
Ain't that just like a demon weapon? You hear Liam murmur from the side. Rapid healing. Gonna be like her mom. That'll make Cat happy. He's already placed Minerva down on one of the couches. He looks up at you tiredly.
You know, I really don't like taking that form, but for you, it wasn't so bad.
He gives you a weak smile. You were... pleasant. I don't like partners that much. Not past men. You were a good experience.
You know, I was worried about what her partner would be like. More worried for her than anything. She'd never really partnered with anyone else before, apart from me and Mother. Was worried that her first partner might not be a good experience. But when I saw you two fighting side by side, I knew she was going to be happy.
He gives you a sad, almost tearful smile. Well, you can thank our little redhead for that. If she hadn't put me on death's door when she first came here, I don't think I would have been a good experience for her.
Don't give her all the credit.
Oh, you're right. Douglas and Soma helped. They
The
did
people...
slam my face into the table at one time. Like it messed some stuff up here. He says, running a hand through his hair.
The people around us can shape us, better or worse. But don't forget, Liam. They might have nudged you, but it was your choice to change.
nods a little. She's gonna be okay, right?
Katya?
He nods.
The object was lodged about a fraction of an inch into her spine and about a third into her rib. We were able to extricate it without any damage. She won't be able to walk for probably a day or two, but she's going to be okay.
Bet she didn't like that.
She was already trying to pull herself off the table. Got done.
Liam just shakes his head.
Fortunately, her father was there, along with a cowboy.
Liam's eye twitches. Her what?
Douglas.
He's here?
Alive and well, apparently. And apparently Gabriel knew, because he brought him here, and then didn't tell us.
Probably trying to keep us safe.
That's exactly what he said.
You know how he is. Minimize the damage. Deploy information in a controlled setting. It's not his fault. He's a textbook law-abider.
I don't blame him for withholding the information. I'm sure Katya doesn't either. I doubt she's happy about it.
You see in the background, to keep from waking the parents, Lunala's picked Olive back up and is keeping her entertained. Liam glances her way and he stops for a moment, just watches. I'm a little jealous.
Yeah. Me too.
Kind of makes you want to take that chance before it's too late sometimes.
Me and Lunala have talked about it. A lot.
I'm not sure your sister agrees with us, though.
I think she probably has the same worry that I do. Going to be out of the field for 4-5 months in the middle of all this. And then once we have the child, it's a lot of responsibility.
He leans back looking at you. Pridwin Rhizostoma scared of responsibility? That doesn't strike me as you.
More afraid of... We're gone a lot on the field. I mean, I know I turned out all right, given my mother pretty much immediately went right back to active duty after having me, and then after having Minerva, and then after having the twins.
So you're just adding to the case against what you're saying, is what he says.
We turned out all right, but it was hard. Mother being gone for weeks to months at a time.
Look, you're an asset for this team. You know that? But you're not the only one that can take care of them. And if
I've-
anybody needs, deserves even, to have a little break, he glances back at Lunala, who's got the child up in the air over her. Olive is giggling. She's got 2 strands of Lunala's hair in both of her hands, and she's like whipping them like reins. If anybody deserves that chance, I'd say it's you. Isaac, I'm imagining, is in the background with Viviana. Viviana's staring at the child and her nose is slightly wrinkled.
Maze would be shadow boxing to teach the child how to fight.
Like standing next to Lunala, like doing the little punchy thing. You actually watch as you start to do that. Olive lets go of Lunala's hair and starts makes tiny fists, little grabby hand fists, and starts to punch. And Liam to the side goes, "Yeah, Katya might be teaching her bad habits."
And then Maze is like, "Yeah, just like that," and he begins showing more advanced moves.
In Katya's defense, you hear from the couch softly, "It's not like I've tried to stop her," Callan says. His eyes, you sense that he's been awake for a little bit, but he's just been watching Lunala with Olive. He glances toward the 2 of you. Did you get him?
Yeah.
He nods a little.
We are on the right track. I don't think we're close to being done with this. Not by a long shot, but we know what we're doing and where we're going.
They were friends of ours, weren't they?
Yeah. If you could call them that.
He glances down, nodding. It's what they said to Hana when they shot her. This is from a friend of yours. I didn't even have to think about it. I knew who they were talking about.
We met someone while we were there.
He glances at you.
His story reminded me of yours.
The kid is literally standing outside in the rain. Hovering, looking around, like, once again, a scared puppy.
He's going to look over at the door, realize the guy's not there, poke his head out. What are you doing?
He jumps about a foot in the air. Nothing. I'm being good. I'm not touching anything, I promise.
It's cold out here.
I can come inside.
You're going to freeze if you don't. Get in here.
He cautiously steps through the door, soaking wet, and looks around.
Oh, that's my bad. I accidentally caused a storm.
And when was the last time you ate?
Like an MRE?
Like a proper meal.
I don't know.
How skinny does this kid look?
Very. You get the sense that this kid either can't afford to eat or hasn't had the chance.
I'll start up on food.
Callan stands up, actually, at this point and goes, "Wow. Looks almost as bad as I did when we first got here." He, walks a circle around Sydney.
I felt like he might need the help of someone who's been in his shoes.
Callan nods a little. Any good with kids? He is a kid. You hear Lunala say from the side. Sydney, his eyes kind of brighten up a little bit, and he goes, "Oh yeah. I used to have to watch my baby sister all the time. Callan claps a hand on his shoulder. Great. Have I got a proposal for you then? And he turns and gestures towards Lunala. Olive, who is shadowboxing with Maze, or was before he started doing, Olive looks over at her dad and kind of makes some grabby hands. Callan walks over and takes Olive from Lunala and walks back. Olive, smelling all of the smells on Sydney, leans back into her father's chest and looks Sydney up and down with a very perturbed look on her face, like she doesn't know what to do. Sydney kind of awkwardly blinks and waves at her and kind of makes a face, and she starts to giggle. Lunala comes over and stands beside you again and smiles a little. I think we'll be okay, Liam says from the side.
Yeah. I think so too.
Might even make a good babysitter, he says, and kind of turning looks over his shoulder in your direction and then walks toward the couch and sits down next to Minerva. Lunala, like, looks from him, looks at you, looks at him, looks at you, gives you, like, a raised eyebrow face.
We had a
Something I need to know
conversation.
about?
I think it's something we can talk about.
Okay. She's looking confused.
If you want to now.
Sure. You, as, like, you hear from behind you, ew, gross, from Sophie and Lorenzo, who are, like, peeking out of the door.
Just, like, shoos them away.
You shoo the twins away. They duck back into their room and close the door. Just wanted to make sure you were alive, Lorenzo says as the door's closing.
I'm happy to see you too.
Maze, you're working on food, and Callan and Sydney are in the kitchen with you. Olive is sitting on the counter being entertained by the three of you. Liam makes a face at you, Pridwin. Minerva's kind of cuddled into his side, and he lightly brushes at one of the wounds that pierce through her shoulder. You see he looks like he's finally beginning to relax. As you know, he hasn't slept in 4 days.
Yeah.
Isaac and Viviana, what are you two doing?
That's a great question. Actually, I think at the mention of preparing food, Isaac would be very tempted.
To prepare food with them?
Yeah. He loves cooking. That's his
Isaac's
hobby.
already in the kitchen. He's already in the kitchen.
Yeah.
He didn't even wait. He's in the kitchen with
Yo.
them. It's the boys
Isaac
being
and-
boys.
Isaac and Maze bonding over food.
100%.
Is-
Isaac, Maze, Callan, and Sydney, all four of you are in the kitchen, and it's like a dad montage. Like, you guys
Isaac-
are having the bonding experience of your life, and then there's just a baby in the mix that is making it, like, 10 times better.
Isaac, like, pulls out a briefcase, flicks it open, and it's like a golden light. And it's... You look inside, and it's just a bunch of weird spices.
You guys are, like, so invested at this point. You find out while you're cooking, actually, that Sydney, remembering from his old days, is actually a really good cook. Like, it's not that he has experience cooking, it's that he can pair the spices just by, like, smell and taste alone. So you guys are bonding very well. Viviana is sitting at one of the stools at the island watching you guys, and she says, "Remember, I like my meat rare." As she's sitting there, and a cookie starts floating next to her, and she peers at it, and Sai materializes and peers back at her, and they just, like, are staring at each other the whole time. Lunala glances up at Pridwin after watching the shenanigans in the kitchen happening. Well, if you asked me 8 months months ago, standing in the same spot, if I thought this family was a place we should stay in, I might not have given you the same answer.
I probably wouldn't have either. That was what I wanted to talk about, actually.
She looks at you. Okay.
I mean, you remember we had a couple conversations about maybe trying to start our own family.
She lifts a brow. Conversation's a strong word.
I
There was that time when we were in Russia, in that demon's house. You can tell by the look in her face she's teasing you.
Have this conversation over in Erie.
What did you say?
I didn't hear that.
I said, have this conversation over in Onigiri.
Oh my god.
And maybe some rice balls.
Literally, like, yeah, like May's just like shuffling food into their hands. Like, literally, all four of the guys are like trying to look busy in the background, but they're all paying attention to this conversation.
Isaac looks Maze dead in the eyes and says, "Have you ever had a kebab?"
No, but I'm very interested.
I am
I've
about
had-
to open. He looks at you, slowly collecting the spices, and he says, "I have such sights to show you."
Oh, as do I, he says as he's preparing some fine sushi and noodles.
At this point, like, Cody, who, like, is usually cooking, is sitting next to Viviana in the kitchen, and she's like, this might be the first time that I'm not having to do this myself in the last year and a half. Viviana looks at her and kind of listens to her accent for a moment and goes, "You've been in the UK branch, have you not?" Cody kind of gives her a look and goes, "What gave it away?" "Well, you simply remind me of a friend of mine. Know which one? The long white hair. Anastasia," Cody says. "Right." Cody's face lights up. "You were the one that was holding those extravagant parties she was always talking about, aren't you?" Viviana kind of looks surprised. "She talked about me. She didn't shut up about you. Said you had such exquisite taste for everything. A desire for extravagance, and yet you weren't terrible. Like the people that her family used to keep around." Viviana wrinkles her nose. "Yes, they were not my favorite house guests. I prefer to host the parties and not go to hers. No offense, she can host a decent party, but not to my standards." She smiles. "I'm Viviana." She extends her hands. Cody takes her hands gently. "And I'm Cody." Lunala, smiling to herself, looks back at you, Pridwin. "You want to talk about this now?"
I think it's a good time to. Frankly, I'm afraid that if I don't now, I might not ever get around to it.
"Just do it!" You hear the voice in the background. "Just say it already!" Lunala is, Liam's trying to look busy on the couch.
Mace shoves.
He's fighting sleep, but, like, he's, like, refusing to sleep at the moment.
Maze
I need to hear this.
Maze shoves a bowl of tonkatsu in both of your faces.
Thank you, Maze. That looks delightful.
He nods and then walks back to the kitchen.
The two of you are. I'm just imagining like setting the food on the like one of the tables nearby. You know what? Canonically, you guys are standing to the right of the door. The coffee table is sticking halfway out of the wall, and it's conveniently at a height where you guys could just set the food that Maze is bringing you on the coffee table sticking halfway out of the wall.
Oh my god. This is oddly convenient.
Lunala is setting the food down, looks back up at you, and smiles. In the way that she does when she's trying to let you know everything's okay.
I've been thinking. I know it's never felt like a good time. We've always had some world-ending threat on the horizon, and, well, someone has to keep everyone from killing themselves. But, seeing all these new faces and what Anna did when the attack happened, she's the only reason I was able to help Katya. The only reason that the injuries in that situation were not as bad as they would have been. I think once we're done with this matter, I think that they could do without us for a little while.
Lunala is... She hasn't broken eye contact with you. And the expression on her face is very difficult to determine. And finally, she grabs your hand. Her cold fingers, the little galaxy dust that seems to float around her, intensifying for a moment. You wanna wait that long? She says, and grins up at you.
Well, we aren't going to have to step out of the group necessarily immediately, so we have time to...
She leans up closer to you and murmurs against the side of your helmet. You wanna wait that long?
There is a static discharge. Like a battery exploding.
Who turned off the oven?
In the kitchen, like slowly turning around.
All the lights in the entire house flicker.
Who turned off the oven? I just got it to the perfect temperature.
It flickers and the oven comes back on.
Oh no. The microwave is never going to have the clock reset.
Always at 0 o'clock.
Lunala kind of leans back and looks at you as this happens.
I think we should probably eat first.
She's just making a face at you.
Maze walks up and hands you guys... What would he hand you guys? Probably some fried shrimp. And he'll look to Pridwood and he'll say, "Now, I know I'm new and all, but from what I've seen of you guys, don't forget to tell Apollyon goodbye.
We don't have to go anywhere, Lunala says, smiling.
If anything, we're going to be spending more time with him than anything else.
Maze nods and hands you the plate and walks back to the kitchen.
Isaac slowly shifts into view. There's a plate in his hands. He's got like a pair of oven mitts that are like pink hearts all over them.
Oh my god.
He slowly places the dish on the coffee table.
Maze would have an apron depicting his Japanese idol crush.
Yes.
Oh my god.
As Isaac, as you set the food down and you turn to go back to the kitchen, you feel a hand on your shoulder.
He looks over.
It's Lunala. She's stepped up to you.
Is there something I can help you with?
She leans up and murmurs close to your mask. Do me a favor, new kid.
Of course.
I know you probably weren't planning on sticking around necessarily, but she glances at Liam and Minerva, glances at the hallways and the doors. Protect these guys. When I'm not here to do it. Okay.
He tilts his head and says, frankly, I can't imagine being anywhere else right now. This is the first time in a long time I felt warm from anyone.
She leans up and gives him a kiss on the cheek of his mask. And for a moment, Isaac, you feel it's almost like the chill of space itself comes over you. She leans down, walks back to Pridwin's side, and rests a hand on his armor. Just take care of them, if we're not here to do it.
I shall shoulder their burden.
Oh, great! Viviana says from the back. Now we have to stay here. Ah, you played with his emotions. You see,
You could have.
there's a weak, like a playful smile underneath of the pretending disdain.
You guys are stuck with me anyway. I'm not letting that man out of my sight, Maze says, looking at Isaac.
Wait, watch it. That's mine that you're speaking of.
Ours.
This is not communist Russia. I escaped communist Russia, and I am here now, and I am not sharing my property. She's pointing at you.
Isaac's just looking back and forth, but he almost looks conflicted. He looks at Maze, and he's like, best friend, but vampire, but best friend.
From where I come from, we own 2 separate lands.
You just hear, like, Callan from the side going, you guys are fucking stupid. Isn't that right, Olive? Olive giggling in Sid's arms.
Fucking stupid.
Once that baby is old enough, we are going to brawl.
And he's gonna beat your ass, too, he says.
I
Sid
sure
is
hope
kinda,
so.
like, staring at everybody in the room, and he just murmurs, are they always like this? Cody goes, oh yes. Yes, they are always like this.
Even the new ones are psychotic.
Especially the new ones, she adds.
Pridwin does like a cheers and says, "Welcome to the freak show."
Remember, Lunala says, pointing at several of you. We're supposed to stick together, so nobody leaves the cabin. Somebody stands watch, pointing at Maze.
I suppose I will. After I make these onigiris.
Excellent. And she looks up at you, Pridwin, and steps back from Isaac.
Pridwin looks to her.
She just kind of grins at you again. You feel the static building up beneath her fingertips against your armor.
Now, I can put your food in the fridge if you guys would like to go do your naked wrestling.
Lunala smirks hearing him say this.
The entire house flickers again. I just reset the fucking clock.
Like Isaac's like hovering over the microwave.
He's freaking the fuck out.
Tears are like sliding down the eye slits from his mask as he's like trying to reset the microwave again.
The sudden
This
change
pain
in
is
temperature.
not exquisite. It's not exquisite at all.
Cody from the side goes, I wouldn't bother resetting that. You haven't really been around when they've gone back to their room together before, but it's not worth it. Also, you hear Callan add from the side, might want to invest in some earplugs because he says under his breath.
I'm imagining
you
it
see him,
sounds.
like, covering Olive's ears.
I imagine it sounds something like this, and he begins smashing pots and pans together.
Pridwin is he involuntarily starts glowing. Like he's just glowing bright blue right now.
That's new. Lunala says, looking up at the holes in your armor.
I think I'm going to
Yeah,
I think I'm going
Lunala says, looking up at you, cupping the cheek of your armor with her delicate fingers. Use your words.
I think I'm going to need to save the rest of this food.
Maze politely takes it and puts it into the fridge.
But I'm almost done with the borek.
It's okay. I'll eat all of it. It's bulking season.
Oh my god.
I still haven't finished dessert.
These gains don't come from nothing.
Lunala is still like grinning at you, just watching you glow azure.
Mm-hmm.
You hear from behind you again, oh my god, they are so disgusting.
Should I send a pigeon to Apollyon letting him know that you guys are, as Apollyon puts it?
Normally Apollyon used to like to watch. Cody adds from the side. He used to sit in the windowsills when you didn't want him to. You had to have the curtains drawn, and you'd still find a way to get into your room.
It's something like a coach.
Pridwin like has a realization. He can't watch us anymore.
Lunala lifts a brow looking at him.
We're free! We're finally free!
I like to imagine when Apollyon did that, he was like coaching them.
Oh my god. Apollyon's like scratching at the door of the death room. I don't know what there is, but there's something I'm missing.
I imagine him in the window like, yeah, do the helicopter.
No! No!
Reminds me of me when I was but 500 years old.
Can you do the helicopter?
Fridwin, the twins are watching you guys again through a much smaller crack in the door this time.
You two, leave me alone, please.
What's the matter? Can't handle all the attention. Lunala murmurs against the side of your helmet.
I don't like attention.
That's a real shame. There's a lot of it waiting for you.
Hang on. Hang on, I need to roll something.
Oh no!
Thankfully, you're already a shield, so you have all the protection you need.
Oh my fucking god.
The shield won't protect him.
With the natural one, the house undergoes a blackout.
Fuck.
God damn it! You hear Callan say from the kitchen.
No. I need the oven.
Isaac's like, I'm just gonna go light a fire outside. In the rain, like, walks out.
He's going to, like, grab the nearest person and start shaking them. Is there a barbecue? There has to be a barbecue.
Sid's like, I don't know, I've been in this room for an hour tops, I'm sorry.
Sid, we need to cook.
Okay,
Isaac,
says nodding.
Isaac, I found it. I found the perfect timber to light a fire, he says, pointing at the coffee table.
Oh my god. I need to make kebab.
You guys are like standing around the coffee table that's like halfway through the wall inexplicably, which Isaac has yet to question. And
I'm just imagining without questioning Isaac and Mazer just trying to take the coffee table out.
Yeah.
Lunala, being perfectly visible since you're glowing a bright blue, murmurs, maybe we should go before you catch something on fire or burn a hole through the ground.
Great idea.
Maze says, wait, I have an idea. He pulls out his katana and he's gonna slice the coffee table that's stuck in the wall.
You slice the coffee table off. The power flickers back on as you do this.
So the coffee table, like, the part that was stuck in the wall is, like, sliced off so he can get it free.
Well,
Isaac's
Lunala
like...
says, looking at you.
Isaac calls out, "Don't blow a fuse." Fridwin glows even brighter. I think I'm gonna go lay down. That's what I'm gonna do.
Right, you hear
Lay
the guys from the
down.
kitchen say. So he's a bottom, is what Callan says to Sid in the corner.
Maze looks at him and says, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely a bottom, Cody adds from the side.
I'm leaving.
He's like, he can go, turns to defend himself, and he's like, nope. He goes to defend himself again, and he's like, nope. And he starts walking down the hallway.
Remember, he's the immovable object, not the unstoppable force.
Luna, are you just leaving Lunala there?
He's not gonna leave her there.
She seems very amused by this.
He's leading her by the hand, but he's definitely urgently trying to get out of that room.
You, glowing bright blue still, start making your way down the hallway, shoving the twins' door closed quickly as you go. You walk down to the end of the hallway, and Lunala smirks at you. Doesn't really feel right without Apollyon watching us, does it? She says, teasingly.
I did not enjoy that part.
She grins. Well. She's just like waiting for you to open the door, like standing there looking at you, and you're just kind of like stammering.
He like fumbles with the doorknob.
You literally can't. There's like static. Your gauntlet is just sliding against the doorknob, and it's not doing anything.
The second he touches the doorknob, it glows like white hot.
Lunala just shakes her head slowly, waiting for you to figure your shit out.
He just like quickly like pulls his gauntlet off and then fumbles with the doorknob again.
Mortified as you finally turn the doorknob and using your key and open the door.
Fumbled under zero pressure.
Zero pressure. I don't know about that. You see your room like in disarray. All the books that you were once studying with. The window curtains closed and tightly shut to keep Apollyon.
There's like boards over the window.
There's a sign that has like a picture of a cat and it's like crossed out.
Winnie is laying on the floor by your bed, and as you like open the door, he looks up at you and his tail starts thumping.
No. Wait, actually, Pridwin's going to summon the shark and then also toss it out of the room.
Oh no! Winnie and the shark are sitting in the hallway as you guys like to slam the door shut and then just kind of look at each other.
I'm not going to have to leave cucumbers outside the window to ward off Apollyon anymore.
Oh my god.
It never worked.
Back in the kitchen, you guys are finally enjoying your food. Liam is passed out on the couch with Minerva. You see the dark circles under his eyes are prominent. And Isaac, you and Maze and Callan and Sid are all hanging out in the kitchen eating. And Cody and Veber there too. Is there anything you guys want to do or talk about?
The food just keeps piling up as Isaac is
Yeah.
giving everyone as much food as possible.
As is Maze.
Cook for the rest of the week. This is miraculous, Cody says, crossing her fingers behind her head and relaxing.
Yeah, Maze is also just piling up a bunch of food.
Does the silver man not like to...
He's a...
Did you say not
if
like
I
to
rem-
eat?
Not like to cook?
Oh. Actually, he cooks quite a bit. He's Italian, so he's very well versed. He can cook
Is this-
pasta far better than I can.
Is this the alcohol cabinet?
Are you in the kitchen still?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Isaac leans down the hallway and says, "If he survives the trials to come, I would like to try his cooking."
Which trials? The one in the bedroom.
Indeed.
She is scary when she turns into a cat.
What?
Oh, that's right. E.T. didn't know about that. Whoops. She says,
They
glancing
don't.
away.
They don't do that in bed, do they?
Let me put it this way. He doesn't take that armor off very often, so I wouldn't know. But the sounds that come from that room occasionally... She rolls her eyes over to look at Viviana. Viviana holds her hands up. Well, don't look at me. I have no experience with such things.
Wait till you meet horns.
She lifts a brow.
I've heard quite...
Even
He has...
everyone is speaking about?
I've heard a few rumors about him. Never actually met him personally, aside from watching him die.
You hear, as like you're saying this and you're cooking, Isaac, you hear through your inner link, what is bottom they refer to a moment ago?
Oh, I just looked this up. There were some people talking about it, and I had no idea. Apparently, you can search up anything on the internet.
Fascinating concept.
Indeed.
As you're saying this, Maze is like pulling up music and he's just playing the pop idol.
Good.
You're like you're pulling up the like music and everything, and you hear like some weird sounds coming from down the hallway, and you like turn it up louder.
Yeah.
It's like the sound of like glass shattering, and then you just turn the volume up.
God. Glass shattering? What just broke? Hold on. Viviana shakes her head and she's like, I do not understand the pull for such things.
I think it's an American thing.
Cody lifts a brow. Are you trying to tell me your parties never got a little wild? Viviana wrinkles her nose. Of course not. What do you take me for? I host very proper parties, full of drinking and excessive expensive things. Not that.
Fun fact. One of Viviana's original themes was going to be a song called Eyes Wide Shut.
Yo.
Oh my god. Cody is like looking back and forth from Viviana to Isaac to Viviana to Isaac, and she leans over and goes, have you ever seen him without the mask on?
Wait, what was that?
She was asking Viviana if she's seen Isaac without the mask on. Viviana looks up to Isaac, looks back to her. Yes? she lifts a brow. Cody murmurs, what does he look like? Viviana studies Isaac's masked face and tries to figure out how to answer.
Do you want me to send you a description of what he looks like?
I don't know what he looks like under the mask.
Hang on. Hang on, let me send you because, hang on. Give me a second. I'll just send it to you in the inner
Okay.
Oh shit.
I'm just waiting.
Hang on. There you go.
So she glances from Cody to Isaac. Actually, Isaac, are you watching this happen?
He's probably preoccupied with the cooking.
I was gonna have you roll a check for me, but never mind then.
I can roll.
Roll an insight
Hang
check.
Insight. Okay. I was wondering if you wanted me to make a perception check. 18?
So you're kind of preoccupied with the cooking, but you lightly heard this sort of question Cody has posed about what you look like under the mask. And you're debating on responding yourself because you don't think you know how Viv's gonna answer. You kind of glance over your shoulder in their direction, and you notice something about Viviana. She actually stammers for a moment, trying to come up with an answer. You see a hint of color along her jawline. Well, he is rugged, I would say, with dark hair. It's short and messy all the time, and he has a very neatly trimmed facial hair, and he's covered in scars, but who isn't in here, right? She nervously says with a smile. Cody lifts a brow and looks at her. Viviana raises her hands. Don't be giving me that look. Cody slowly reaches over and grabs the mug of coffee she's drinking and takes a sip of it. You know, Maze, you should know this too. It is said that people you partner with, it's a lot easier to go about doing that partnership if you're a couple, she says with a coy smile.
Maze thinks to himself, oh, what?
My fiance and I, we are far better partners now than we ever were separate or with anyone else.
Who's saying this?
Cody.
Ah. Maze thinks to himself, I wonder if Yukiro Ino is a Meister.
You're not sure. That's something you will have to try and research or find out.
Maze, you'll see that Isaac appears to have spaced out, and his oven mitts are on fire now.
Happened to me once. Took me about 3 minutes to find out.
Isaac looks down and just says, "Oh dear."
Shoves the oven mitts in the sink. Callan is smirking to himself. Sid is standing in the background and he's like, what are they talking about? What do they mean by partners? And what does she mean by... And Callan's like, nope. You don't want to know. You don't know. There's a child. You are a child. And that is a child. You two are both children. You are not part of this conversation.
You'll find out when you're older.
Maze is purple, looking at the oven mitts that were on fire. He says, yeah, that took me about 3 minutes to find out they were on fire. Another 5 to put them out.
I suppose I was lost in thought.
Maze puts his hand up to, he looks down at his hand and he says, I know better now.
Cody says from the side. You can feel Cody's eyes burning into your shoulders, Isaac.
I used to think that sharks were my friends. I know better now.
That's exactly what I was referencing. I used to think fire was my friend.
I just a little preoccupied.
Viviana is now also staring at you.
It is nothing of import.
I wonder how a partnership would work with me, being as I'm, I don't know what I am.
Not every partnership has to be like that. I know plenty of people who are partners with other significant others. They make it work. Not to say that you're missing out on anything, simply to say that it makes things easier.
My only partner is this inanimate object, he says, pulling out the sword and placing it on the counter.
There's a loud rumble as you do. My goodness, this place has changed in the last few months. Well, I am going to get some rest. You guys can clean the kitchen up yourselves, I assume.
Maze salutes.
Isaac nods politely.
She goes back to her room, and Callan and Olive and Sid have returned back to the couches, where Sid, after eating, promptly passes out. Maze, it's just you and Isaac and Viviana left over.
So, what was the UK branch like?
It was interesting. Lonely's definitely a better descriptor.
One of the few branches I haven't visited yet. I went to Japan, South America before, America. Well, here. Japan. I don't know if I already said that, but Japan. I haven't been there.
For a moment, Viviana looks kind of sad.
Isaac kind of tilts her head, or tilts his head.
None of them were like this. This is... She hesitates to say the word. A good feeling that I am not used to.
You're not alone. Most of the groups I ever joined mostly just picked me out of necessity, trying to fill enough slots to get into a mission, he says as he carefully cleans up the table.
What is it like to be picked? You see almost a childlike sadness, a tremor in her voice as she asks this.
Well, up until recently, I wasn't really sure. I was kind of just thrown into it. They didn't really like me. They called me strange things, and went about the mission and returned home. They never really talked to me.
Right. We know
But
something of this.
The handful of missions which we've managed to find groups for, they were not particularly fun. They knew we could kill things. It was about all they could. Of course, their fortitude would usually wane towards the end of our partnership.
feeling we have in common then. Though, I don't really have hard feelings over it.
I suppose I don't particularly either.
People have their own judgments, their stigmas, so who am I to blame them for it?
People are strange.
Indeed,
That's
they
the
are.
one thing that I've learned.
My one goal is to eventually do a mission with my siblings. Boy, would that be fun.
You have siblings.
2. Younger sister and a younger brother. Younger brother is the prodigy. Wonder where they're at right now. I would love to see their adorable callous faces.
I never had any siblings, fortunately. But I did wonder what it would be like sometimes.
It was nice for a time. Well, it's been a few years since I've seen them. My brother's probably out slaying monsters and doing all of the prodigy things that they do. And, sister, probably keeping up on her grades. She was always the academic sort. And, my mother takes care of them.
Your mother?
Yes.
What's she like?
Elizabeth Vermillion. She was kind. She was great. She was the reason I was able to keep my name.
Was?
Oh, right. I'm, of the Vermillions. Was. I guess I should correct myself. And, in my exile, my mother fought for me to keep the name at the very least. So, that name I have. Though, I don't usually go by it.
Ah. Then she's alive and well?
Yes. I receive letters from her now and then. Though, it's been a minute since I've received the last one. A few weeks, maybe. I do hope she's well.
I hope so too.
Because one day, she's gonna hear the grand stories about how I slew great beasts.
I'm sure you'll do her proud.
I know I will. What about you? You had no siblings. What was your life like?
Was his hand kind of for studying himself? Hard. Just about the only good part of it was my mother. The most wonderful woman you. And I'm sorry.
No,
It's
don't.
not
Don't worry about it.
It's just not easy.
You, for a moment, feel a hand touch your arm.
He looks over.
Viviana pulls it back just as quickly.
He kind of just lowers his head. I suppose we've been through enough. Can talk about it.
To clarify, she was trying to comfort you.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
That's why he kind of just lowers his head. My father, man who raised me, was a criminal.
Hmm.
He had many friends very low. He was well known. Very respected would not be good. Feared, I suppose. And while some people he was not the kind of man to leave work at the workplace. He was famous for his short temper. And he took that out on me. Frankly, I'm not even cared about us. Sometimes I think he only had us around because that's what a man have, a wife and a kid. He cut a long story short, took her from the monster
see.
that was.
I see.
I apologize for bringing the mood down.
No, 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 no. No worries. So, when are we gonna punch him in the face?
I would love to, but one thing about city, it's not exactly the most good. The government there has a strong tie to corrupting the underworld.
I see.
That's part of why I was so willing to leave. Willing to leave the European brand. I suppose a part of me just knew there wasn't anything I could do.
Maze stands up and puts his hand out, and he says, "Well, the fight is never over." And he sort of waves his hand into the air, touching something you can't see. The threads of fate are always guiding us somewhere.
Perhaps so. After all, I did wind up with you. You lot.
And it's not like we can leave now, she says, trying for a weak smile.
Yeah, I think this group here has held us hostage for the moment.
That is true. But it is not the worst.
Agreed.
I simply worry what the cost will be.
They're strong. That's all that matters to me.
They are admirable.
And they have heart. A strong
Viviana
heart. Oh.
reaches into her kind of pocket and holds out a key to you. Cody gave me this and said the room is ours. Whatever that means.
She's giving us a room.
Well, they did promise us one.
Suppose I just found it hard to believe.
Well, you think these guys are gonna go back on their word? You hear from the couches. Callan is rocking Olive to sleep and he is watching you guys. These guys
They don't seem to.
lie.
They never struck me as the type to go back on their word. I mean, they charged into a literal nightmare to save me.
Plus, you're not that weird. Callan says from the side. Well, you say that
Now
for
that-
now, but
That I know is a lie.
she looks up to you, Isaac, and whispers, "I am getting a little bit hungry." Maze, this is surprising to you, considering how much food has been in this room.
Yeah. He just says,
Right. Yes, I suppose it is probably time. I think I've replenished myself enough.
Maze.
He
Callan
just
looks at you, Maze, and shrugs.
Maze looks back at him and shrugs.
Does Isaac notice the deep confusion on their
Yes.
faces?
God, yes. It is not hard to see.
Ah. You, wouldn't know, would you?
I haven't figured it out yet.
He doesn't know.
This guy doesn't know!
This guy doesn't know!
Maze is just looking at him with a very perplexed face.
Can't believe this guy doesn't know!
This guy doesn't know.
He doesn't know! You see, my partner suffers from a condition.
Oh.
Her body does not produce its own blood.
I see. So I take it there's some weird arrangement here.
So you're into the kinky shit, Callan says from behind you.
I'm not one to judge.
I don't derive sexual pleasure from it, no.
Callan lifts a brow. Huh. That's unfortunate. I feel like that would have made it all worth it.
Our arrangement is different from that.
Viviana glances away.
You see, she possesses the ability to take others' blood in lieu of her own. I have much to give, and considering my meditations require the shedding of my blood, well, it would simply be going to waste without her.
Ah, so it's like when I shed my own flesh and I get lighter and then start fighting better.
Not quite. It's like if... I suppose it's hard to describe. Bless you.
Thanks.
She needs blood. I do too, but I make more than enough.
Understandable.
And with the right diet, I can replenish quite quickly. Need a lot of iron.
I see.
And you enjoy this, Callan says from the side.
I would be lying if I said that I didn't, but I don't think my enjoyment is really the point.
Callan lifts a brow. Are you sure?
I don't understand why it's so difficult for people to comprehend.
Callan raises his hands. Okay, I was just asking.
No, I get it.
There is a fog in my mind. A darkness. I suppose trauma or something. A great tumultuous storm. I find it hard to think when I let my mind wander. But through meditation, through pain, suffering, through sorrow, sting, I can feel my mind going back above the waves. I can feel like myself again.
I think I'm beginning to understand. Though, for me, it's a little different. For me, it's combat, hardship. When I fight, I feel like my mind is clear, like I have a goal, and that one goal pushes me forward. And when I fight, especially strong people, I feel elated. I feel free.
Precisely. You see, to endure, to suffer, that is real. It's tangible. It pushes me forward.
Precisely.
It brings me clarity. Clarity. Try to become a better man.
Indeed. For me, it's... I'm not sure how to put it. but it's, how would I put it? Freedom from the world. Becoming stronger through hardship and trial and error. Feel like I'm becoming one with the ways of the world.
And I believe we are kindred spirits.
Indeed. Now, it's been... Oh well, I've never met anyone who understood me like this.
Indeed, it is nice to finally know someone. Understand.
Agreed.
Viviana jangles the key a little bit at you.
Right. I cannot keep her waiting. Otherwise, she'll probably keel over and die.
Fair enough. I salute you.
Does she mean that literally? Callan murmurs. Quite literally, she says, standing up.
I will prepare more iron-efficient food for you in the morning.
I appreciate that. Isaac will stand and politely nod to everyone.
May as
Your
well
food.
salute. Oh,
Your food was exquisite as your fightings.
same goes for you, my friend.
Until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow.
He'll turn and follow Viviana.
You look at the key you're given. It is, the number on it, I believe, I'll have to double check my house layout, but I believe the number on it is 5. So it'll be on the left-hand side. Right next to Cody and Osamu's room.
As long as it's not right next to Pridwin's.
It is not. It is not. No, that's Soma's room and nobody has touched it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody's
enough.
touched it.
Actually, hold on. Wait. Let me check because I'm gonna make the map. I promise I'm gonna actually remake the cabin layout map.
Yeah.
They should probably help with that.
1, 2, 3. That's there. The twins are there. Yeah. There's more than 4 rooms on this side of the cabin. I'm pretty sure. So it's a room in there next to Osamu and Cody's room.
Worst case scenario, we could always get another fucking wing attached to the building.
Yeah. They'll just build up is what'll happen. They'll just go up.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, you guys you walk to a room and match the door with the number on the key. And you notice as you do, like, all of the doors are decorated in different ways for each of the people in there, and your door is very plain. You open it and you see a empty room with 2 of the typical beds on either side of it, the desk in the center, kind of the very, very minimal basics of a dorm room. Viviana wrinkles her nose immediately. This will not do.
Definitely less decorated than our old room.
We are going to have to fix this. I will order things in the morning. For now, she tosses the key onto one of the beds. Maze and Callan, like, leaning to look down the hallway. Isaac, you see Maze and Callan leaning to look down the hallway.
He just kind of stares at them.
Decorations. The only objects I own are everything in this bag.
Callan lifts a brow. Maze, your room originally was going to be in the other cabin with Liam and Minerva, so you're kind of stuck on the couches for right now while everybody's sleeping in the same place.
Yeah.
Which is fine for you at this point, so...
He
I mean,
hasn't.
I'm imagining he slept on a fucking like gym mat.
Yeah, no, he's been sleeping
No,
on
he's
gym
been
mats
like
for years.
in the like on the rock wall is
Yeah.
literally
Oh my
described like a
God.
story
Yeah,
and a
yeah,
half
that's
up,
right.
like on one of the
Yeah.
ledges in the climbing room is where he's
Yeah.
sleeping.
You know what? That's very fitting.
It's like canon. Like all of the people have been referring to him as the kid who sleeps in the gym.
Yeah. Yeah. And he would like sleep upside down like a bat.
Oh my God.
Man, he's
He
got to
just
do
got
his
his
ab
feet.
workouts while he's sleeping.
Got his feet in the fucking footholds of the rock wall, hanging upside down.
There's never not a time to work out.
God. Instead of snoring, he's fucking doing sit-ups in his sleep.
Yeah. He would. He would do that. I definitely imagine he works out in his sleep. He's conditioned himself so that like half of his brain is on while he's sleeping.
God. He's like a dolphin!
Yeah.
fucking fucking half of his brain is asleep while the other one's active.
With how his body works, that could be possible that he just mutated to learn how to do that.
Oh my God.
God bless.
He spent a obscene amount of time with dolphins to learn that maneuver.
Jesus Christ.
I was curious as to what Apollyon was doing.
Apollyon, you have been sitting in the death room,
Mm-hmm.
and you felt it. You felt it when Katya went down.
Mm-hmm. I imagine he's currently like he's got Abaddon's broken scythe floating in front of him as he is sort of like surgically using magic to try to fill in the cracks.
Mm-hmm. You actually like there's pacing coming from the mirror. You can't see her, but you can feel her through your connection to her, pacing back and forth anxiously.
Restless, are we?
She doesn't respond to you.
I know how you feel, he says as he meticulously fills in.
My right hand wouldn't die so easily.
No, she wouldn't. I reckon whoever it was found some way to do it.
There's no sense in telling them to stay out of this. If anything, they may be the best option we have.
There's something I should tell you now that I'm here with you.
She doesn't respond. Waiting.
Are the Death Sides with us or able to listen?
This place always has ears, but she materializes from the mirror, it rippling before one foot steps out and then the other, and she emerges. She, as she does, thrusts a hand behind her and the mirror grows very still.
I take it that ears want people to listen.
Not easily. Speak.
Then I must tell you of a threat here within the Academy.
She sighs. You see a look of sorrow in her eyes as she glances down.
And with current events, I believe it may all be connected. I've debated telling you this since I've heard it.
But you didn't.
I waited until the right time, and unfortunately, this one was it. It was for your protection and Katya's. And hell, everyone's. There's likely a traitor among the scythes.
As Gabriel puts it, a rat.
Indeed. I feared for telling you because I wasn't sure when they would make their move. I would want to be a step ahead of them if I could. But, like your father, I trust you.
And you think they're one of mine?
Yes.
She sighs. I didn't want to believe him. He would never lie to me. But I didn't want to believe him all the same. Whether they were chosen by me or my father. Every single death scythe and graduate that I have has taken a part of me.
And I fear they may be using that to their advantage.
Have you any evidence? Of who?
Of whom? I'm not sure. Could be any one of them. Even the most trustworthy faces.
She sighs again. More questions and no more answers.
Trust me, I wish I had one. But do you know of any strange activity among your scythes? Inconsistencies?
Would you think little of me if I said no?
No.
Being trapped here. Being unable to go out and do my job. I see what I am shown. What I see through the mirror. What I see through my scythes. It is hard for me to imagine any of it to be untrue when I have no evidence to the contrary.
I do believe it is no coincidence that both myself and Katya are down for the count.
You think they're going to make a move?
I think so. I heard from Katya. Both me and her were gifted with the very same power, which could be used to assist you when things go awry. And I think they may have found that out. And I find it strange.
How is that possible? There are only a few people who know about that. Only a few people who knew my father chose you. Only a few people who knew I chose Katya.
That's the thing.
She points at you. It is not Gabriel.
I don't think it is.
She lets out a sigh of relief. She did not want to have to fight you on that subject.
Yeah. I don't think it's him. But I think keeping this matter from him would be safest. To keep him safe.
I mean, he already knows. He's the one who told me. If anything, he's probably your greatest asset, considering you're stuck in here with me.
That is fair. Who else knows?
She shakes her head. About you? That could be a list of any of my father's scythes. I don't know who was present or who he discussed his plans with. Certainly not me. What I
Here's
worry
what
about is what is the move that they're trying to make. To come after me, that would be stupid.
would be foolish.
I can use the mirror. I can bounce between death rooms. They can't. So what do they want, Apollyon?
There's been many moves made. When I was confronted by Mare, she said something to me. Said something about the students not being the target. And while I'm not sure the target was me, I can't help but believe they put a hit out on me. Keep me down. And for one reason, she had a personal vendetta against me.
Oh, is that all? She gives you a look. Add that to the long list.
Indeed. I think whoever sent her there may have used that vendetta, used that hatred towards me to convince her.
If you're looking for answers through me, you'll find none. My reports from several years ago originally stated that she worked alone. However, it seems that a lot of allegiances are beginning to shift.
Precisely so. Too many moves are being made in such quick succession that it's hard to believe that any of this is a coincidence. What reports do we have on the attack tonight?
I still don't have any information myself. Gabriel has not returned to me due to something to do with Katya. She grimaces. I haven't felt her soul yet, so I assume she is still alive.
Good. There's one thing that if I can acquire it, might be able to help both of us.
She looks at you suspiciously.
A long time ago, when I took over my father's throne, I found my grandfather's library. He was adept at sorceries. His grimoire specifically is what taught me how to cast the spells I can now. But there was one spell in particular which harnessed an immense amount of power. And his sword. If I can get my hands on either of those, I'll be able to, one, fix my current situation, and two, I might be able to harness a great amount of power for yourself, my lady.
While those things sound useful, I'm not sure what you expect me to do to aid in this.
Just a thought. Maybe I can pass a word down a long line. Maybe it'll be found by someone.
Perhaps.
I hid it away. It was too dangerous to be put into the hands of anyone.
Not even your children know?
They don't. But the thing is, the page detailing the spell, I sealed within both of them.
So they're related.
Yes.
She nods a little. Interesting.
Though, due to what we know, being a traitor about, I think me sticking here for now is the best course of action.
You don't have much of a choice. You need to recover.
Precisely.
And fix your, problem, she says, her eyes drifting toward the pieces of the scythe.
Yes. If I just had a large concentration of shadow, I'd be able to repair it. Not perfectly, but enough. That's why I'm looking after the spell. Perhaps I can use it to heighten my own abilities, draw in a large content of darkness to fix it, fix her. But I fear he may be going after it.
Angel sighs, walking back towards the mirror. Well, I wish you luck in reaching it before he does.
Well, since I'm here now, if you ever need an ear, he gestures to himself.
She smirks. We aren't quite on that level yet, Apollyon. As she goes to step into the mirror, her fingers gracing the edge of it, and she pauses. Though I do appreciate the sentiment. And she passes inside.
He nods and continues to meticulously work on the blade.
Is there anything else that either of you want to do with any of your characters?
I mean,
I think I'm good for now.
yeah. I mean, unless you want to have Isaac and Viv talk as they do their thing.
I mean, would you like to have Isaac and Viv talk? Because I'm fine with that.
I mean, it's up to you.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll let it be a private thing. I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
For sure.
All right, see you. Good night.
Good night.
Isaac, you shut the door, walking into your room.
I suppose we're not going to get as much privacy as we usually do.
I'll order sound cancelling panels. Should help a little bit.
Hopefully.
She's kind of rubs at her upper arm, glancing away from you.
He brings a hand up to his mouth and slowly pulls it from his face.
She doesn't look at you. Lets you do so.
Is there something on your mind?
What? She startles a little bit. No.
You just seem in an odd mood.
Well, it has been an odd day, has it not?
Certainly. Though not unpleasant.
Not entirely.
Would you like to join me?
She glances over her shoulder at you.
I mean, in meditation. Not the. He kind of gestures to his back. Not in the painful way, just the contemplation.
Glancing around the minimalistic room, she sighs. Suppose it would be better than enjoying the surroundings?
I know you prefer to just do your own thing, but I find that it can help with a lot of things.
Very well. She steps up to you.
He'll hold out his hand.
She takes it.
Does she transform?
Yeah.
He'll sit down on his knees as he usually does and begin removing the chest plate and the sash that he wears over top. And he says, "Have you ever meditated before?"
Define meditated.
That thought for a long time.
She swallows hard. Suppose, yes.
If you want, I can try and walk you through it.
I try not to think too hard about certain things. I do not like where it takes me.
Me too. To meditate, you need only think. You can think about everything. Focus on what you wish to confront. What thoughts have stuck with you, positive or negative. Examine them. Walk them through. Then let them go.
She lets out a shaky breath, even as a weapon. Not really good at the letting go part.
It's an exercise. My aid doing so is you. Just find something that you can reorient your focus on. Ready to let go, just turn your focus towards that.
Okay.
Ready?
You see her eyes appear momentarily in the weapon.
When she indicates, he begins to do his thing.
You do so. Viviana is first, she seemed to enjoy this process, but lately, especially today, she doesn't seem to.
Do you wish to share what troubles you?
They are being so kind to us. I worry what it is going to cost in the end.
Have cost anything?
That's not how this works. Everything has a price, Isaac. Everything. It used to be that I didn't care about prices. I knew how to navigate them. But lately, there are some prices that I am not willing to pay anymore.
Hmm. If everything price, then what is it that I take from you?
That is the question. You don't derive pleasure from this, like I once thought you did. You gain an experience. I suppose that is what you take. You get to gain this experience through the pain, and I take the blood that I need. That is the transaction, no?
It is true, but I could do so with anything. I still have the belt. I don't want to take anything from you.
She flashes out of her weapon for a moment, kind of staggering back from you. Don't lie to me, Isaac. You have never once lied to me. Don't do it now.
I'm not lying to
She shakes
I
her head. That's not how this works. That's not how this works.
He holds up his hand. I would be lying to you if I said that I could pick anyone. I can't. Our arrangement is certainly beneficial to both, but that isn't why I made it.
She squints at you, shaking her head. What
Do
exactly
you
are
want
you saying?
what I'm saying is I agreed to this because I saw a kindred spirit in you. Someone who has suffered much, been dealt a bad hand by life. Suppose it was selfish of me to want someone who understood. But just because both of us gained something from it does not mean transact. I don't know much about what your life was like before the academy. But I remember my mother did so much for me without taking anything in. I only wish that I could do that for someone else.
Vivian is sitting there, kind of scrambled back on her hands and her butt, and she's looking at you like she's trying to process this concept.
I care for you. It's all that I want. That you do too.
Wait, what did you say at the end?
All that I want is that you do too.
Ah, your voice cut out.
Oh.
Okay. Viviana is stuck. Her eyes are wide. And you see a light little tremble move through her. Her extremity is even more pale than usual.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
She holds up a hand. You meant that. She looks at your face. You meant that.
He looks her straight in the eyes and he says, I've meant everything that I've ever.
You see her, a burst of emotion cross her features that is not normal for her.
Kind of looks back and forth like he's not sure what he's supposed to do.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
And then he kind of cautiously, like reaching towards a cat that you don't know, slowly reaches out to place a hand on her.
She doesn't startle like you expect her to. Instead, you almost feel the pull that normally you get, that sensation of a weapon being drawn to a palm. The place where she is comfortable.
He pulls her into a hug.
she lets you. Her eyes wide, she seems almost stuck, like she doesn't know what to do. I don't think you've ever hugged her before.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
probably
if
not.
anybody's ever hugged her before, besides maybe Anastasia. So she's kind of just stuck. You feel on your, because you took your like armor off a little bit.
He's shirtless right now.
Yeah, you feel something like dripping down onto your arm.
Looks.
She's like silently sobbing.
He just rubs her shoulder and says, "Take all the time that you need."
Through a shaky half sob, she whispers, "It's so much easier when someone wants something from me. What am I supposed to do with this? How,
Just
how am I supposed to pay you back for this?"
just you really can't. Just consider it a IOU.
She laughs a faint sob. I watched. I watched that boy. I watched his face when that woman in white shot the girl he cares for. And I wondered for just a moment what it felt like to be a person that someone cares for like that. And then you come and you tell me this. I watched that and I realized that maybe I wasn't the person that was being cared for. I was the boy. And every single time that that kid shot you, I was beside myself.
You worried.
She glances away.
I
I told you there are things I am not willing to lose or to pay. And that is only one of them. Her fingers tighten on your arm. Tight, almost possessive.
don't. No one's told me that. In if you can't accept that you owe me this, knowing that you care for me more than enough.
She leans back to look at you, still tears streaming down her cheeks. it is mutual then, so it's a fair transaction, right? She whispers through the tears.
He smiles, kind of sadly.
She doesn't like that you look sad.
It doesn't look like he's sad at her, but he says, I know it can be hard to unlearn the things that we believe are laws of the universe. I've been trying to unlearn many, but we are even. We are equal. I have always seen us. You are my dearest friend. The most important person I have ever met.
A friend. She nods a little. I don't have many of those. I'll take it as a compliment.
He smiles.
You see her thinking for a moment, thinking about well, something. You're not really sure what she's thinking about, but you get the sense it might be the same thing she mentioned a moment ago on the rooftops.
I feel that way too.
She looks up at you. What way?
Can't bear to see you get hurt.
Her nose wrinkles. I didn't say that, she says, turning away.
You did.
You see a little tremble run through her. Getting hurt is your whole thing. I can't have a problem with it.
I accept it so readily because I believe draw it away from you. But I know I can push myself a little too far. For you, I will be.
She looks up at you. Say that again. Please.
For you, I will be careful.
She nods to herself, seemingly satisfied with this answer. You see her still, the tears on her cheeks are very evident.
Are you ill?
What did you say?
He said, are you still... kind of gestures to the blood trickling down his skin.
She reaches. You can tell that she is, but she doesn't want to.
If you're going to make me take care of you need to take yourself too.
You just agreed about me not wanting to hurt you? She says softly.
It's different. The It's not going to kill me. And like I said, I need the pain.
At least. At least for tonight. Don't make me hurt you.
Alright,
Just this once.
I won't.
She hesitantly reaches towards you.
He reaches out his hand.
She reaches and lightly touches your hand. And then quickly moves forward and cups the side of your cheek with her palm. Her fingers shaking. You feel a burning sensation. Not terrible, but it hurts just enough for you. As you feel her taking from you, but you don't feel the presence of an actual wound. It's like she's just stealing from you. Without the sensation of hurting you, which is really odd to you.
Mm-hmm. He looks to her and he says, if you ever would prefer this.
It's okay. I know how you are. We made a deal. She, for a moment, risks looking into your eyes and stops talking.
For you, we need not do this every night. As long as you are healthy and wait.
You see the color beginning to return to her. First the arm that's close touching you, and then to the rest of her features. She finally lets go of you. She pulls her hand back and looks at you. Thanks for that. She trails off. Kind of looks away from you.
You're okay. you need anything?
She glances around the room, curling her arms around her bare shoulders and giving a shiver, looking at the surroundings, just like lacking color, lacking much of anything. And for a minute, you see almost a recognition there. And suddenly she's curling tight into a ball, her eyes wide as if she's seeing somewhere else. The white, almost clinical walls around her. You see her body locking tight in fear.
He reaches to her, pulls her close, says, "You're okay. Is there... What's wrong?"
She trembles, her eyes still wide as she's staring at the white walls, but she's not here with you, she's somewhere else. Entirely.
He's just going to try and shift her focus back.
How so?
He's going to just try and place himself between her and the room.
You kind of turn her a bit and pull her close to you, and after a moment, she seems to snap back to where she is.
"You're okay. I'm here."
She almost melts against you and lets out a shaky breath. She was scared. You're not used to that from her. Especially not from a situation you see as less than dangerous.
"What's wrong?"
She shakes her head. You already know where I come from. What use is it digging up old things that were previously buried?
Sometimes knowing another's suffering, shoulder it.
I don't like white, she says, rushed all at once.
He looks around the room and frowns. "You needn't say any more. Here." He's going to stand up, and he's going to begin grabbing blankets from one of the beds. And he's going to start draping them over.
So the ironic part about that is like the sheets and the blankets and everything when students first move in are also white.
Oh my fucking god. Okay,
Because
not a single fucking other color?
White gives the sense of cleanliness. It's a housekeeping thing, which is why you find, like, most people in their guest bedrooms, they have white sheets, they have white everything. It represents cleanliness. So
And
yes.
like hotel rooms and
Yeah.
shit?
So yes,
Okay.
brand new students, when they haven't decorated their rooms yet, everything's white except for, like, the wood of the furniture. So yeah,
He-
it looks, for all intents and purposes, apart from the two beds, this looks like a hospital room,
Oh my god.
which is
Okay.
exactly where she keeps going
Mhm.
back to every few seconds.
He looks at the blankets and then frowns again. And then he reaches over to his cloth over garment and he kind of like drapes it over the door. And he looks around. Is there anything else in this room that's different color?
Trying to think. I mean, like I said, the wood, the you've got the curtains, I guess. The curtains on the window are black. They're blackout
Mhm.
curtains.
He's gonna leave those because they're kind of the one splash of color in this whole room. He's going to take her and he's gonna lead her over to the door. And he's gonna say, "Wait for me outside."
She looks concerned at him.
Yeah. He picks up his sash and puts it back over himself, grabs his mask, and he brings her out.
She is taken out to the hallway.
And he's going to shut the door so she doesn't have to look inside, and he's going to head down the hall and see if he can find anybody still up.
You do so. You walk down the hall. I would say Maze was up standing guard, I think, and also Callan. Oh, and there's a whole bunch of people sleeping on the couches together, so you would assume one of them might be awake.
Are any of them people who are familiar to the home?
You could knock on Cody's door, which is very clearly labeled.
He will,
Or
yeah, he'll...
I was gonna say,
Mm.
Cody's probably the closest person you know that takes care of the cabin, so, like, she'd probably be the best bet.
Yeah, so I think you'll politely knock on her door.
It takes the second knock before you hear footsteps hitting the floor. The door opens, and you see a male standing there.
Hello?
He rubs his eyes.
I hate to bother you. I was hoping you would...
What's up, man?
No.
Osamu says.
Do you happen to know if there's any, spare blankets or anything not white?
He's about to open his mouth, and then you say not white, and he kind of looks at you. Not white?
Just anything that's not the color white. My partner is not fond.
Cody's gonna wish she'd known that. She likes to make people feel welcome. Here, you'd have to, order it from the store, but he walks back into his room, rubbing at his eyes sleepily. You hear some rummaging. He walks back, and you can see there's a thick plaid, comforter. This is my spare. You can borrow it until you get yourselves figured out.
Thank you so much. I'll make sure to bring it back to you in the morning.
He holds up a finger thoughtfully. A couple of the, new kids were painting their rooms a while ago. There might still be some paint in one of the, closets.
That would be perfect. Thank you so much.
He points down the hallway, kind of in the direction of the bathrooms. There's a hall closet on the right down there. You'll find it. He yawns again.
He nods and says, "Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the disturbance."
Not at all. Nice to meet you, new kid. He holds his hand out.
Nice to meet you too. I'm
Osamu. I'm, Cody's fiance.
Pleasure to meet you.
He nods to you and closes the door. You hear him shuffling back to bed.
Isaac's gonna head over to that closet he pointed out.
You walk over to the closet. Roll me a d20.
Sure thing. Nice. 17.
You open the door, and you find several paint cans on the floor. In varying colors. There's a couple shades of blue. There's a there's a deep red. There's a deep purple. There appears to be black, which has barely been touched.
He's gonna take the black, the red, and the...
You do so.
And he is going to begin heading back to their room.
Viviana is kind of sitting with her back against the wall, her arms curled around her knees, and looks at you, kind of confused as you walk back.
He sets the cans down, holds up the blanket, and says, I know it isn't exactly the prettiest thing, but it's not white.
She looks at it and laughs a little under her breath and takes it.
He drapes it around her shoulders, and he picks the paint cans back up and says, if you want to help me, I grabbed our favorite colors.
She tilts her head to look around you at the cans. What a painting?
I mean, we can't keep the room as it is.
She smiles a little to herself and pulls herself up. No, I guess we can't.
He'll hold the door open for her.
You open the door and she, grabbing one of the paint cans, walks into the room. You follow her inside and you spend the better part of the night painting. And that's where I'm going to stop.
Oh yeah?